title.
I only got one question.
Hello once again, welcome to Prague and the PokerStars European Poker Tour. It is the last day of the festival. That means it's the last day of the main event. That means it's the final table of the main event here at King's Casino at the Hilton Prague. That means today we present the winner's trophy and award a first prize of more than €1 million. The players are on the stage, photographs being taken, getting ready to get cards in the air. I am James Hartigan, alongside me Joe Stapleton.
Hello, my babies.
And Nick Walsh.
I am so excited. Let's do this.
The trophy is on the table. The players are taking their seats. And we will stream every single hand, cards up, as they play down from 6 to a winner. You are going to be in for a treat today. Now, obviously, inevitably, there's a bit of disappointment that neither of the former champs who came into the penultimate day made it to the end. There's a bit of disappointment that Tern Mulder went out in 7th last night, but there's still some great stories to follow today.
Absolutely.
And of course, we look forward to hearing from you over the course of the day. Hashtag PokerStars TV on Twitter. Use the live chat on Twitch and YouTube. We're here for you. So they finished last night with roughly 30 minutes to play on the level. So actually, you're going to get a bumper session once we do get the action started. Over 2 hours of poker before we take a break. And these are the players who've made the final table and their respective stacks. It is Gab Yong Kim, who bubbled the final table of this event the last time it was played, who comes in as chip leader with a 79 big blind stack. 2 Italians at this FT, Andrea Cortellazzi and Demetrio Caminita. The last remaining Stars qualifier is Grzegorz Glowny from Poland. And then we've got Symeon Alexandridis from Greece and Armin Rezaei representing Austria. No short stacks. The shortest stack is 31 bigs, and you can still do a lot of damage, Nick, with 31 big blinds.
Yeah, absolutely. At this stage, every decision is going to be so crucial. We're going to see so many decisions that are going to be guided by that ever-present ICM final table information. And in this scenario, it's only $1 million. There's only $1 million up top, so that ICM pressure is going to be leaning on them even more heavily than ever.
So we will be restarting the action at the 61-20 blind level, and worth recapping what they are playing for. We are into the huge prize money now. We are paying 6-figure scores, at least 6 figures to every player. 181K for whoever goes out next. The usual jumps with every elimination, echoing the ICM sentiment that Nick just mentioned. And of course, we've referenced it a few times, 7 figures up top, more than $1 million, plus that trophy. Another main event champ will be crowned today here in Prague.
This is my least favorite part of the job, giving someone else over $1 million.
Guys, am I correct in saying those trophies are also known as shards?
I think they do have the look of a shard.
Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah.
The EPT Main Event shard. I will allow it, Nicholas.
Wait, are you?
No, I wasn't completely fabricating that.
Sorry.
Sorry, James.
These are the players in seat order, and if you're watching the coverage yesterday, they are in exactly the same positions, minus Mulder, who went out in 7th. No redraw overnight. The last draw was when we got down to 9, and they drew for seats around the unofficial final table. That final table started at 8. They played down to 6 yesterday, and today they will play down to a winner. Final day of our coverage. A lot of people who clearly weren't watching during the late stages of play yesterday, who didn't see Mulder go out. Guys, the fact that he's not at this table, the fact that his name is not on the screen right now answers your question. He is obviously no longer in this MTT.
I'm still not over that, by the way. I haven't recovered. I walked. We walked past each other last night, coming in and out of the building, and we gave each other that look, like the sort of like the yeah, that face. Yeah. I know I'm not describing it well, but you guys know what I'm talking about.
I mean, it is interesting to think that Mulder, with two tables left, actually had more chips than the current chip leader has on this final table. I'm correct in saying that, right, James?
Yeah, at one point Mulder was peaking at around 13.9, just shy of 14 million chips. The chips have been unbagged, so the players can now stack them into towers. And before we get play started, there'll be a short briefing from tournament director Toby Stone, mainly to let them know about how potential deal negotiations work at an EPT final table. It's not beyond the realms of possibility. The players may decide that they want to look at the numbers and maybe distribute the prize pool a little bit more evenly. Unlikely to happen six-handed, but when we're three-handed or heads up, depending on the chip distribution, that could occur.
Yeah, I was just doing some quick maths here behind the scenes. It looks like we're looking at about a 49 big blind average, which means that there's still tons and tons of play, especially given the fact that our levels are so long here at EPT. Nice, long structures. And
you like the size of the levels?
I like the size of the levels, yeah, absolutely. I'm a big fan of that size. And Gab Yong Kim here, Kim, excuse me, as the King of Queens.
Yeah, this guy comes into play as the chip leader, and he is 10th on the South Korean all-time money list, a prolific online player. We heard the voice yesterday of his girlfriend, Vivian Im, who coincidentally is 15th on the South Korean all-time money list.
I mean, you knew she had to be a good player calling for outs like that.
Andrea Cortellazzi from Italy. Deepest run in an EPT before this was in Barcelona 2016. That was the year when we had a huge field and Sebastian Malitz won it. Cortellazzi, 12th place finisher for nearly 82K.
Very impressive yesterday.
Armin Rezaei, who is the younger brother of Daniel Rezaei, has locked up his best ever EPT cash by making it this far.
Very impressive yesterday.
Yeah. Toby explaining how deal negotiations will work if needed.
He's saying, don't bother me unless you're serious.
Symeon Alexandridis is a semi-pro player from Athens in Greece. Enjoys playing mixed games. He is a Greek pie.
Very impressive yesterday.
Greek pie. Loves Omaha. Also enjoys playing video games.
Cool.
Oh, Demetrio's getting out of his seat. We need a translator. A couple of the players at the table don't speak the best English. Demetrio Caminita asking for the rules to be explained in Italian. So instead, let's check on Grzegorz Glowny. We've referenced already that he qualified online, won a seat in a 530 euro satellite. He plays mid to high stakes online. He won a Stadium Series event in the summer of 2020 for 200K. Interestingly, his first ever live cash came earlier this week in the 2K Eureka High Roller.
Very impressive yesterday.
So, Demetrio Caminita back in his seat. A Sicilian player with nearly 100K in live earnings, has been a poker pro since he turned 19.
Very impressive yesterday.
I found him very impressive yesterday, Joe. Yeah.
Well, he cashed 3 events here in Prague this week, including the huge Eureka Main Event.
Now, I'm kind of doing a bit here, but honestly, everyone had a moment yesterday.
Yeah.
Everyone was impressive. It really was something to see.
Yeah, extremely solid poker. Very, very few mistakes while we were following the coverage.
So there's a couple of things that Toby needs to talk to the players about. We now have someone who can translate in Italian for Demetrio's benefit. It's not just about the deal negotiations. The other thing they need to be aware of, and those of you who watched our EPT live streams before the pandemic will know, when we get down to 3 players, the blind levels do reduce from 90 minutes to 45 minutes. The players being made aware of that. Also, if this does go the distance, we will need to insert a dinner break at some point. They need to be aware of that. And yes, if they do want to do a deal, it has to be conducted on the main stage in front of the cameras. Toby will bring the laptop to the main stage, and each player will be allowed 1 friend confidant, backer, who they can have on stage with them to advise on the deal negotiations. They'll be presented the numbers in terms of chip equity and ICM, and then we'll be given a limited time, and I stress that, limited time to negotiate before we're going to start that clock running again.
Yeah, I'm reminded of EPT Monte Carlo, the last time we had that super protracted deal decision that went on for ages. It is cool that we see a time limit here and a little bit more control in that regard.
And of course, 10% of the remaining prize money has to remain in play along with the trophy. This is something that we see online whenever we cover a major tournament on Stars, and it's the same on the EPT as well. It's not a case that things end if they do chop. But we could be dealing with a hypothetical, guys. They might decide to play it out.
Sometimes it's not even a decision to play it out. It just ends.
So here we go. It looks like we are going to get cards in the air finally. Action starting on the 6th and final day of the EPT Prague Main Event. 6 remain. By the end of today, there will be only 1.
If someone plays a flip, maybe he wants to make a deal with the guy who plays with, let's say. But I don't know.
What a beautiful trophy there, James.
You understood what it said?
Blinds are posted, 60,000, 120,000 with a 120k big blind ante. Roughly half an hour left to play on this level, and then we will roll straight in to the next level. Andrea Cortellazzi, king 8 in the cutoff.
He's so happy in his picture. Look at that.
Armin Rezaei with queen 8. Folds the button, so it's blind v blind. Symeon Alexandridis in the small with king 5.
Everyone's card dead.
And he's going to raise small to big. 360,000 total. 9-7 off for Demetrio Caminita in the big blind.
Let's go. Let's see a flop.
Is this a defend, Nick?
If we're facing small blind versus big blind, yeah, I think he could definitely come along here. It could go either way, really. It's kind of right on the cusp there, but as we mentioned already, the ICM pressure here is going to be pretty significant. So keeping an eye on the other stacks and deciding whether or not you want to be coming along with a very marginal hand there is definitely going to be key to making better decisions and awarding yourself more money as we ladder through this final table.
I guess the two questions that were dominating the conversation yesterday: are we going to see a 2-time winner here in Prague? Answer no. Are we going to see Tern Mulder win an EPT after crushing high stakes online for the last few years? Answer no. The question, I guess, today really revolves around Gab Yong Kim, a player who was on this stage in December 2019, finished 9th in that event, and now has already gone 3 spots better, could go all the way, and we already have Italian EPT champions. We've seen Austrians win EPTs. We've had a Greek champion. We've had a Polish champion. Are we going to have our first ever South Korean EPT winner?
That would be really exciting. I mean, you love to see all of the nationalities represented here, and it's fantastic to see Kim going from first to last. You know, quite the rally yesterday to put himself in pole position today.
If Kim wins today, I think gambling might catch on in Asia.
So Kim has opened under the gun with 9-6 of diamonds. Alexandridis is going to call in position with ace-9 of hearts. Caminita, queen 4 off in the small blind.
Yeah.
Folds.
Probably not.
And now we have Glowny in the big blind with ace-5. He folds. So heads up to the flop.
So a lot of tiptoeing yesterday, and I imagine we're going to see a little bit more today while everything's so luxurious with the blinds.
No rotation in this domination situation, although 2 diamonds for Kim. So as far as percentages are concerned, he's the statistical favorite. Alexandridis officially has the best hand with ace high, but will fold.
Yeah, I mean, it's worth mentioning here that Kim is opening 9-6 suited there, UTG. Now, don't forget, guys, it is UTG, but we are now 6-handed, so the range will be considerably wider. There's fewer players to get through behind you when you're making that raise. But I think Kim knows that as the chip leader, he can afford to open a slightly wider range from that position, generally speaking. And as a result of the ICM pressure that we were discussing already, a lot of these players are going to be forced to fold significantly stronger hands, right? They're kind of handcuffed, putting them in ICM handcuffs, as we like to say in the industry. And I really hope he keeps up that aggression, because that's exactly how, time and time again, James and Joe, that we have been seeing players just dominating final tables both online and off. All right, very interesting spot here. Ace-4 off certainly could be played as an open, but I think we are going to see him playing slightly on the tighter side here.
Tiptoeing.
Yeah, absolutely. Having an ace in that position, you absolutely could just go ahead and open this pot. But like we've seen already, these guys are playing very, very carefully. Ooh, a little bit of small blind magic here. Glowny with pocket jacks.
How's he going to play it? I think he's just called. Yep, he completes.
Oh, Kim with the absolute garbage in the big blind here. Our 10-3 off really isn't going to do it. And it's kind of working out. We spoke a lot about Kim's timing, right? Over the last couple days, he's made some really interesting plays, and they've kind of, he's, in particular the non-showdown situations, he was putting in some bluffs where, especially when Maria was doing comms with us, we were kind of saying, we're not really sure if this is really a great line here, but his opponents kind of just don't have quite enough to make the call, despite the fact that you can tell that they were really inclined to do so if they had something slightly stronger. And this is kind of the same kind of run good, right? Kim, as the chip leader, facing a limp in the small blind, can be opening, raising, excuse me, over the limp very, very aggressively, but just finds the bottom of his range when he's facing this sort of trapped jacks in the small blind. So saves him a little bit more money here as well.
Yeah, Kim had a pretty good day yesterday, waking up with queens multiple times, every single time getting max value with them.
Yep. And the day before that, we saw plenty of really interesting sort of 3-street bluffs, and his opponents kind of missed massive combo draws and then didn't have the ace high. And you could tell that they really wanted to call the river because the line didn't make sense, but they just didn't have the hand to do it.
This is a pretty fun run out for jacks. If you have any piece of this board, your jacks are done.
Well, I was just thinking, is there any chance that a bet gets paid off now if Kim thinks this is potentially a chop?
Yeah, that is a good point. We do have 9s and 6s with the queen. Generally speaking, though, calling for a chop is a no-no, right? You're free-rolling yourself in these situations, and understanding where you can exploit that is definitely an edge in this game.
Are we going to have to spend all day explaining to people that Tuin Mulder's not in the tournament anymore?
No, here's the thing, guys. If you couldn't be asked to watch the end of the stream, I'm not going to do you the courtesy of telling you what happened. Also, does it really matter what the hand history was?
Yeah, I mean, like I said, people are expecting it was some crazy coolers. I'm like, he lost a bunch of pots. He didn't run great. And someone had to go out in 7th. It ended up being him. Poker's weird.
Okay, UTG again, pocket 6s. This is by no means like an insta play in this scenario, right? Like, again, this ICM pressure is is looming. I think 6 is a little bit too strong to fold, so he gave it some consideration. I think maybe if he had a hand like deuces or trays, it might have just gone in the bin.
Plus, everybody loves 3 6s.
The number of the beast.
Now, William on YouTube asked a much more relevant question. What happened to DeMulder?
Wait.
The DeMulder twins. Remember them?
Christoph and Maddie. Matthias. I think they're on this season's Dutch version of The Masked Singer. Two-headed costume.
Hand 5 of the final table. That's right, Asif. They were good-looking boys. Really nice guys as well. Wish them well.
Caminita's been pretty snug thus far. I'm not sure if he's going to want to include a 7-off in his opening range here, but certainly worth a consideration. It's not out of the question. Yep, that seems about right for his the way he's been playing thus far. Glowny, however, with a hand that's considerably stronger. Well, in fact, it's actually not that much stronger in equity, but much stronger in playability and equity realization. So it's definitely going to be more of a much more frequent open, especially as he's.
How's the equity realization on kings? Strong?
Yeah,
good?
Yeah. It's
up there.
It's definitely top 4.
Top 4.
It's definitely top 4.
Shields up.
So Glowny's raises to 250,000. Cortellazzi counting out a 3-bet from the small blind. Have some of that. Fistful of black. The re-raise is to 930,000.
This is a tough spot, you guys. It's like you really don't want to allow Cortellazzi to exploit you, and we've seen plenty of small blind 3-bet bluffing, you know, from this final table thus far. Cortellazzi has shown that he is absolutely capable of making these kinds of plays with hands far, far weaker than kings. So you don't want to be exploited, but you also don't really want to be playing this big pot from the cutoff here. And I think he's going to get the fold. There it is, absolutely.
I know it's kind of a joke that whenever you kings and ace flops, but we saw that happen a lot the last bunch of days.
Yeah, no, absolutely tons. And yeah, these guys definitely not afraid to mix things up. And as part of that table image, you are going to get a little bit more action, right? Especially if people are spotting the stream for you and they're like, hey, that's this Cortellazzi guy. He was 3-betting you kind of wide from the small blind. That gets into your head, that gets into your psyche, and then you can convince yourself to come along a little bit more often where it might be correct just to get away.
But it was suited.
It was suited.
What does that even mean, suited? Does anyone know?
Well, here's another suited hand.
Oh, it's because they're the same suit.
Exactly.
Okay.
We've got 2 strawberries for Glowny, and I'm guessing he's going to try again. Opens under the gun +1.
Yeah, absolutely. I think this is definitely strong enough. He's gotten it around the button, which means he's going to have position against the 2 players left to act.
Ace-9 folds the small. 6-5 offsuit in the big.
Oh, man, I'm really not sure. It is a very small raise, and you are getting a really good price. There's lots of dead money in the middle there. Plus, you've already put in your big blind ante as well, so that's a little bit of additional, it's a few additional chips to win.
Nick, I know I ask some silly questions sometimes. This one's kind of legit. Don't laugh at me. When it comes to King 6 versus 5-6, does it really matter that you're dominated? Are you really going to be playing for like a top pair of 6s?
I mean, it does matter, but I think you've kind of hit the nail on the head. The situations where you lose the most when you have a hand like 5-6 against King-6 are probably when you make a top pair and you must call, you must continue in those scenarios. But I think I pick up on your point. Like there are a lot of situations where you're not going to get cold decked, right? There's a lot of boards where you're just going to have to give up, and therefore you're not going to run into as many situations where you feel obliged to continue in pots just because you have a high card, for example, or because you've got some kind of weird middle pair.
First time chat alert. Don Fraga says, hi guys, greetings from Norway. Is it possible to get the number of hands played up in the corner of the screen? Just wondering. At the start of every hand, if you look in the top left-hand corner, it'll tell you what hand number it is. So for example, as the cards were dealt, as the graphics came in, it revealed that this is hand 7 of the final table. It's therefore safe to assume that 6 hands have been played up until now.
Don't even need the human calculator for that one.
Yeah, here we go. Another very pretty suited ace. It's gonna be a blind v blind scenario, and as I was saying, you really need to learn how to play these spots well because there's so much potential to potential chips to be won and lost in these scenarios. Can be very easy to misplay hands, and it's basically, aside from the situation where you're playing from the button, it's one of the rare situations where you have absolute position, right? If you're playing from the button, that's always the case, but if it folds around blind v blind, the big blind is the only other position where you know that you're going to have absolute position against the small blind every single time and without any further players to act behind you.
Check, check on the flop. Jack on the turn.
Caminita picks up this flush draw with the Queen of Hearts. And in many cases, the Queen is going to be good for you, the Heart's going to be good for you, so you can actually combine those outs. 9 plus 3. So about 26% equity, something like that. I think it's a little bit more in this scenario because we know what the cards are, but when you're doing your quick maths in your head, you can usually figure it out like that. In this case, the 9 is also good as well, which is why he increases to 31%. But if you guys are playing along at home, don't forget you can use the rule of 2 and 4 to really quickly calculate what you think your equity is, right? If you know you have 9 cards to make the flush, an additional 3 cards to hit the Queen, and you can assume that both of those are going to be good given the play thus far. That's how you can do it.
135,000 the bet from Caminita, and Alexandridis deciding whether to hero here with ace high. And Artyom's, you're confusing left from right. Hand information is on the left of the screen. The information at the top right of the screen is the number of players remaining from the number who started.
1190 is also my top score in Tri-Towers Solitaire.
Time bank card played by Alexandridis. We are using the shot clock throughout the final table. And if the players want more than 30 seconds to make a decision, they are going to have to use those time bank cards, which are worth 30 seconds each.
I don't know. This is kind of weird. I think given the action,
seems like a pretty easy let go to me.
yeah, I just don't know if Caminita, like if Caminita was gonna turn his hand into a bluff, he probably would have done it on flop or turn, right? And it's super weak to check, and then just put in a small bet on the river and just hope your opponent's gonna give up. The fact that your opponent hasn't been aggressive thus far kind of indicates that they have some kind of showdown that they like. Otherwise, they probably would have turned their hand into a bluff on flop or turn. So I think it's unlikely that Caminita is just going to have, like, 6 high here or whatever and try and take it away. I don't remember the exact flop, but you know what I mean. Just some sort of like random garbage hand that hasn't connected. Try and get in a small bet through the river. But yeah, good fold there from ace high. I think a lot of people might convince themselves that it's okay to come along, but I just don't think it makes sense.
So hand 8 of the final table. Kim folding under the gun. Cortellazzi with king 4. Passes. Jack-8 of diamonds for Armin Rezaei.
James, the time banks you get at the beginning of the day, that's it, right?
Obviously, if they still had any left over from yesterday,
Right.
they would carry those over. But yeah, we had a couple of players at least who exhausted their time bank cards yesterday, so they will have got 5 at the start of today. And you're right, that's it. There's no more top-ups. Rezaei opening to 250,000. Round to the blinds. Good question from Doiga. Any non-professional poker players at the table? Symeon Alexandridis describes himself as a semi-pro poker player.
Symeon Pro.
But yeah, the other guys, very much dedicated to the world of poker.
Still a lot of tippy tone, though granted there hasn't been a too decent hand
Yep, absolutely.
dealt out yet.
And no one's really under any extreme pressure when you consider the payouts and the fact that no one wants to take unnecessary risks. And no one needs to take those risks because no one is super short. The blind's still at a level that aren't putting the players under that pressure.
Here's a pretty hand.
Ace 10 of clubs for Rezaei.
It's cool they let him wear his mask around his chin for the photo.
So slightly above the min.
Caminita 9-5, folds the button. Rounds the big blind, Gab Yong Kim. And he's going to defend with ace-3.
Now this is a situation where domination can come into play.
Yeah, as Joe was musing earlier, we had a scenario where King 6 was dominating 5-6, but these are the kinds of domination hands where I think you see the most bloodshed, just because when you do make top pair, for example, ace 6-5, you are compelled to continue much more so than a hand like 6-5 where you're going to get barreled off, or you're just not going to connect in a way, which means you're going to come along that often on the flop at all. And this is a nightmare for Kim, it really is. When you're playing against good players, having top pair is just monstrous. And in a situation where Kim's hand, I don't want to say it's under reps, but you know, his opponent's going to have more ace X that they can rep. His opponents are going to rep the ace very aggressively, and he needs to be sticky. Otherwise, he's going to be exploited by players that can recognize they can get some 6s to fold, some 5s to fold, some straight draws to fold. So his opponent is going to barrel here, especially on the queen turn. The queen of hearts is a very, very good candidate to continue barreling. It represents another overcard to the 6 or the 5, and it's just a really, really good card for them to want to put in some more chips to try and get folds from those hands we just described. And it's Kim's job to continue here pretty much every single time. If you're folding this turn, you're just going to get run over by good players way too often who are just going to have all kinds of stuff, especially when you consider hands like Jack 10 might be in there, especially a hand like Jack 10 of hearts, for example. That's going to want to barrel here a lot. They can represent the ace. They can represent the queen. And, of course, it gives them some additional equity as well. And when we improve our equity, we can semi-bluff much more effectively.
700,000, the second barrel from Rezaei. Kim still with top pair. Kicker problems, but he don't know it.
Yeah, he's gonna.
He has a suspicion, though.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I think Kim's good enough to recognize that, especially given the early-ish raise here, right? It's from a relatively early position here that he should have a little bit more ace-X. If this was a raise from the cutoff of the button right now, it's basically absurd for him to ever consider getting away. But with this particular dynamic, I think it's okay for him to consider that he might be outkicked.
If I was playing on a live stream and somebody raised, now granted, we're shorthanded, but if somebody raised from early position, even shorthanded, and I folded ace-3, would everyone laugh at me? Yeah, it's okay. You can say yeah.
I actually don't know, honestly. 2 checks.
A little cry of pain from Gab Yong Kim as he loses more than $1 million from his stack. And Armin Rezaei breaks in that pot.
Yeah, I mean, I think with that particular run out, it is a little bit scary to put in the third barrel, and you definitely don't, you've already built up a pretty good pot. You've already got a nice amount of value. I don't know if you want to get check raised on that river, so I can understand why he wants to slow down. Don't forget, guys, bottom left now, Prague Main Event chip count. Kim is still our chip leader despite losing that pot, 8.52 million.
And 10. We're into double digits at the final table. Oh, Thigor, I've got bad news for you. Not only are we not going to pause the stream to allow you to go to the bathroom, but also we're playing a level and a bit. So this first session is going to be more than 2 hours. No break imminent as we see Glowny raise the button with artisanal sourdough, ace-5 suited.
Num num.
Gab Yong Kim has Kojak, King-Jack offsuit in the small blind.
Now, he's going to be playing King-Jack.
Chip leader,
He's
out of
the-
position
yeah.
against the button raise.
Yeah.
Where are you going with this, Nick?
I think he might lean more towards a 3-bet here, Joe.
A third bet, you say?
A third bet. Yeah. Yeah.
Nailed it.
Nailed it. Yeah, 3-bet pot, Cortellazzi, Jack 10 off. Probably just going to get out of the way. Now, we did see Glowny open a suited ace and fold earlier. I think it was the cutoff versus small blind situation, but here I think he will probably come along quite often simply because he does have absolute position. He knows this is going to be a heads-up pot, and he's got a real pretty hand. Kim can be 3-betting all kinds of stuff here. It's just whether or not he wants to play an inflated pot against the chip leader when there's so much money to be won in laddering. It's definitely not easy here, and I'm not sure which way he's going to go, but I think he might fold it. Yep, and that is the power of the ICM. That's the power of the Kim. Kim Possible strikes again.
Get him. The gift of Gab Yong Kim.
Get some chips back after that last hand against Rezaei.
Kim of Queens.
Action forwarded to the button. Gab Yong Kim back up over 9 million, 6-5 offsuits. And raises to 250,000.
Fairly standard open size here at this stage in the tournament. Rezaei has a hand here that absolutely can defend, but if there's one thing we've seen a lot of thus far, James, just everyone playing real snug.
Yeah.
And you can understand why these ladders are ginormous at this stage of EPT Prague.
Yeah, and just a reminder of the difference in prize money between the next player out and laddering up to 5th place. 181,800 for 6th place. 245,870 for 5th place. I mean, it's nearly 60K more just by outlasting one player.
Yeah, it's really incredible, and you know, I see him exist in really any tournament where we have multiple payouts at the top, but you really feel the jumps here. You really do feel them.
Caminita opening under the gun with ace-5.
Yeah, thus far he's been a little bit hesitant to get involved with some of these weaker ace-x combos, but as the initial raiser, he seems okay with it, especially given the fact that we're shorter-handed today.
Ace-7 suited, folded. Queen, Jack offsuit in the cutoff for Kim.
Yep, Kim slightly more stacked. I think he might lean towards a 3-bet in these scenarios just because he can put so much pressure on the initial opener here, and it's almost impossible for Caminita to want to continue in this scenario, especially with the offsuit ace as opposed to its suited counterpart. And Kim he's just gonna do this all day long, and why not? Except Alexandridis in the big blind wakes up with ace-king suited, not what you want when you're in Kim's position.
Yeah, as far as Gab Yong Kim is concerned, this was not part of the plan.
Not at all. It is worth noting, though, that apart from literally waking up with, the absolute top peak ace-suited ace, Alexandridis is going to fold much stronger hands than queen-jack off as well. So kind of unlucky here because the 3-bet is not only effective in getting the folds from the initial opener, but also is going to force a lot of players behind to fold better hands too. But the absolute top of his range here for Alexandridis.
2.12 million. Folded pretty quickly by the original raiser. But Kim, considering this? Has position, but nah, lets it go.
Yeah, I think, because it is such a small 4-bet, I mean, it's terrifying no matter what, regardless of the size. If Kim might have had a hand like queen-jack suited, that flops so much better than queen-jack off, right? You get so many more opportunities to go with your hand in scenarios where you have the suited hand to begin with. He might be tempted to come along simply because the 4-bet was so small, but in this case, no good.
Maybe 2 cards.
Paka-paka? Paka-paka?
As. Of course.
Nice to see these guys relaxing a little bit, and it's obviously hard to have a fun time at the table when you're playing for this much money.
Yeah, I have no doubt that everyone's having a really good time internally at this final table, James, but absolutely got to keep it cool. You got to be a cool customer. There's still a long way to go. Keep that composure, but despite the stoic facades that we see around the table right now, there is still a friendly camaraderie in the intervals.
Cortellazzi is open from the cutoff with ace-9. Rezaei folding ace-3 on the button. Alexandridis in the small blind. Not sure what he's tanking with there. Well, whatever it was. Oh, ace-jack. Had a better ace. Decided not to play it, and with Caminita folding the big blind, raise and take it for Cortellazzi, who's playing 8 million, and Elise has just come to the table to inform the players that we have reached the end of that level, and the blinds are now going up.
Nobody would believe it.
Probably not.
Yeah.
So blinds are now 80,000, 160,000 with a 160k big blind ante. It's close at the top. Gab Yong Kim with only a small advantage now over Andrea Cortellazzi. And obviously a couple of players now with sub 30 big blind stacks. Alexandridis on the button with ace deuce. Raises to 325,000. Caminita folds 10-3. And Jack 7 suited for Glowny. And we've got a couple of strawberries on the flop. The flush draw for Glowny. Alexandridis still ahead right now with ace high.
Yep, huge flop here for Glowny. Oh, and it gets better.
Pele, the big blind ante that this event plays with means only the player in the big blind posts the ante. Just speeds things up rather than getting every single player to post.
Yeah, this is an absolutely massive turn for Glowny, excuse me.
I mean, if we were asking every single player to post 160K every single hand, we'd be out of here by lunchtime.
That would be GG this. That would, yeah. What a great structure, James.
How long is this stream live? For as long as it takes to play down to a winner. And that is very difficult to estimate.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I don't think Glowny was that bothered. I mean, by the time you have 2 overcards to second pair, and you have a flush draw, and you have an up and down straight draw, you're not really fussed about a call,
yeah.
James. You know, you're feeling pretty good about that situation. So, although it was a quote-unquote semi-bluff, it is also a scenario where I think he knows he's going to win an absolute ton. There you go, guys. Another chip count for you. Kim up top, 1.56 million. Caminita coming in at the bottom with 3.91 million, but still plenty of big blinds. Still lots of play here left in our final 6.
Going into any final table, you can obviously work out, I guess, the maximum runtime. You can look at the average stack and what it will be in, say, 6 or 7 levels time and work out approximately what the... There comes a point where no one has any chips, right? And it has to push it to its conclusion. But, of course, that's only a kind of like worst-case scenario situation, if you like. It could be over so much quicker than that, especially when you take chip distribution into account. Average stack tells part of the story, but if one player has 60% of the chips in play and everyone else is short, it could be over very, very quickly.
Yeah, and I think there's an indication of that so far in Kim's play, right? He's been a lot more willing to 3-bet some of his sort of medium strength, you know, Broadway kind of hands. We saw King Jack already, we've seen Queen Jack off. He was unlucky to run into Ace King suited there in the big blind against Alexandridis just now, but if he keeps up that kind of aggression and that kind of pressure, and these guys continue to play snug, which is appropriate given the pay jumps on this final table, I think we could see him run away with it. And as you say, that chip distribution means that he can really start to lean on opponents, and people will bleed out much faster if they just can't play as many hands effectively.
Pocket jacks again with the slow play. Jack 10 suited for Kim.
This is, I want to say, almost identical to the previous situation we saw, except this time Kim actually has a very pretty hand that he's going to want to play aggressively versus that limp. We were saying just a moment ago, I think it was Jacks versus 10-3 off, if I remember correctly. It was the exact same scenario. Glowny versus Kim, blind v blind, and Glowny made the limp here with the Jacks. 10-3 off, not a hand that he's going to want to raise. Jack 10 suited, a hand that he can play very aggressively. Does Glowny want to limp and then raise, though? Does he want to protect his hand now? With ICM being a thing here, we do tend to see players playing these hands a little bit more quickly. They tend to play them a little bit more aggressively. They don't want to allow their opponents to realize the equity of their hands. There you go, as expected. Good guess. He is going to play this hyper aggressively. No messing around, no trappy trap. Just, I have jacks. I know that you have a wide range. I want those chips. Put it in my stack now, and he's gonna take this one down. So this time around gets the action he was looking for from Kim. Welcome back, Fake Ben CB. How you doing?
Hand 16. Rezaei with King Deuce under the gun.
Yeah, we've discussed this already a little bit so far, but yep. So it was not that dissimilar, James, when we were discussing pocket sixes from early position. And I was talking about how I think that might just be around the cutoff that these guys are going to want to get involved from some of these earlier spots, just because the ICM pressure dictates that they're very difficult to play well. Talking about hands that flop well, pocket pairs don't really flop particularly well, right? I mean, apart from literally when you're going to hit a set, that's only going to happen about 14% of the time. Not only that, you have to actually get to the flop in the first place. And if we see people like Kim being so aggressive with their 3-bets pre, we're going to end up entering pots with these pairs that we can't really afford to call 3-bets with because we just don't have enough effective behind. And I think avoiding those spots, especially given the ICM pressure, is so crucial. It's so crucial if you want to close tournaments and you want to maximize your earnings when you get to a final table like this. So sixes we saw opening from a similar position from one of these early ones. Pocket fives in this case actually becoming a fold, and I don't mind seeing that. I think that probably is just about where you want to be.
So Caminita's opened with ace-6 of hearts, 320k. Cortellazzi shoves on him with ace-10.
No messing around. Caminita takes some of that. No thanks, he says.
Cortellazzi up over 8.5 million now.
How much are you playing? Roughly 5 million?
5 million.
53 big blind stack. One of the two Italians at the six-handed final table.
5 million.
How much? 5.
And he also 5, and you 5.6.
5.5. 5.6. 5.6.
Yeah.
5.7.
And hand 17 of the final table is underway. Action is starting with Symeon Alexandridis.
Yeah, I have no doubt that that man with ace-10 has done some work in the ICM lab. I mean, think about that spot. Oh, sorry, excuse me, guys. Let's jump into this one.
So it is Grzegorz Glowny with ace-king of diamonds. And he is raising from the cutoff. 325,000. Gab Yong Kim has ace-jack and flats. Cortellazzi folds 8-5 suited in the small. Round 2, Armin Rezaei in the big, who's got ace-queen.
Oh, dear.
Oh, wow.
Oh, wow.
The ultimate squeeze from Rezaei, moving all in for just shy of 5 million. And what a decision for Glowny to call off most of his stack with ace-king, knowing that there's still a player to act behind.
Yeah, absolutely, James. I mean, what is Rezaei supposed to do in this scenario? The fact that Kim played his hand passively pre means that he's just going to win this an insane amount of the time as a pre-flop shove. I don't think there's any chance that Glowny can get away from his hand, but you know, as you say, it's still so many chips and it's so meaningful at this stage in the tournament. 60K pay jump next.
I mean, we know that should Glowny call here, Kim will snap fold, and it'll be a domination situation in Glowny's favor.
Yep, absolutely.
Well, he has called. Kim's folded on their backs, and Rezaei is at risk and way behind. And look at the pot total. This is the biggest pot of the tournament so far. 10.5 million.
Good luck, both.
And 66% of the time it'll be going to this guy, and he'll be on new chip leader. And we will lose Armin Rezaei in 6th place.
Yeah, I think especially given the fact that it was a squeezed pot, James, I just don't see how Ace King could ever get away from here, away from this.
The flop. Is coming. 4-4 deuce, no hearts. Of course, with a paired board, opportunities emerge.
They are, they absolutely do. Wow, can you imagine what's going through their minds right now, James? Oh.
4 on the turn. 11% chance of a chop, but still an 81% chance that we will lose Armin Rezaei in 6th place. The river is a 10, and he is the first player out from the final table. Armin Rezaei cashing for just shy of 182,000 euros. And as we go 5-handed, there is a new chip leader. It is the last remaining qualifier. Grzegorz Glowny from Poland is now playing more than 11 million.
Wow, what a moment. Glowny has been playing such excellent poker. You know, there are definitely situations on final tables where it's not completely out of the question to fold ace, king suited and the like. But I don't think that was one of them. Given the fact that it was a squeezed pot, I mean, your opponent can just have such a wider range.
I really don't know why not hit.
So we lose a player after 17 hands. And confirmation, Glowny now has 11.1 million. Cortellazzi now second in chips. And Gab Yong Kim, the start of day chip leader, down to 3rd place.
Horatio is asking if he was playing some sacred poker. Definitely not sacred. All in poker.
No money in the pot, huh?
You win.
No money in the pot, right?
Wow. Win the big pot.
It's very sick, Colin.
Yeah, because I call you want to play.
Very sick.
Symeon describing that hand as a very sick all-in. I concur.
Absolutely.
I think
Wait,
raise
what?
you more better. Raise you more better, right?
Or call even call.
Yeah.
Or even call.
So hand at 19. And our new chip leader is first to act. 10-3 under the gun. Passes.
Could do it.
You need to have a heart here.
And you had a card, of course. But he's never
Yesterday,
super strong,
there was the running joke
super
about the
strong
number of
player.
times that Gab
Right.
Yong Kim was dealt pocket queens.
Yeah.
Kim of Queens was the nickname that Griffin afforded him.
No.
King Jack
Cannot
seems to be the
foul.
hand he's been dealt
Let's see.
many times today.
Or aces.
Not quite the excitement that you see
Good call.
when you see King Jack is when you looked at a
No,
pocket queens.
I would agree.
Yeah, not quite. But a little bit more excited about King Jack off when you are the chip leader.
Yeah, but yeah.
Much is?
325.
So Kim raised 325,000. Caminita has defended with a worse king, King 9, and the flop is Jack 5-5 to all Kim.
Check.
Okay, check. Keep one check.
Ooh.
Okay, check.
Huh.
Wow.
Oh my goodness.
Oh wow, this is really, really not nice.
This is one of those situations where you check the flop, the king peels off in the turn, you're like, I'm the greatest poker player in the entire world.
Action going pretty quick here. The pot's already up to 1.2 million. Caminita's got to feel like he's got a value bet in this scenario. What does want to slow down though? I take it back. Kim like, okay, I guess I'm getting called by a king here, so I should probably go huge. I love this size, guys. I really do. I mean, if you're going to get paid, you're getting paid, right? So you might as well go big. If Caminita's folding a king here, it's just going to be such a sensational fold.
You don't think there's any shot that in the big blind your opponent is slow playing a 5?
That is definitely a possibility, absolutely. And the big blind is one of the positions where that is likely to be a thing, but he does make the call.
And that means we are now going to have a short stack
Dirty.
at this 5-handed final table. Caminita dropping below the 20 big blind mark.
Dirty guy.
Did he say dirty guy?
I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt that he said dirty guy.
Yeah, that is a very, very favorable run out for Kim here, especially given the fact he slowed down flop. And yeah, very nice. Good bet size in there on the river.
Caminita actually playing fewer than 15 big blinds, 13 to be precise. Of course, we've gone up to 81.60. I think we can legitimately say that Demetrio Caminita is in the danger zone.
Danger zone!
Cortellazzi with Queen Jack in the cutoff.
I was out getting a venti Cortellazzi when I missed that bust out.
Folded to the blinds. Caminita has Spraggy's hand, ace-7 offsuit.
It's got to be a push, right? He's the shortest person at the table. It's a little bit of blind v blind.
After that incident online, I believe Joe has it on his post-it note, never go all in with ace-7. Caminita clearly didn't get the memo.
Good boy. The good news is just one player to get through.
Yeah, just to make sure.
Yeah. I can look it up in a sec, guys. King 8's actually pretty close. But I think probably just on the side of a fold. That blind v blind shove can be extremely wide, especially when you consider that he is the shortest stack at the table. He needs to start chipping up. He's not going to make as many adjustments for ICM because he's aware that he is the one at risk.
So when Nick says he's going to look it up, Joe has a notebook. And Nick is now searching for the page where Joe discusses all the permutations of King 8.
All right, with the 10% ante, if we're playing purely for Chippy V, King 8 is actually a call. That's right. It was the cutoff, though. King 7 probably falling into more of a fold here. But
wow,
again, that's assuming your opponent is playing pure push fold, perfect equilibrium strategy. And I think on this final table, it's okay to err on the side of caution. But that blind v blind spot is definitely one that these guys are going to know extremely well.
Err on the side of caution, and also if a hand's on the line, if it's just in the call range, and you happen to fold that one, it's not a huge error.
No,
right?
It's by no means a mistake. And again, it comes down to perception. There are certain players that you play against where it's just completely incorrect to try and follow a game that's already assuming your opponent's doing a lot of stuff that they might not as well.
There's also a problem which you're not taking into account, which is it's all well and good that these charts say, yeah, you should call here, but what ends up happening is you call with the King 8, you lose to A7, and then you have the entire internet that's watching this telling you about the fact you made a donkey call with
Worst
King 8.
call I've ever.
James,
Yeah,
as,
absolutely.
as someone who does not care what the internet thinks, I would always make the correct call.
Oh, hello, clubs. In fact, ladies and gentlemen, we've got a street flash board here because Kim has a straight flush draw.
I mean, we've seen this time and again, how powerful it is even to flop a draw this good. Just to be able to know you have this much equity in the hand, to be able to play it aggressively, to be able to stick around. It's happened multiple times throughout this tournament where I don't think I've seen a person make a flush because they've been able to play their flush draws so aggressively and take down pots without having to see a lot of turns and rivers.
All right.
He called it. Oh, Caminita.
All right, guys, I'm out. It's not going to get any better than that for me today.
So Kim chipping up to nearly 10 million. And Caminita gets even shorter. Nearly 60 bigs for the South Korean pro.
Don't you love when it's easy like that? You're like, okay, big, huge combo draw. I'm all in. Let's go. Easy game. Caminita is going to be dwindling now, guys. We're probably going to see a lot more of that aggressive pre-flop shoving from him now. Still has to pick his moments because a wise man once said,
all it takes.
all it takes.
Is a chip and a chair.
Absolutely.
Just resetting. We had a little bit of a misdeal there.
Trademark Joe Stapleton, 2014.
Caminita, 2 million in chips, ace-4 off. He's not slowing down.
That was like a half a stack.
320k. Got a fold from deuces. Kim with 10 deuce. And now Andrea Cortellazzi with 9-7 of diamonds.
I mean, you see here.
Caminita hovering around the 15 big blind mark.
Lamp Pograss, how is 9-7 suited to fold there? You just push it forward. Some people will throw them in. Other people just will declare fold. The dealer can grab them. I mean, there's all kinds of ways to fold.
Glowny holding on to that chip lead, still playing a stack of more than 11 million.
Glowny and Kim so far, huh?
Cortellazzi still in the mix as well. And Alexandridis comfortably stacked, relatively comfortably stacked. Only one player who's feeling the pressure right now, that player being Demetrio Caminita, the 27-year-old from Sicily. As we start hand 24 of the final table. Queen 10 here. Ace 5 for Kim.
Yes, Big Beans and Bread Poker is like a battle royale. The last one left wins.
The difference is it isn't winner takes all. There are payouts now for every single player eliminated. They will all get a slice of the prize pool, but the difference is not insignificant. Next player out, close to €250,000, but the winner's going to get more than $1 million.
Put 60.
Caminita, 7-4 of clubs in the big blind. Gonna see a flop. How often is this gonna go check, bet, fold? 9-8 deuce.
I think quite often here.
So frustrating because Caminita flops a couple of backdoors, but can't really make too many speculative calls with that stack.
Yeah.
Oh, gets a free card.
Could turn a bunch of equity here, but does not.
Okay, so Glowny with Queen High has 84% equity.
I actually totally understand why Glowny gives the free card there. I think that, you know, this board is going to connect with the big blind range pretty well. You could get shoved on when you continue with Queen High.
Yeah, and I think when your head's up and the ranges are the way they are based on these positions, you know, Queen High is very, very different from having 10 High here, for example, right? Because Queen High gets to shut down, it is the best hand quite frequently. When the ace peels, if Caminita decides to speed up, he might get this through, but I don't think he's really repping that many ace-x combos, so I just don't think it's worth him putting in any more chips. Glowny doesn't have to bluff here. He simply does not have to. Like he might decide that he's going to try and rep the ace to try and get some weaker pairs to fold, but I don't think he's going to get many of those to fold either. Sure enough, Queen High just gets to showdown, and I think that's definitely a consideration on the flop why he doesn't want to bet, because he knows at showdown that he can still have the best hand so often. Yeah.
And obviously the ace on the river had no real bearing on the hand, but still nice to see John Delano get those flaming Barrys out.
He doesn't miss much, does he?
Shoot for meat. Shoot for meat. Meat.
So producer Paul gave us a pretty good lookalike with Grzegorz here, Taron Egerton, and I was expecting when I saw him without a mask to look less like Taron Egerton. He looks even more like Taron Egerton when you can see the bottom half of his face.
That's amazing.
Well, action's going to start with Gab Yong Kim. Start of day chip leader. Now, I believe second in the rankings. Has Queen Deuce under the gun. Folds. Andrea Cortellazzi, third in chips with 8.1 million. Folds the 8-7.
Hasn't it been nice doing a whole week of poker commentary with no disconnects?
8-6 of diamonds for the short stack. Demetrio Caminita in the small blind.
Now, you remember I was saying about those push-fold charts. This could be a shove. 8-6 suited is one of the hands that, surprisingly...
Yeah.
Yep, I called it.
He announces all in. He's presented with the triangle. Snap called by Glowny, who's got pocket fives. And this is not a classic race, but it is nonetheless a race.
A race. Nick called it, and so did Glowny.
Ze small blinda wsunął short stack. On ma 8-6 suited, ja piątki. Fake flip, let's go. 5 of clubs.
Did he say fake flip? Let's go.
Yeah, I think at these effective stack depth, 8-6 suited really is a fist pump shove. Even if you're going to make some adjustments and be a little bit tighter, blind v blind, you're just going to win so often here. Hands like 8-6 suited perform so well against some of the big hands that actually do like calling in these scenarios. You're going to have tons of equity against ace-king. You're going to crack aces quite often.
Caminita at risk and does not connect with the flop in any meaningful way, just a single diamond. 71% chance we lose Caminita in 5th place. No diamond draw, needs an 8 or a 6 on the river, just 5 outs remaining. And 5s hold, and we lose another player. Another player eliminated by chip leader Grzegorz Glowny, and it is Demetrio Caminita from Sicily who cashes out for 245,870 euros, leaving us with the final 4.
Wow. We're really getting at it now.
Thank you.
Everybody guaranteed 320K now?
Okay. You want? You want?
Nearly
numbers,
14 million chips
yeah,
for
for
Glowny.
sure.
Oh, hold on a
Just
sec.
for fun.
Okay. Right.
Sorry, numbers. I thought you meant chip count. No.
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 You don't. Okay.
Yeah, with respect, I misunderstand.
Okay.
You don't want?
You don't want.
It's okay.
Yeah.
I thought he meant chip counts, you know?
Yeah.
I was just still like, you know,
No problem. No problem. It's okay.
yeah, thinking about last hand.
Yeah.
Just
Sorry.
for fun.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Yeah. Let's go playing.
Okay, so it was Symeon who suggested that maybe they look at the numbers, which is a euphemism for
Huh?
deal negotiations.
10.
And Glowny has clearly said
would
no,
be
don't
big
think
on
Kim was that keen either.
No, you'll be playing.
You mean the chip leader who's
Yeah, he's
knocking
the
everyone out
guy.
doesn't want to talk about a deal right now?
I know, it's shocking, right?
Super weird.
Yeah, hey, congrats on winning that big pot just now. Anyway, do you want to look at some numbers?
Alexandridis feeling real smug right now about the deal being shot down. He's like, all right, cool, let's play. Ace, queen, raise.
Yeah.
25, right?
If anybody's going to be defending their big blind, it's going to be one of the biggest stacks to Taylor here. Kim does come along with 8-6, and look at this flop with the 6 of clubs blocker in his hand as well.
Again, not that dissimilar from flopping the flush draw before.
Oh, I really like if Kim leads this turn. He decides to check instead, though. That king, obviously, a little bit of a scare card.
Yeah.
You know, your opponents are going to check black back. Plenty of king X on this flop. Ooh, it's small, though. He went really small with the bet on this turn.
275.
Just a little bit over a quarter pot sizing. I don't think there's really any way for Kim to get away. I don't think it would be unreasonable for him to call here and then rep the clubs on the river.
Any chance that, I know you said you would have liked to lead on the turn, Nick. Any chance he was setting up a check raise?
Potentially.
Yeah, I think maybe.
Potentially.
No, just a call.
He's got I think he's got too much of a good price here to try and check raise.
Right.
And that is just about as good as it gets right there.
Hits the straight on the river.
Sleazy game.
Leads for 500.
Yep.
Quick lead as well.
Alexandridis does have the opportunity to turn his hand into bluff, though. He's blocking the queen 10. He's blocking the hearts.
Yeah, and if you're like a live reads player, I kind of feel like that snap bet there does not look super strong.
I would love if he raised here. That would be so cool.
Why do you hate Alexandridis?
Oh, man, he just raised it up to 1.5 million. And now I guess Kim's got to be a little bit worried about the hearts.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the way the hand is played, I think the backdoor flush makes a lot of sense. Absolutely, or indeed queen 10.
I mean, look, this is a shrug call. Let's go. You're not happy about it. You can't fold it straight.
I do like the play, though. I really do, and I think think it will work a lot of the time. I think when your opponent's rivered the straight, it's a lot tougher.
By the way, I'm being flippant. I don't have any issue whatsoever with Kim taking a minute here.
And hey, when you're playing some of the best in the world, you definitely are a little bit more confident to call with a hand like 8-6 here, right? Most players just won't even have a move here.
Yeah, you're 7 p.m. nightly. You can maybe be like, okay, they're only going to have flushes here.
Yeah.
Or queen 10.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely.
Which I guess is another hand to consider, right?
Yeah, I guess what I'm saying is, yeah, like Joe said, we can obviously see the cards, but I just really appreciate the heart of this play.
Nice pun. The fake heart.
He's played 2 time bank cards, makes a call, and wins a huge pot from Symeon Alexandridis, who now becomes the short stack at this 4-handed table.
I mean, Alexandridis with the Queen of Hearts, right? Just
apologize, man.
so many reasons to make that bluff.
Clubs on the river for me in this all-in. I was still thinking.
What?
Yeah, I misunderstood it because I was still intensely thinking about the last hand.
What last hand? Your last hand?
Yeah. Oh. I was still there. Yeah, that's why I said yes, because I was like, you know.
Yeah, no problem.
Yeah, okay.
14 bigs for Alexandridis, and I think Gab Yong Kim is almost tied for the chip lead now. I'm guessing that Glowny probably still has the slight advantage, especially after he knocked out Caminita. Oh yeah, he's got 13.6. He's still in the catbird seat.
Every time.
Kim second in chips and facing a raise in the small blind. Glowny's made it 325k from the button with 8-7 off. Kim with 9-6. Tell you what, I'm absolutely shocked and stunned that more of our viewers aren't making EPT final tables. Judging by their confidence in how quickly they would have made that call on that last hand.
I would have made the call quickly, but because I'm terrible. And I wouldn't even for a second consider folding a straight.
Andrea Cortellazzi, big blind, has ace-king, facing the raise from the button, the cheeky 3-bet from the small blind, and I'm guessing this is where this hand ends.
I am pretty surprised to see Kim 3-betting this hand, especially against one of the other chip leaders.
Positive tilt, positive tilt. I am invincible!
One. Yeah, kappa. Right?
Yeah, there's a lot of strong opinions today.
Kappa kappa.
I love that.
Yeah, bad timing.
Bad timing indeed, yeah.
Bad timing trying to win every single hand.
Yeah, you know where I went wrong? I think it was trying to win every single hand.
Right.
Bad timing. Yeah, I mean, in fact, that's not the first time we've seen a little bit of bad timing there for Kim. That's the second time he's run into ace king, having 3-bet the pot. And you know, when it happens that way, it's, you know, okay, it doesn't work out. But that's not to say I don't think Kim's doing the right thing in these situations. I think we've seen just from the cards up action thus far that the moments he picked would have been sensational had he not run into the top of someone else's range behind him. Hey, John Party, how's it going, buddy?
2.5.
Party on, John.
Party on.
1-5.
No,
I think it's more.
this is 1. 2 point.
It's possible 20.
2 million. 2 million.
It's a load-bearing
this-
stack. You're going to want to
Yeah, this is 1
take
million.
from a different one.
2 million.
Yeah, 2 million something.
Cortellazzi was saying, is it possible to ask him to put his chips in stacks of 20? To which Symeon responded, they're in stacks of 20. They're clearly not.
Nice bluff, buddy. Nice bluff.
Well, to be fair to him, he doesn't have enough to make many stacks of 20.
Yeah, confidence on a final table is everything, Joe.
This is the Mulder flop.
Yeah, there's only one way for him to do this, though, I think. If you're going to win this pot, you're going to do it right here.
So, I'm trying to get Tuin Mulder for the podcast.
Yeah.
So I reached out to Sam Grafton. Sam's always talking about Tuin. You know, I figure they're friends. He goes, let me see what I can do. I get a message back from Sam, from whoever he contacted, and he said, I've messaged Tuin, but don't expect an answer right away. He doesn't have a phone.
Love it.
What an absolute boss. Can you imagine the freedom that you must experience in your life if you just go around not having a phone?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What a life. I mean,
He-
we'll have to send him one to do the podcast. I mean, if he doesn't have a phone, he doesn't have a computer. Wait, he must have a computer.
He has a computer.
He probably has a computer.
Probably.
Pretty certain he has a computer.
Probably has a computer. Okay, you know, I should have thought that through.
I mean, he might grind by proxy, you know. He's like, I don't really want to interact with computers either. If somebody could handle
he's
the
got an
clicking.
Amazon Kindle that's been jailbroken. Only runs PokerStars and books.
It only runs on his home Wi-Fi and nowhere else. Wow. I mean, that's one way to get good at poker. Hey, what are you going to do today? Well, I literally can't do anything else apart from play poker, so I think that's what I'm going to do.
I did think it was odd. The Dutch guys turned me on to his Instagram page, and he has like 8 photos on it, and I was like, this is strange. And now the story checks out.
Absolutely.
Instagram should have a service for people like him where you can take a picture, have it developed, mail it to them, and they post it for you. You're literally posting the photos.
Yeah, I think Instagram's missing out on a trick there.
As you said, Joe, I'm jealous of the freedom, the liberty.
Doesn't that sound great even for a week to not have a phone?
It really does.
Pocket sevens for Gab Yong Kim in the big blind. And after Glowny just completed with Jack 6, Kim will raise to 560,000. Kim still playing more than 10 million, second on the leaderboard. Andrea Cortellazzi also deep stacked. The same cannot be said for Symeon Alexandridis, who is the shorty with 4 players remaining as we kick off hand 31.
Yeah, it's always really sad when the guy that asked for a deal ends up just getting worked.
Excuse me.
Bless you.
Seems like a 100% open kind of scenario.
Are you sure? Because Libby says Kim is the only one playing the game versus 3 nits.
Wow.
There's some real good opinions on Twitch today. Big hand for Cortellazzi.
Define good.
Ironic? An ironic good?
Okay.
There's some good opinions.
Ah, yeah, but good with air quotes.
Okay, Google, define nits.
Right?
Now let's have a guess, guys. How many actual Google devices did I just trigger with that statement? Worldwide.
994 on the flop. Ace high still ahead. Glowny with the advantage of position.
Public says, my Google said, I'm sorry, I don't understand. Looks like I got a few of them. Nice work.
200K into a pot of over 800,000.
Mine's set up to say thank you for your question.
Amazing. I mean, come on. You're not folding ace jack, my man. Come on. We're playing poker. I think on this kind of a texture, it's basically a 0% chance fold. So he's definitely going to come along for at least one street. Turn is such a nice turn for king queen. It's an interesting one too, because Cortellazzi's got to be aware that the king is a good card to continue barreling on if you're in Glowny's position. What if he slowed down as a trap, though? That's definitely a consideration.
Ooh.
I mean, there's plenty of... He can have plenty of hands that he bets flop with and then slows down on this turn, right? Like, he's going to continue with pretty much all of his range, really, on this flop. So the check...
It's pretty dry, right? So
Yeah. I mean, I think it represents a good card for him to continue barreling on as a bluff as well. So it's a little bit of a tricky one, right? Because he's going to... If he checks, he's saying he has a hand like 8-7 suited or something that he might have bet, and now he's got to give up. But as it continue, he's kind of saying, I can still have bluffs in this situation, so you should continue calling with your pair of fours or maybe some of your ace highs and stuff like that as well. It's quite a big size.
Time bank card being played by Cortellazzi. Gets an additional 30 seconds, courtesy of the ever hard-working Bernie the Lizard.
Drinking water, is that a tell, Joe?
It's a tell that he's thirsty.
I never touch the stuff.
All right, and sure enough.
So we are going to the river, and there's nearly 2.6 million in the pot.
I would be so mad if I got a call there.
The real question is, does Glowny put in a value bet on this river when his opponent certainly could still have some trips in here? Maybe even some boats?
Exactly.
Is Cortellazzi thinking about leading this river?
I would be thinking, all right, well, let's say I lead this river. What am I going to get to fold? I don't know, maybe tens?
Well, no, I think Cortellazzi just knows. Well, okay, if he's calling the flop in the turn, I think he thinks that ace-jack is still the best hand. I don't think he needs to turn his hand into a bluff, but if anything, using some time here might convince a hand like king-queen to slow down, right?
Just check back?
Yeah, I mean, he's just trying to get to showdown. He called two streets thinking that ace-jack was the best of it because he's kind of under-repped his hand pre. Now, Glowny has this kind of weird spot where he's like, would he really not, bet the 9 on the river? Is he really going to give me the opportunity to slow down on the river?
Yeah.
So that probably leads him to believe that king-queen still is the best hand, so I think value is what he's going to try and go for here.
He's verbally announced 1.6 million. He pushes the chips across the line. Now, Cortellazzi is thinking whether ace high is ahead.
Yeah, I mean, he convinced himself flop and turn.
Are you saying that tanking there is to like just get a check back is something even the pros do?
I don't know if that was what
You're
he...
not saying, but you're saying it could have been.
Yeah, absolutely.
Cool.
It's such a level game, though, isn't it? Right? You know, there's so many levels to that kind of thought process, right? Because then players that play at a good level will go.
Well, I assume that's a level 1 thought process,
yeah,
because I've
yeah.
had it.
No, exactly. But then he's going, would he really tank here if that was the makes the fold? Good fold, buddy. Good fold.
But crucially, another pot for the chip leader. More chips for Grzegorz Glowny, who's now playing close to 15 million.
He's whopping. His friend is happy.
Like Glowny.
Like Glowny.
Thank you.
It's a hard line to say and not totally cringe without putting the knee on the end.
Next bet.
Once a knee.
Hello.
Total cringeville. By the way, saying something is cringe is the new cringe.
I cringed a little bit when you said that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Kappa kappa.
Yeah, at a table where many of these individuals don't speak the best English, the ongoing inside joke is kappa kappa, asa asa.
Bring on the kappas. Let's go. Gray face, no space. Kappa me, baby. Glowny, king deuce. Under the gun, which four-handed is also the button. No, just kidding. Toil's the great, thank you. Thank you for that hashtag fun fact and exactly what we're saying.
Yeah, thanks, buddy.
Kappa is king, Asa is ace. In Greek and a few other languages, if I remember correctly. The boy. 5 deuce versus 5 deuce. 1 flush draw versus 2. 2 hearts on the flop. 1-5.
This is interesting. Position is going to be everything here. Obviously, in equity, it's going to be a chop pot a lot of the time. But when one player is in position, the other player is out, aggressive action can mean that the same hand will convince the other to fold and therefore be awarded the pot at non-showdown. They seem pretty passive, though.
Back in the day, we would just call this whoever wants it more. We may not be getting to showdown. No, no chop pot.
Check 8.
Oh no, I thought I saw the cards go in already. A little preemptive on my part, but they do eventually go in. Oh, it is a chop pot. My goodness. Nick, you know what that means?
Everyone loves a chop pot. Yeah, I think when the board pairs there, the flop's going to be the best hand too often. There was so much passive action. So just kind of a little bet, and I would go so far as to say that I think that little bet with the 5, the initial better actually was going for value in this scenario. I think because it was played so passively, your opponent can still absolutely call with like king high on that sort of paired board, ace high river with no action. So yeah, I think that's pretty reasonable, and the call I think is mandatory given what happened on the previous streets.
We got a 420 out of 69 from Alvin Tran.
420. Nick needs to put more emotion
Herod,
into it.
take it easy, all right? There's always one judge at the Olympics. It's like just everyone's in tears.
Yeah.
10 out of 10, 10 out of 10. They're like 7.5. Get out of here. Get out of here. Take a hike.
That was all my heart. That was my emotion.
How come there's no overlay with chip stacks like there has been in the past? I don't know. Try using your eyes.
I just don't feel like Nick loves the chop pots. Ooh, if you've ever watched my streams, you'll know how I feel about chop pots. 10 points to anybody that can quote my emotions about chop pots on stream. I'm pretty sure Raksha is going to get it almost instantaneously.
Look here, look, listen, says, would love to see a final table with Stapes, James, Nick, Maria, and Griffin. There's no plans to do anything like that, but also I don't think it's totally out of the question that something like that might happen. We did something online using some of those people.
Nick advertising himself, Chad move. Well, it's hard to advertise my stream when I'm no longer streaming. That's difficult.
Nice try, buddy. Alexandridis, King Jack suited on the button.
Hold in.
Ship it. Glowny folds Jack tray. Queen 8 suited for Kim. That feels close. But does let it go. Ooh, that's an interesting question from Vualibus. Cortellazzi, having limped so much kings and queens yesterday, could have bombed the river on the previous hand, or you think it would still be a call with king queen?
Where we saw the paired board with the 6 and the 5.
Nines, I think. Yeah. No, the ace jack.
Oh, I'm not sure. I'm not sure.
It's kind of hard to apply that logic, I guess, to that particular hand.
Right.
Since I don't think ace jack limped in. Did it?
No.
But it is interesting you bring up that strategy from yesterday, which I don't think has been employed today.
Right.
And if I remember, he was mostly doing it with pocket pairs, right?
Yeah, that was the setup yesterday.
Alexandridis this time electing to just open.
Thank you.
Ace 10. A little bit stronger hand, obviously, than King Jack, and more players to get through.
Like 3 million.
Cortellazzi lets 6 high go.
I think that's okay. I think that's fine. Seems good. Seems good.
Long Haxer asks, versus who did Kim lose that big pot? It was against Kim's opponent. Thank you for your question.
All right, guys. 4 remain.
Sorry. It was the other player in the hand.
Hand 36 getting underway here, guys. 4 remain. And the blinds are 80K, 160K. Glowny UTG with tray deuce off. Okay, blind v blind here. Queen jack off, looking real pretty. I think this could go either way. I think the limp is pretty reasonable. I think the open is also pretty reasonable. Probably more likely to see a raise from a hand like Queen 9 off as opposed to Queen Jack off, because you're happy to get those folds with the weaker Queen X pre-flop a little bit more often than Queen Jack, and also Queen Jack gives you the opportunity to realize the equity of your hand a little bit more often, just because it flops a little bit better, has better equity realization properties.
Jack 7 flopping pretty good here. 10-8-7, pairing a gut shot. Board pairs on the turn. 2 pair now for Alexandridis.
Yep, he's got to feel a little bit more confident about the strength of his hand at this stage. Cortellazzi, though, with the opportunity to turn his hand into a semi-bluff. He still has 2 overcards to the board and that gutter.
Everyone in chat calling for the 9. They really hate Symeon Alexandridis. Seems like a nice guy, gang.
He does seem like a nice guy.
What your problem is?
There's always such a huge number of Greek players at these events.
160 the bet from Alexandridis. Slot Glick asking, where did Tuin finish? In Prague, thank you for your question. River card, a deuce.
Yeah, pretty much the biggest brick there is.
Offsuit deuce. Check, check. Sevens will be good. A little bit of reprieve for Symeon. Hey, where did you go when you visited Athens? Well, I saw the Parthenon, and then we went to the Alexandridis. Great architecture there.
Yeah, Alexandridis always makes me think like, you know, you want to like meet somebody called Alexandra, and you're like, hey, I think I might have a case of Alexandridis.
Alexandridis, sure.
What is it he says in Rick and Morty? I think I've got a bad case of haven't taken you to dinner-itis.
Oh, Rick and Morty. I don't think there's a show that's any more universally liked by boys. It's a very boy show.
I love that show.
Oh, jeez, Rick. Nice one, Mr. Woodman. I'm actually trying to... King Queen versus King Queen here. I'm trying to convince my girlfriend to go as Rick and Morty for Halloween, but with her as Morty.
Yeah, like she got to put on a yellow shirt and...
Yeah, and slick back her hair.
Yeah.
It's going to be hilarious. Queen Eye flop. And we are cruising toward a chop here, but, you know, it'd be difficult for anyone to really get away from this. Two big stacks.
Yeah, I think unlike the 5 deuce offhand we saw earlier that ended up being the chop, this one is much more likely to be so because both players connect in a meaningful way and neither one really has any incentive to be getting away, whereas the 5 deuce off obviously not nearly as confident with their sort of second pair hands, and more streets where things could have got out of line.
Spade on the turn does make things, as Nick would say, a little spicy.
Spicy indeed. King of spades picking up the second nut flush draw.
That's right, Sir Henry the Fourth. The fourth card is a fourth spade for Glowny. Can players agree to chop without going to the river? Absolutely not.
Yeah, no, and I've never liked that dynamic in Vegas. Blind view, blind. Hey, buddy, you want to chop? No, I don't.
You
I don't.
kind of have to in some places where the rake is really high.
So yeah, somebody explained that to me, and I can understand that, but I also don't really believe that the rake is too high. I think this is a conversation.
No. There are some rooms, not in Vegas. I don't think any of them do. There are some rooms where, like, if you're playing 1-2 and the drop is $4, they take the entire pot.
Okay. Well, I guess that's cool.
$1 million.
Glowny checks. 1 million is the bet.
1 million chips into this pot. It's about half pot. And a quick call.
Glowny makes the call. This hand is a chop. And you know what they say?
Everyone loves a chop pot.
Well, you got cocky after that last one, huh?
I needed more emotion. I was informed by the audience I needed to put more emotion into it.
More emotion and less
bass.
less junk.
Oh, got cocky.
Little castrato over here.
Try my best.
You scared someone's cat.
Oh, I love it.
Four players remaining. Everyone guaranteed 320K now. That's euros, not those junk dollars.
Yeah, who wants those?
Real money. Different colors, different shapes, different sizes, and if you put one on your tongue, they have different flavors as well.
Nick should be reading audiobooks, voice silky smooth, like barrel-aged whiskey. Wow, that's going on my wall. I'm going to print that out, put that on my wall. I would love to read audiobooks. I like audiobooks. I'm a fan. I was trying to figure out how long I'd been with Audible based on how many titles I had, and it's been absolutely yonks. Yaws and yaws. All right, little blind v blind action. We're going to see lots more of this as we round into the shorter handed play. And look at this big blind. King Jack opting not to raise versus to limp. I wonder if Kim is just remembering that interaction he had with Glowny, with the limped jacks. He's aware that he's capable of limp raising, and he doesn't want to get raised off of this hand, especially as they are the two biggest stacks at this table.
Yeah, I would expect a lot of slap fighting between these two while they wait out the other smaller stacks.
Well, that's kind of why I was surprised to see him 3-betting with that 9-6 off versus the button open. That didn't work out for him because, generally speaking, big stacks like to avoid each other. It's somebody once told me it's this sort of like quote unquote implied collusion, which of course is not collusion of any variety. It's more to do with the fact that you both have something to gain from other players eliminating each other.
That's how it was explained to me originally, too. I think we probably have to come up with a new term for it. But
yeah, it sounds bad when you say it like that because, of course, it's not. That's not the case. It's more you sort of have a mutual.
It's more of an implicit agreement.
It's a strategic concept rather than any form of nefarious behavior.
Absolutely.
But the key difference is you can't go, hey, check it down, bro.
Yeah.
Yes.
Which of course comes into play every once in a while. Yes. You're like, hey, John, don't. Come on, hey, buddy.
In the circles I run in, it comes up every once in a while.
I was going to say, we're back to those Vegas card rooms, right, with a $4 drop.
Correct. But I've never seen it on anything PokerStars related in real life, at least.
No. That would be inappropriate. Absolutely.
It was it belonged to the Mac.
Okay, King Queen again. We've seen a lot of King Queen, haven't we, guys?
Queen. So much of it, we had to shorten it.
Shout out to Sam Williams, who says, afternoon all, using my only day off this week to enjoy the world-class commentary. Great coverage as always.
Should I ban him so he can go do something else?
Go outside and enjoy this beautiful day.
I don't know what the weather is like in the United Kingdom today.
Oh, chances are not good.
I can't believe that last night our efforts to actually leave the space station were thwarted by rain.
Nice.
Ho ho, getting spicy. 1,230,000.
So, Raksha responds, it's gloomy up north. Rock Punch describes it as overcast and dark. Dirty DNA gets straight to the point, pissing it down.
About 14, I believe. Thank you.
Hey, Glowny, come on, mate. You know what to do. You know what to do. You can't let him push you around like this, buddy. Oh, never mind. Makes the fold. All right, fair play.
I'll allow it.
Fair play.
I mean, sometimes people are going to get a little out of line against you, and they're going to get away with it.
Yeah, absolutely. And that aggressive action merits Andre Cortellazzi a few chips, taking him up to 50 big blinds in this EPT Prague.
Cam Rockham on YouTube says, when was the world-class commentary? I think I missed it.
Oh.
Excuse me?
Oh.
Ironically, that's not the most insulting comment I've seen on YouTube, because Ryan Rhino thinks I sound like Jeremy Clarkson, and now I'm thinking of quitting.
Oh, no.
Oh, my goodness.
No. Why would you say that?
Wow.
Only one of the two people you mentioned is still welcome in Mexico.
It hurts even more because James doesn't have the ability to ban people on YouTube. It's the only one he doesn't have the button.
I've been tolerating the comparisons to John Oliver for 2 years, and now I actively welcome them.
You know what to do, Joe. You know what to do.
I think that person's joking because it can't possibly be
No,
someone's actual opinion.
That can't actually be an attempt at a burn, because that would just be embarrassing for everybody involved. Yeah. Okay, guys. Anyway, we're on the turn. Excuse me, guys. Alexandridis with the best hand.
Good. We're back to John Oliver. I can tolerate that one.
Savage in the chat today. Alexandridis is going to make it 300K to go. This is such an ugly board for ace deuce off. Just got a whole lot of nut, and you're not even really super jazzed about a 4 in this scenario, although it will be the best hand quite often.
Whole lot of nutting sounds like a good time.
Contempt 007. I will take a poor man's John Oliver. That's absolutely fine. Just don't compare me to Clarkson. I have never insulted an entire nation. I've never punched a producer and somehow managed to remain working in the TV industry.
Sometimes what he does is worse than punch a producer, but...
Alexandridis makes 2 pair on the river here, but the 1 card straight with any 7 might slow him down. I think generally speaking in these situations, players prefer to put in sort of a more blocker betty kind of situation. He decides to go for about 1 mil on the river. Yeah, I imagine that's probably going to award him the pot. That was a good one. Don't worry, James. Everyone thinks that I look like Jimmy Fallon's fat brother.
I still don't see it. I mean, the fat part, sure, but just...
So Alexandridis keeping his head above water.
Yeah.
4 million chips. As we come towards the end of this marathon session, it was the end of the level that we started playing last night, plus an entire full level, and we've got about 10, 15 minutes before we hit the break. Colonel 420, who punched a producer? Jeremy Clarkson, it's on record, look it up.
I've tried, but I always miss. Honestly, I'd rather have James punch me than correct my grammar constantly, but apparently I don't get to choose.
I mean, sure, he hasn't punched anyone, but the emotional damage
That's what I'm
is there.
saying. It's way worse.
PK Wiz 93 says, James, can you say the following phrase so we can make sure you're not him? Okay. Best poker player in the world.
That does not sound like Jeremy Clarkson.
No, you got to
Or
say it
does
more
it?
like.
I don't actually even know who that
That's
is.
what he said. The best poker player in the world.
He's
Whoa.
Australian?
Come on, that was pretty
That
good.
was not
Don't-
Australian.
Don't
that was
be a jerk.
that was Jeremy Clarkson
See
all
what I'm
over the
saying?
joint.
Wouldn't punching him be better?
Yeah, you know, he always cues up stuff like that,
That
doesn't
was
he?
pretty good.
It's like driving a car into a tornado.
I made the mistake one time when I was living in London, coming into the office one day and being like, I watched Top Gear last night. Like, I kind of like those guys. And James was like, what? And then I had to do a deep dive on all of the Jeremy Clarkson, the best ofs.
To be fair to Jeremy Clarkson, he did apologize to that Top Gear producer for punching him after settling a £100,000 racial discrimination and injury claim.
Oh. All right, back to the poker here. 3-bet from Alexandridis after the open from Kim. Kim's going to pretend to be interested in the size of this 3-bet for a few seconds. Right. Yeah. Jeez, I don't know. What I should do with ace-jack here. All right, you win this one. Producer Chris is saying you gave him a black eye.
Chris, careful, buddy. This is how rumors start.
Producer Paul saying you can punch him in the face for 100K.
Hashtag worth it.
All right, now we'll just have a bidding war for who'll get punched in the face for the least amount of money.
Patrick says he'll take one for at center.
Now we're being offered PokerStars play money chips. That costs. That actually costs money. Fold around to Glowny. 30 deuce.
Murphstang. How would James feel about being compared to David Attenborough? I would love it. I mean, I don't hear it at all. I am not worthy, but I will allow it.
Well, I sometimes do a David Attenborough impression, but I know you guys are just gonna say it's bad no matter what, so I'm just not gonna do it.
I can't imagine that it's any good. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to be negative, but I just don't know. I can't imagine you
Welcome
twisting.
to Jurassic. Just kidding.
Oh, I just love the way Clarkson just cues up those weird twisty. Oh, you know.
How many people had no idea who David Attenborough was till they got 4K TVs and there was the only thing that they could use to show off to their friends? It's like a close-up of a bug.
I think I'm right in saying that the real breakthrough series that really hit the mainstream on both sides of the Atlantic was Planet Earth, which was shot in HD rather than 4K. But I'm pretty sure it got revoiced in America. David Attenborough did the narration for the UK version, and I think it was Sigourney Weaver.
No, that is.
But that doesn't happen now. We get all the Attenborough stuff.
That's unbelievable. It's just disrespectful.
Every line is just humans are bad.
I mean, I like Sigourney Weaver, but you don't replace David Attenborough.
Nobody puts Attenborough in a corner.
I think Sigourney Weaver is the type of celebrity that if I met her, I would be speechless. Like, I would turn into a total idiot around her.
Agreed.
King Queen again. Why not? Somebody shuffle that deck.
9-7 of hearts for Cortellazzi in the big blind.
This time he does decide to come along. I believe it was Cortellazzi fold 9-7 suited to an initial open there prior to our last bust out, but this time decides to come along.
Jack, deuce, deuce. King, queen, high. Very much the best hand with near enough 80% equity.
You're on thin ice already. 1-1-1-1. Nice strategy.
Folds to the bet of 200,000. On to the next hand. So 2 eliminations so far. We've lost Armin, Rezaei and Demetrio, Caminita. 4 remaining competing for the EPT Main Event trophy and the first prize of more than €1 million. Gab Yong Kim, 7-4 offsuit on the button. Wow, the questions just aren't stopping, are they? Glez98, how was the Dutchman eliminated? He was chip leader. Then he was no longer chip leader, and then he lost the rest of his chips. Thank you for your question.
We're going to be answering that question every stop.
Is it the new Kevin Hart thing?
Yeah.
Right. And it'll be just as funny as that one.
I mean, I do find that one mildly amusing now, but it took like 7 years.
Kim has opened under the gun with Queen 9. Glowny's got 5-4 in the big, and there's not as much separating these two as there once was. 12 million for Glowny at the start of the hand, 10 million for Kim. And it is an ace, queen, 5 board. So second pair for Kim, bottom pair for Glowny. Kim quickly continues.
2 chips.
Yeah, I think you pretty much just got to come along here. I know it's not a great pair, and this board is that ace-queen high, but Kim knows that, and Glowny knows that Kim knows that, and therefore he needs to continue. Otherwise, he's going to be exploited a little bit too often. He does actually pick up some additional outs on the turn here. Now he's got the wheel draw. He's 2, 3, 4, 5.
And he checks a second time. Kim bets a second time into a pot of nearly 1.3 million. Kim is going to make it 550,000.
Yep, you're expecting 2 barrels here a lot of the time, not just with value, but also with plenty of bluffs. I wouldn't say that Queen 9 off is a bluff by any stretch of the imagination. But I'm sure Kim is capable of doing this with hands like Jack 10. Even hands as weak as like 8-7 suited, that kind of thing. And another call. And the tray.
Check to showdown, and that pot might just change the order of things. Yep, a change in the chip lead.
Wow.
Gab Yong Kim started today with the biggest stack and is back in the #1 position after winning that hand against Grzegorz Glowny. $12.2, 11.1. Cortellazzi seems to have had 7.5 million all day. And Alexandridis is the shortest stack with 4.8, but not as short as he once was.
Moose leg for Alexandridis. King 10.
325,000. And a big blind defend from the chip leader with Jack 3.
Wow, Jack 3 off here, coming along. He's not scared. He is not sacred.
No sacred poker here.
And he's flopped a pair of threes. Is this unfair analysis? Does Kim play the rush? When he's won a big pot, he does seem to then want to play a lot of hands immediately afterwards.
I've noticed the same thing. It could be just that a very small sample size that we happen to pick up on, but
Yeah, no,
I spotted it earlier.
Yeah, I think that's a fair observation from what we've seen. I think Kim also understands the dynamic here, being one of the big stacks against one of the shorter ones, that he is going to be able to play these spots post-flop a little bit more liberally, and he is not loving it, but he makes the call on the turn. The river is a jack. He picks up 2 pairs.
Oh.
That is very unfortunate. Alexandridis might absolutely have. I mean, this is a spot where you could definitely.
You have to value bet this.
You could consider value betting this. Absolutely.
Yeah.
I mean, the only thing that might slow him down is the fact that Kim can have plenty of Jack X combos that were straight draws on the turn, or 2 overcards and a gut shot, that kind of a thing. Maybe a hand like Queen Jack. But I
pretty
fully,
narrow range.
Yeah, I fully appreciate that he's going to try and value bet here, because he can still get called by all the weaker pairs. Some weaker 10x that doesn't have as good of a kicker.
Chris G, very angry at this river.
4 million more. 4 million.
4 million more?
4 million more.
Can we just go ahead and round up and call that a 10x raise?
And
A 1.4 million more.
Oh. I swear I heard 4 million
That's
more.
what I thought
Oh,
he
maybe
said.
it said a million more. Right? That's what it looks like. You said a full million more? Maybe.
Whichever works. It's all good.
They seem to have heard it perfectly. That's all that matters.
Sorry, how much? He goes, I don't know. Which one are you going to call?
I do love that sort of banter in cash games where you're just like, how much will you call? And they're like 40, and you bet 40, and they're like, call.
You want me to call or not?
2 time card played already.
You block, maybe. You can.
I think you don't bluff now.
And Alexandridis folds, showing he had a 10.
I think you don't bluff.
Yeah, rookie river.
And
Nice
Gab
one.
Yong Kim consolidates his chip lead.
Okay. Sorry about that.
Yeah, good fold there from the King 10. That's a very unfortunate run out for him there. I absolutely understand why the value bet went in, or the perceived value bet, I should say. But yeah, getting away from the worst hand. Very good. Very good.
To bring it back to what we were talking about at the start of the hand, I guess playing the rush is good.
Well, we've only got 2 or 3 more hands before we hit the break, and at that point the blinds will go up to 100,000, 200,000, and the pressure will be on this fella.
It already is, James. It already is.
Glowny back in action, opening the button with ace-3. Kim folds 9-3 in the small. Cortellazzi has ace-jack in the big.
Ooh, baby.
Raise.
The re-raise from Cortellazzi.
Tell him,
And
Steve, Dave.
no need to count it. Glowny's out.
Awesome.
Yeah, and we're going to squeeze in one more hand, guys, before we finally get to the first break of the day. This has been a longer session than usual. When we come back from break, it'll be back to 90-minute levels. Until, of course, we're down to 3 players, at which point it's 45-minute levels.
That's when the real poker starts.
Seemingly simple question here that I would normally answer with a caddy response, but actually I think it's worth a real one. Why is nobody bluffing? Now, I think that that's a little bit sort of reductive. People are bluffing sometimes, but okay. The stakes are very high, and that's why people are bluffing a little bit less than they might be usually.
Yeah.
You make a lot of money if you're just not the next person to go out. So people are a little bit more cautious. It's called ICM. It's called laddering up.
It's called Waisiel's theorem.
That's
right.
right.
It was Waisiel who started this whole thing.
Doing nothing earns you money at this stage if you have the chips to outlast other people.
Jacks versus Queen 8. And we will see a big blind defense, so we will go heads up to the flop, which is Ace 9-4. Jack still ahead.
Is it safe to assume Alexandridis would be pretty aggressive with an ace in the big blind, so jacks don't have to feel super terrible about this ace high flop?
Yep, I think that's definitely a consideration. As one of the shorter stacks, there are plenty of ace-hex combos that might have done something differently in the big blind here.
John, you are correct. Always, always an ace on the desk.
We saw it a lot yesterday.
Fold to the C-bet, and that is going to take us to the first break of the day. 2 eliminations from this 6-handed final table. We have the Fab Four, who'll be returning in around 20 minutes' time to play down to a winner. And when they come back, the blinds will be up 100,000, 200,000. That means we've got a 66 big blind stack for chip leader Gab Yong Kim. Grzegorz Glowny really comfortably playing 56 bigs. Andrea Cortellazzi with 38 bigs. Symeon Alexandridis, 16 bigs. He's in the danger zone.
Danger zone!
So join us in 20 minutes' time when the action resumes here from Prague. This is the main event of the European Poker Tour. Cards Up coverage resumes shortly.
Coming up, 2 tables become 1. Who are the final 6 competing for the trophy? And the biggest hands from day 5.
Oh my goodness!
This is the PokerStars EPT Prague Main Event Daily Roundup. We started this event with 1,190 entries. Now, just 6 remain. The prize pool is 5.77 million euros. And the final 6 are competing for a first prize of more than 1 million euros. But how did we get from 16 to 6? Former Prague champ Hussein Ensan proved resilient with an 11 big blind stack. He doubled up through Tuan Mulder early on in the day. Several hands later, Ensan collided with Mulder again.
Action here folded to Hussein Ensan, who is on the short side, has pocket 6s.
Will he be moving it in?
Ensan shoves, red triangle in play. And 7s for Mulder, who's asked for a count.
700.
Does he ever lose, though? That's the question.
Yeah, I mean, Hossein Ensan is going to have 2 outs because Mulder will not be folding this. There's no chance.
So Ensan a risk and behind, dominated by Tuan Mulder's 7s. And there is an 80% chance that we are going to lose the 2015 Prague champion.
Yes, baby.
There's a 6 on it, however.
That's an exciting flop. That's an exciting flop.
Spicy.
The set of 6s for Ensan, the open-ended straight draw for turn Mulder. And now Ensan has to fade 10s, 7s, and 5s.
Spades. Ace.
Spades. Ooh, yeah. Maybe a deuce of spades on the turn.
That's good.
No spade draw on the turn. Ensan now a 3-1 favorite to double up, but still has to fade 10s, 7s, and 5s on the river. It's the 5 for the straight, and we lose Hussein Ensan. He will not be winning EPT Prague a second time. He is out in 14th place. We are down to 13, and I guess inevitably his chips go to the guy who's already got all the chips, turn Mulder.
More bust-outs inevitably followed, sending home Justin Steinbrenner, Leonardo Romeo, and George Kiriak. Then it was Manuel Lebu's turn to battle it out with Turn Mulder.
Danchev with the suited ace in the cutoff. Mulder on the button with king 10 off. All right, we're going 3 ways to the flop, guys.
And it is a king high flop, so Mulder flops best.
But decides to play this one a little bit slower. Okay, turn is really clean for king 10. Now it did go check, check, check on the flop, so king 10 disguising their hand quite effectively here.
Yeah, probably checking back even a second time.
You probably want to bet here a little bit more frequently when you don't have the 10 of diamonds, because of course then your opponents will have a couple more flush draws that you might be getting some value from. Decides to go for 240.
Lebu gets in there. He's a fighter.
625.
One bet, 625.
Nice.
One was big too.
960 in the middle, and he makes it 625,000. And this is where Lebu is like, I can be a hero. I can call this beast with ace high and be right and win a pot of 1.6 million. Everyone's going to cheer at home. Everyone will know my name. Oh, Manuel Lebu, if this was an online stream, the superhero would be taking off and crashing to the ground. Hero call gone wrong, and gifting Mulder another milli.
Couple of hands later, Mulder finished off Lebu, hitting an ace to send him home with 63.5k. Lebu's exit meant the final 2 tables were combined into the unofficial final table.
All right, Glowny, the player from Poland. Jacks, always a hand you can open from any position. Pocket 10s for Danchev. Dan Ship for Danchev. And pocket 9s for Cortellazzi. He's already folded. Oh, this was not an all-in yet. Excuse me, just a 3-bet to $1 million for Danchev.
1.6 almost.
Yeah, leaving himself about 585k behind, so it's an effective all-in.
Yeah, I think Glowny's going to come to the conclusion that this is too strong to fold.
Glowny all in. Danchev makes the call. We are going to run it here. The tournament life of a former EPT champion on the line. A jack right in the window. All right. A jack.
Like a Glowny.
Like a Glowny. How about running 10s? Oh my goodness.
No way, Stradamus.
This would be probably one of the most ridiculous runouts of all time in EPT history if he finds another 10. There's only one left in the deck.
Danchev
Are you not entertained?
eliminated. Oops. Not the first thing on his mind right now, I don't think, to fist bump the player.
Demetrio Danchev was the last 2-time champ standing, but he bubbled the final table, cashing out for just over 76,500 euros. The guy who bubbled the final table the last time this tournament ran, in 2019, is Gab Yong Kim, a player who is holding his own after starting the day with just 26 bigs.
Glowny, ace queen. acequeen.co. Konakchev with 9s.
Yeah, and just 9 big blinds here, so we're going to see a big flip with 8 left here on the final table.
9 of spades, 9 of hearts, 9 big blinds, all in. Kim
Well,
with
maybe
queens
not
in
a
the
big-
small blind.
Oh my days.
Spoke too soon. Oh my days.
Oh my days.
Fewer than 20 big blinds for Kim.
Unbelievable.
700.
Also all in.
What a spot for Kim.
Kim of queens.
Kappa.
All right, well this time the player at risk is the player behind.
One time he says.
Oh,
people in chat calling for the stars. That's
I just got done saying the player at risk is the one who's far behind.
No clubs for Konakchev. Gonna need the 9er.
Did I catch a 9er in there? Konakchev is
Rezaei.
hoping so. Upside down 9. No more opportunities. One shot.
One opportunity.
This is everything you ever wanted.
Yes.
No,
One, no
9, and no more Konakchev. Eliminated in 8th place, and that does officially mean everyone else is into the 6-figure scores.
With just 7 players remaining, Tuan Mulder went full aggro. He 4-bet shoved against Grzegorz Glowny, but got insta-called and saw his jacks trailing to Glowny's aces. An ace on the flop, followed by a clean run-out, saw Mulder take a big hit to his stack.
Action folded to Tuan Mulder, who's got queens in the cutoff. He's got Kim's hand.
Spirit of the horse. Let's go.
Gab Yong Kim with ace-king. Strap yourselves in, ladies and gentlemen, for the sickest and classicest of all races.
3.25.
The favorite, at least.
All in, and a call on their backs. Let's run the board. If Kim gets there, if Kim hits his ace or king, Tuan Mulder will be eliminated in 7th place. King high flop. And now Mulder, he is drawing to 1 out. Only the Queen of Diamonds is live.
It is against the Kim of queens, though. He does attract queens.
Down to 3%. Needs to see the case queen on the river, or Tuan Mulder is eliminated and we are done for the day. The river card is not the Queen of Diamonds.
Yeah. Okay.
Tuan Mulder exits in 7th place. Nobody expected this at the start of the day. Nobody expected this at the start of the final table.
The spirit of the horse had run its course. Mulder had to settle for €138,500 and a 7th place finish. After a remarkable comeback, Gab Yong Kim sits at the top of the leaderboard moving into the final day. He's joined by Andrea Cortellazzi, Armin Rezaei, Symeon Alexandridis, Demetrio Caminita, and Grzegorz Glowny. On day 6, we will crown an EPT Main Event champion and award that 7-figure score. Subscribe to the PokerStars YouTube channel to follow all the coverage and let us know in the comments who you want to win.
Okay, time to play a hand from Mr. Boatman's perspective. We're going to sweat with Barney now.
Oh, good hand to start. The King-Queen offsuit.
He's going to raise.
So he's raising 500, which means it's a raise to 800 chips. We're playing 150, 300.
Been called by
Not too
Richard
far away
Ashby.
from a regular raise size, James.
And just the one caller. I think Ashby called out of the small blind. And it is a queen high flop with 2 clubs. What's not to like?
Not a lot, really. Pretty good. Opponent calling in the small blind. I think in this era, we're going to see a lot of weaker queens. Some queen 9 suited, queen 10 suited, queen jack.
Oh, hello.
And we do get raised, which I think Barney will kind of like. I mean, queen 4 and queen 3 aren't calling pre-flop. You wouldn't have thought. Pocket 4s, pocket 3s, unlikely. Those weaker queens and flush draws are going to raise on the flop as well. So I think good decision by Barney to go all in.
Barney's continuation bet was 1,000. Ashby check raised to 4,000, and Barney has now shoved.
Yep, hand's certainly strong enough to go with it. I think Ashby would raise a hand like queen 10 or queen jack or queen 9. He's going to raise something like jack 10 of clubs on the flop as well, or 8, 9 of clubs, or some nut flush draws. And given the raise size, doesn't really make sense to just call. I think if his opponent is raising this flop, they typically have something, be it a flush draw or a queen to call off with. We maybe even see a raise from something like pocket 8s here, James, that now hates life. Just because protection raises, protecting against the flush draw in 2006. Oh, Ashby's all in.
He says, I'm going to gamble. Barney does not have a flush draw. He has top pair. Ashby, jack 10 of clubs, one of the hands you put him on, Spraggy.
Yep. Does go with it, needs a club. Oh, a backdoor 2 pair of trips, picks up 8s.
River card is a club. So Ashby gets there, doubles up through Barney Boatman, who will be left very short.
7,825.
I think the hand there played fine by both parties. Ashby is going to get some folds by raising the flop from better hands. Let's say Boatman's betting an ace high, or even if he bets something like pocket 7s, it might fold occasionally, and jack 10's doing pretty well against it, even if it doesn't. Obviously, getting it in against the queen's pretty poor scenario, but he still had 30+%. High Tide says, why did he guess jack 10 of clubs specifically? If you think of the sort of hands that call in the small blind, I think in the big blind, Ashby would have called almost all suited cards.
Yes.
But in the small blind with someone still to act, it's usually the connectors, right? It's usually like 7, 8, 8, 9, jack 10. We saw the king of clubs was blocked, so those are the most likely flush draw candidates. And some of the ace high flush draws might just call the flop. So when you're raising, it usually is a flush draw without any showdown value, especially from the small blind, it's those suited connectors.
So Ashby opened with king, queen of diamonds. Barney Boatman now short stack moves all in with deuces. Ashby calls, and we are flipping. And it's a race that Barney Boatman needs to win if he is to continue in the EPT2 Grand Final in Monte Carlo. Queen, 5-3, all clubs. Top pair for Ashby. Flush draw for Boatman.
It is a black turn, but it's no good. Will need to be a club or a deuce, or Boatman eliminated.
It is the 4 of diamonds, and Barney is out.
Not a lot to be done about that. Got very unlucky with his top pair, putting in 10,000 chips, and then loses the flip to finish him off.
Dirty stacks, not stacks of 20. But hey, it's 2006. It was a different time.
closer and closer.
That's beautiful. Wow, you're that good, huh?
Welcome back to Prague and the PokerStars European Poker Tour. It's the final day of the main event. That means it's the final table. We started with 6. 4 are returning after the first session. We continue to play down to a winner. We continue to play until we have a champion who'll receive the main event trophy and that first prize of more than €1 million. These are the remaining players. Gab Yong Kim started the day as chip leader. He lost it for a while, and now he's back in the #1 position with 66 bigs. At the opposite end of the spectrum, Symeon Alexandridis is the shortest stack with just 17 bigs as we go to 100K, 200K with a 200K big blind ante. I'm James Hartigan alongside Nick Walsh.
Hello, guys.
Yeah.
I mean,
oh.
No, not really. If we got more even in chips.
No even. For chips. So you don't know, right?
Only look and you see.
Okay, if you guys want, like, we can just have a look, okay?
I don't care.
Okay, so this happened during the last session after we lost Caminita in 5th place. It was Alexandridis who suggested that they look at the numbers, that they potentially break down the prize pool and do a deal. And it was Glowny who at that point was the chip leader who vetoed it and said no way. And Kim didn't seem that keen either.
Yeah.
Glowny still doesn't seem enthusiastic, Nick.
No, and I think I just heard Kim saying, you know, I don't care. I'm not sure if he's saying, I don't care, yes, we can look at the numbers, like I'm okay with that, or he's saying, I don't care, like I don't want to see the numbers, it doesn't bother me, I want to continue playing. Let's listen in and see if we can follow.
Well, the point that Glowny was making is the stacks aren't even enough for him to consider doing a deal, either chip chop or ICM. But Cortellazzi seemed pretty insistent, and as a consequence, we're going to get the laptop brought over. They're going to show him the numbers, but it seems to me that there is at least one player at the table who's adamant that they don't want to do a deal.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you for your service.
Yeah, she's fair for my chief. Only 400K I have. You remember? And the other guy, Kingpin, and the other guy, 8-8, and Rainbow is 10. I made the play.
So we're waiting for the trusty spreadsheet that's going to tell us what the potential payouts would be if they did decide to do a deal. It would involve 10% of the remaining prize money being set aside. They'd still have to play for that on the trophy. And at this point, with 4 players remaining, Nick, that set aside is going to be a 6-figure score.
Yeah, that's definitely nothing to scoff at. And obviously means that we can still crown our champ the right way.
Not that I think this is going anywhere, by the way. I hate to be a cynic, but the clock has been paused, of course, while this is happening. And while we get the laptop brought across. And understandably, the team weren't exactly on standby to do this because I don't think anyone expected a 4-way deal to be proposed or potentially negotiated.
Yeah, it does seem a bit futile. I just don't, I'm not seeing enough of the body language you expect to see when people are actually happy to even consider a deal right now. Looks like they're kind of just being friendly.
Well, I'll tell you what, Nick, during the break, we did see a promo for the next EPT, which is going to be in Monaco. The PokerStars EPT presented by Monte Carlo Casino is coming soon. It kicks off on April 28th, runs until May 7th. And among the highlights of that event will be the 100K Super High Roller and the 5K main event. Satellites, by the way, running for that main event, including daily free rolls and feeder sats from €1.10. We're going to be streaming 5 days of the Monte Carlo EPT, starting with the Super High Roller final table, concluding with the late stages of the main event. The stream dates, for those of you who won't be in Monaco, May 3rd to May 7th. So that's 5 days of coverage, May 3rd to May 7th.
Beautiful stuff. Really excited for that. Monte Carlo is such an iconic stop. for the EPT.
Play.
You're pretty good.
Everybody.
Adrian Mateos walking past the table to see what's going on. If you're wondering, by the way, about the other tables you can see in the poker room, it's the final day of the 10K high roller. I didn't actually check the schedule, Nick. I don't know if there are any other side events that either start or conclude today, but well, everything has to conclude today. It's the last day of EPT Prague today.
Yeah, I mean, I looked over some of the earlier days. There still might be a last-minute hyper at the end of today. They have been running these sort of hyper turbos at the end of most of the days, but I'm not sure what's going on this evening. This is going to be interesting to see how this pans out regardless, because we've already discovered that a lot of these guys aren't speaking the best English, so communication is already a little bit strained. So once we actually get to the point where we're going to see some numbers, I'm interested to see how that's going to go, and if everyone can get their point across. But I just don't see anybody at this table really agreeing, and I'm not really sure who stands to benefit.
Yeah, it does feel like a fruitless exercise. So Gab Yong Kim, as we've established, has the biggest stack, 13.2 million, 66 bigs.
No direct play.
No direct.
13, yeah.
So obviously, any deal is going to award him the single biggest sum.
Yeah, only play poker. No, I don't like.
Theoretically, though, James, they are allowed to agree to anything they want, right?
Absolutely, but
it's uncommon not to just look at the ICM, the chip chop, or whatever. Try and take that into account.
So there is the second biggest stack at this four-handed final table. That is Grzegorz Glowny, who's got 11.3 million, 56 big blinds.
To play poker or it's side to play poker or
So I think both Kim and Glowny can expect more than 600K in any chop, which is some way off from the 1 million plus that's advertised for first.
This is the problem with a four-way discussion, right? It's just once you add in that additional player, if you're not, I mean, looking at 3 is one thing, looking at 4, all of a sudden it's just not as juicy. Andrea Cortellazzi here with 38 big blinds, about 7.75 million.
And I think if there was any prospect of a deal being discussed, I hate to say it, but you're kind of waiting for this guy to bust, right? It's really hard to do a deal when you've got someone with a short stack, with a 17 big blind stack, hanging around. Symeon Alexandridis playing 3.4 million right now.
Yeah, this is the real thorn in the side of this sort of discussion. When he's got 17 big blinds, this is a nice slow structure. There is still plenty of play.
Here we go.
I'm just going to explain a couple of rules for you. You need to translate. Can we get Ivano?
Oh, great. And of course, now we need the interpreters as well to make this work.
Yep.
By the way, thank you to StatTrick for letting us know that not only does the 10K conclude today, there is a 25K being played today as well.
Andrea, 7,750,000. Symeon, 3,400,000. And Grzegorz, probably not saying that right, but 11,350,000. There's the chip count stats. I'm just going to wait for a translator. Wait to translate for you.
But I understand the number.
Okay, the number here.
No translation needed for cold, hard currency, Toby.
The deal must be done here at the table. You understand? Or you must stay here. You can have one player come to help you make the deal, but only one can come to help you. Or you can make a phone call. Again, you must stay here.
That's a new one. You could phone a friend.
Phone a friend.
So somebody could take more money, but somebody could take less money and win. So we'll publish all the deals so we can have first with less money, then second, and the winner will take the trophy and the title. Okay. I'm going to give you a reasonable amount of time to make the deal, to discuss between yourselves. If it's taken a bit long, then I'm going to put a clock of 5 minutes, and if you haven't agreed a time after 5 minutes, we're going to restart the tournament.
Okay.
Yep. And if
That is the face of a man who's going to snap Cole. No.
He's basically rolling his eyes.
If it's taken a lot of time, I can reduce the time just to...
Yeah. You want to deal a side part or only title?
Sorry, I don't.
Side money or only
Yeah,
title?
you must play 10%.
10%, yeah.
Remaining.
Yeah.
So now, fourth place is 320,000.
Yeah.
And some.
I know.
320,000. Everybody takes 320,000. What's 10% of the remaining? This amount right now is 110,000.
110,000.
World famous deal coverage.
Okay, so fortunately,
You can't say
we have been shared the numbers, Nick.
Yes.
So by ICM and based on every player auto-receiving fourth place prize money and 110,796 euros being set aside, this is what each player would get in the deal. Kim, 658,000. Glowny, 628,000. Cortellazzi, 557,000. Alexandridis, 436,000.
No importante.
Yeah.
Tiempo. Not much.
I mean, I know we have a nice long structure here, but 17 big blind stack is just going to look like somebody that you want to bust before you even consider doing a deal. I mean, James, don't forget as well, a lot of these players are out here for the glory, and seven-figure scores are a rare thing. You know, it's not all that often you're going to have a chance to score dos comas. And I wonder if that's going through their heads as well.
so. Just want to come around here.
I don't think that Glowny looks sleepy. I think Glowny thinks this is a colossal waste of time. And he said to the others, I'm not interested in dealing. And they said, what about if we just look at the numbers? And he reluctantly said, all right. I wish he'd put his foot down. I wish he'd said no. Because I guarantee you, he's not going to like what he sees.
Yeah, no, not at all. He's in such a position of power, so why would he? I mean, don't forget, you guys, he has the decision to change his mind later on, right? If the stacks even out, if it starts going south for him, he can make this decision later, and the numbers aren't going to be that dissimilar from the way they are right now.
Okay, so I'm going to leave that with you. I'm going to stay here. If you have any questions, I'm going to...
Wait for it. Wait for it.
Yeah, let's hear it.
I would like to keep playing.
There you go. Thank you.
Yep.
Easy game. Finish that up.
Oh,
Well, that was 13 minutes of my life I'm never going to get back.
Yeah, it's gonna take 100. It's not good for me also. I get 100k more.
Non lo so.
It's not good.
Yeah, he won.
It doesn't matter whether they all want to keep on playing. If one of them wants to keep on playing, we keep on playing.
Antonio, no problem. That's we know what's going on.
Erano 5,60. Vuole.
Okay. Yeah, he doesn't look happy, honestly. I think he realizes that was just a bit silly, and he's like, let's just crack on, guys.
13.8.
30.8.
Alright, just give me 1 second.
13 milioni.
Alright, Gab. 13,225,000. 7,750,000. Symeon has
They're just recapping the chip stacks now. We're not talking about a deal anymore. That has been nixed. I'm not saying that it'll be the last time that laptop comes to the table. But for now, we will play on and we will continue competing for the advertised payouts, which was clear was going to happen the moment that Glowny first opened his mouth when this subject was first suggested.
Yeah, absolutely.
We're playing poker again, ladies and gentlemen. There are blinds posted. There are cards. There are chips. Let's do this.
And number 49 getting underway. And we are still very short-handed, guys. We're still 4 players remaining in this EPT. Immediately to the dealer now. Queen, jack off as an open.
5?
Yeah, 5.
Thank you.
You're for me.
I'm a winner, huh?
So Cortellazzi has raised the button. We're now at the 100-200 blind level. His open is to 525,000, and Glowny's going to defend his big blind with king 6. Ten, 8, 5 on the flop.
Cortellazzi has the initiative here. He is the initial pre-flop aggressor. 2 overcards and a gut shot. Does elect to check. And now, the double belly buster on the turn.
Ooh.
He's up and down, but it's one of those weird ones where he's got 2 gut shots. You can bet now, buddy. It's a good card too. It's a good card to barrel on. It's a good card to represent being the initial pre-flop raiser, and King 6 of course gonna do nut end.
Fatti sentire adesso. Fatti sentire.
He's saying participate, participate.
To the moon!
He's not getting the EPT hype that he desires. He's looking at his friends. Participate, participate.
Cortellazzi trying to get the rail going. I was here in 2008, Nick, when Salvatore Bonavena became the first ever Italian to win an EPT. It was a heads-up battle between 2 Italian players, and every Italian in the building was on that rail, knowing that they were going to make history, and that winning moment was one of the noisiest in European Poker Tour history.
I love to see it. That's amazing. Yeah, I mean, you're on the final table. Your friends are just sat there drinking beer, hanging out. Come on, guys. I'm not paying for the after party if you're not gonna rail me home. Come on.
King 5 against Queen 6, blind v blind.
Ooh, okay. Little top pair checkeroni. He decides he wants to bet his top pair now. 300,000. So about half pot there. Just under. Just over, I should say, excuse me. Okay, King 5's going to come along. No improver, though.
No, so top pair still good for Kim.
Nine.
900,000 the bet from Kim.
Wow, pretty chunky. He was quite deceptive on this flop, James. He did check behind with the top pair, which is a somewhat unconventional line at this level.
Pin.
Wow, heroes with the 5, loses to the Queen.
It was 9, right?
And an additional 1.4 million chips for Gab Yong Kim, a player who bubbled the final table of this very event in December 2019, the last time we ran EPT Prague, and is now at the final table with 4 players remaining, has the chip lead, and of course enjoyed success earlier in this festival, Nick. Sam Grafton got things off to a great start with his win in the 10K. Gab Yong Kim was at that final table, finished in 6th place.
Yeah, not too shabby. I actually haven't checked the chat yet, the group that we have here in Prague, but I believe we also had Papo MC heading towards the final table as well, but I haven't seen any updates about that. We'll keep an eye on that as well.
Papo MC's already had a win here.
I
Come
know.
on, don't be greedy. He
I
took
know.
down the biggest ever Eureka Poker Tour main event.
I know, and he's still out there putting in the time. I think he was down to the final 31 and looking real pretty to go deep once again. So we'll keep an eye on that as well. Last time I heard, he had 1.25 million at 350K big blind. Sorry, 350K average, excuse me, in a 2K side event.
Under the gun raise from Alexandridis, who has the shortest stack at the final table. Kim making an ill-timed move. And is this something you can get away from, Nick, when the inevitable shove comes?
I mean, he doesn't have that much more behind, James. That's the problem. I think picking that 3-bet is an interesting move here. I mean, you know, just a little bit ill-timed once more. Queens are going to get it in. And one fold.
Well, Symeon's chipped up a bit and now has more than 20 bigs.
Yep, 17 big blinds, no more. And after that deal, managing to increase his chip stack. Sorry, after that no deal discussion.
Yes.
I should say.
Hoopla asks, is it cold in Prague? Yes, thank you for your question.
Little small blind action here. 7-4 off, not really a great one. I don't think there's any shame in folding. He might decide just to come in for the limp, though. And in the big blind, it doesn't get much worse than 7-4 off, James, but 7 deuce off might be just the worst. Okay, we're going to see a flop.
Ace, queen, tray. This is going to be a case of who wants it more.
Absolutely. Given the pre-flop action, Cortellazzi might feel like he has a little bit more of the initiative here because a lot of Alexandridis' you know, high cards are going to be played as a raise versus the limp, and in particular the ace. The queen a lot less so, the jack a lot less so now on the turn. Oh, and the deuce on the river. 100% for Alexandridis. It's going to go check, though. And sure enough, that deuce is going to take it. So he increases his chip stack once more with the worst hand in poker.
Domination rotation in Symeon's favor. As we continue. This is hand 53 of the final table. Round to the blinds. Queen Jack.
Yeah, you know I love these blindy blind spots, James. These are things that we have to contend with a lot when you're playing a lot of heads up and three-handed games like myself. So seeing how these guys are going to approach these ever so tricky scenarios so more frequently as we get down to 4-3 handed is really a privilege, and it's exciting to see how these guys are approaching these.
So Glowny flopping best here, pairing his 4. Action goes check, check, and now Alexandridis takes the lead with that jack on the turn.
It's tricky. Glowny really shouldn't be giving up here too often, but he doesn't have a ton invested either. It was played quite passively pre. I think because he didn't bet the flop, he should probably always bet a call the turn, excuse me, because again, your opponent has the opportunity to bluff and also can have plenty of straight draws and flush draws on this turn that you're still ahead of. The deuce of clubs is a brick. This actually might be the kind of river, James, where the jack gets paid off. Because if you think your opponent does have some flush draws, does have some straight draws on the turn, they've pretty much all missed except for some very specific low straight draws here. So he might be tempted to call once more, and I don't think it would be that out of the question because basically your opponent is going to have maybe a 10, but they might have bet that on the flop, definitely a jack, but then a whole bunch of other stuff that you're still beating. So on balance, I don't think it would be that crazy, even though it is basically second pair on the river. Yep, does make the call. Not surprised to see that, and I do think that call will actually probably win him money overall. Just unfortunate his opponent does actually have the top pair, that strongest part of that range that I was just describing.
Actually, Alexandridis has done a pretty good job of closing the gap, and Glowny's actually dropped into third. I mean, it's practically evens-stevens between Cortellazzi and Glowny right now, but...
Yeah, and if you guys were listening in, if you were listening carefully, you would have heard him say, even after they looked at that deal, he even said, like, you know, this isn't even really a good deal for me necessarily. Like, I think it's probably better for me just to play it out because I'm not getting enough in this breakdown. So this time from the button, Alexandridis, a few more chips, decides to pass the queen 8 off. I really don't blame him for this. I think queen 8 is fine to go ahead and open there, but I also think that with the two big stacks behind you, you're not going to be happy about a lot of spots. And as we've already seen, I know he had queens and he ran into king 5 suited against Kim, but Kim's totally willing to put in these 3 bets and put you in a lot of bad spots, as we saw. So instead, blind v blind. Kim's deuce is still the best hand on the turn here. Glowny has ace high. I'm not sure if he's going to want to turn this hand into a bluff, though. It's just a little bit too strong. 2 checks and going to the river. The king gives Kim 2 pair again. Another river 2 pair for Mr. Kim. Yep. Ace-8 just wants to get to showdown, and there's been a lot of passive action thus far, so you don't blame him. I think the 2 pairs going for value every single day here, though.
Glowny's not careful. He's going to regret not taking that 600 grand. Okay, he finds a fold. Good. But that doesn't stop Gab Yong Kim winning another pot and increasing his chip lead.
Where's the rail? Where's the rail? Where's the cheers?
Oh.
Wow, dude, you must have tuned out if you didn't see you won that pot. You're sitting right there. I mean, I know we occasionally miss stuff, but we're not at the table. So Glowny opening the button, Cortellazzi with ace-8 suit in the big blind. Now, a not uncommon dynamic at this final table has been Glowny opening the button with a mediocre hand, Cortellazzi actually having something decent in the big blind and re-raising.
Yeah.
And Glowny's exhibited pretty solid judgment so far. Well, that's dramatic.
Oh, that is extremely dramatic.
I was expecting a re-raise and thinking that Glowny would have a tough decision. I was not expecting him to kind of ship it and give his opponent a very, very simple decision.
Yeah, that one was particularly large. We've seen it a few times where he's got sort of like ace-10 in the big blind and his opponent is down to, you know, under 20 bigs and such, but that was a really, really big shove. But you've hit the nail on the head there. It really does seem like he's opening these sort of medium strength hands and just getting 3-bet into oblivion by Cortellazzi.
The irony is, pretty much every time Cortellazzi's done it, he's had the goods. He's had something really solid.
Sure.
And again, that was actually a prime opportunity because eventually Glowny's going to get an itchy trigger finger.
Yeah, and when you have those situations and it's for so many chips, that shove is going to work a lot of the time. But when it doesn't, it really goes bad. You know what I mean? And that was a particularly deep all-in.
$10-9 versus 10-8 on a 7-3-3 board. Kim wins that one with a flop bet. McNulty on YouTube asks, what was the deal that Glowny turned down? So at the start of this level, stacks were slightly different back then. Kim was the chip leader, Glowny was second. Kim would have got around 658k, Glowny would have got 628k, Cortellazzi 557, Alexandridis 436.
It's not easy to shuffle those.
Sorry?
This deck is not easy to shuffle.
No, it's
the other is more easy.
Yeah.
All right. UTG, which we know is actually the cutoff when we're playing four-handed, makes it 400k to go. Cortellazzi with a playable hand on the button. He's going to play it as a raise. Makes it 1.25 million to go.
8-5 total.
All right, calm down. It's a very loud confirmation of chip stack.
Yeah, I don't know if King 5 suited is going to be good enough to continue here. I like that fold, sure. I like the open and I like the fold. Sometimes that's how you play good poker. Cortellazzi's been pretty sporting. He's been offering Kim a couple opportunities to expose one card, keeping it fresh. I like to see that here. You know, you're not giving away too much information. If anything, sometimes you might confuse people, especially if you got a hand like ace-4 off there and you table the 4 or whatever, right? You really give people something to think about, might throw them off their game a little bit. And let's take another look at those chip counts here for our final 4. Kim up top, still the chip leader, 14.03 million. Alexandridis up to 5.5.
I think the big story there is the fact that Cortellazzi has pulled away from Glowny as Glowny draws closer to being level with Alexandridis.
Yeah, and I know there's kind of this weird narrative we get about, oh yeah, you know, the guy that declined the deal, he should be the, you know, is so crazy if he busts because he deserves it, right? He was being greedy and now he's got to be punished. I don't think that was the case. I think that given the circumstances, I think it was the right thing to do to say, let's play on. I just don't think this is suitable for me. I don't think it was a particularly greedy deal. You know what I mean, James?
Absolutely, although I do think that karma's going to play a factor in the fact that he should have said something earlier and not wasted 13 minutes of our day.
You know what? If anything, that's probably what's got him. That's what it is. That's what it is. You got to respect this. You got to respect Stapleton's time. Hardigan's time. Excuse me.
No one respects anything about Stapleton.
Kid's got heart. Jeff Stapes in the chat. Okay, guys, next hand, UTG decides not to play. Folds to the small blind here, Mr. Kim. He's not messing around. 6 tray off. He's going to make it 700,000. Say what?
1.1 million in the pot.
That's a lot of chips. That's a big raise. That's one way to do it.
And number 60. And Glowny back in action, opening under the gun with ace-4.
I actually kind of want to go back to that just for a moment, guys. We did see that really big raise blind v blind from Kim. Is that another playing the rush? Is that another vote towards playing the rush? What, like, he just likes to aggregate multiple hands in a row, and he just went, you know what? I'm winning this one, 700K.
I'm kind of like swinging between playing the rush and is a bit random. Random's good, right?
Absolutely.
They can't work you out. What you're doing is confusing them. You're doing something right. No King Choba, they did not reach a deal. Doesn't mean the subject will return to the agenda a bit later on today. I think there is certainly a healthy appetite from some players not to play for the advertised payouts. But things change as chip stacks change.
Yeah, a little sigh there from Mr. Kim, and I feel you, buddy. It is a long old slog to get to this point. So many days, so many long days of poker. You have to have that endurance to stay focused and stay in the moment and don't get carried away. You got to keep it level-headed all the way through. So I can imagine the strain at this point, and we're still four-handed, still so much to go. Still so much poker to be played.
People playing lots of poker in the deck. There is no joker. Glory, trophies, and big monies. They're up for grabs when you find yourself playing on the EPT. Come on, the 4 deuce.
It's like playing poker in a jumbo jet.
I'm sorry, that is a slight Australian Jeremy Clarkson.
It's not.
It's a good Clarkson if he'd spent a lot of time in Sydney.
Come on, chat, back me up.
It's like driving a car into the eye of a storm.
That is the best Clarkson impression in the world. Thank you very much, Alex. Give that man a medal. Mort says he's Aussie and it's not great, which means it's not a good Australian impression, which means it must be a great Clarkson impression.
That's right, Danderman. Nick is trying to impersonate Kelly Clarkson, the first ever American Idol winner.
Since you've been gone.
I tell you who you actually sound like when you try to do your Clarkson. Do you know the Australian poker commentator Paul Curry?
Sure. I know who you're talking about. I hate the fact that that's who I sound like. Why are you impersonating a Kiwi? Yeah, I think my Michael Caine is probably better, guys. I apologize. We're just trying to have some fun in here. We're trying to keep it light. Clark Griswold. maybe my normal voice is a bit of a Clark Griswold. I'm not sure.
Tipster, 10 points for getting the reference.
7.
Wow. He's got this size and he's going to use it. Blind v blind.
Jack 10, by no means an unplayable hand from the big blind.
No, but that open size is chunky. Cortellazzi just isn't scared, though. He is not sacred poker.
All in.
He's like, what? What? Okay, wait a second. Now things are getting a little bit crazy, James. I don't know about you.
Maybe Cortellazzi's just bored.
If I keep shoving enough, we might get back to that deal conversation.
I like that glass triangle. If I say the words all in, they give me the glass triangle. Maybe next time I'll get to keep it. I'm going to keep saying all in.
I mean, I think he should be awarded the glass triangle for some of the most not sacred all-ins we've seen on this final table thus far, with 4 left.
The Grafton, 10-9 suited. And a raise to 400,000.
They can't outplay you if they don't see a flop, James.
Do it again.
Oh no, surely not again. He wants to do it. Look at his face.
He hasn't stacked his chips in that funky manner to not go all in, Nick.
He's all in. Give him the glass triangle. Give him the triangle. Let's go. This is how you win a poker tournament right here, ladies and gentlemen.
Wow, fucker, right?
What did you call him?
Fucker, ready.
My favorite dealer, Olivia.
No.
My favorite.
She's my dealer.
My.
No.
You?
Yeah. She's my angel.
50-50.
Oh, no.
No.
60.
Okay.
You okay?
Okay.
I mean, look, I can relate to this. I am a terrible post-flop player, especially out of position. Taking the hard work out of it and just lumping it in with 50 bigs pre, I'm on board with that strategy.
I mean, it's going to work a lot of the time. James, you could say that 60% of the time it works every time. And right now we're currently in that 60% range. And he's chipping up. He's slowly closing on Kim. And if he, oh, okay. I thought for one moment he was going to wake up with ace queen again. In fact, it is Glowny who wakes up with the ace queen this time.
Maybe he'll learn a trick from Cortellazzi's playbook, and he'll go all in.
Yeah, this one seems a little bit more standard. All in.
Have they changed the rules? Are they playing Tempest?
Push fold only. It would be really funny if they just sort of behind the scenes went, hey guys, we're going to say no deal, but from now on, let's just mess with people and just play push fold. Yeah, should we do that? They've actually agreed to all chop it up evenly. They just want to mess with us a little bit.
At least Glowny didn't get called a you-know-what by Kim when he did that.
I can tell you one thing. Nobody at this table is sacred. Absolutely not sacred poker here. Yes. We see another trap here from Glowny. Kim's kind of got that, kind of in that mood. We've seen him play some pretty spicy hands. 5 deuce off isn't going to be one of those, though. He is going to take a flop, though, facing that limp, of course.
King Jack Jack on the flop.
I don't see any reason to bet here, really, if I'm Glowny. You're going to have the best hand in unbelievable amount of the time. You still have the gut shot. You still have 2 overcards to some small pocket pairs if they're ever in there as a check behind, which is still a possibility. Pocket deuces, pocket threes, pocket fours, that kind of thing. Not completely unreasonable. But you're certainly not folding. Glowny is not folding this flop. Absolutely no doubt about it. Just a nice, easy check call every day. Oh, yes. 6 of clubs on the turn doesn't change anything. We know Kim is capable of lots of aggressive lines here. Glowny checks. The check call flop, though, is pretty scary, though, if you are in Kim's shoes. But he's not a sacred player. And the deuce does, in fact, give him the best of it.
Come on.
It's unfortunate because Glowny obviously is trying to get to showdown. There's no reason for him to turn his hand into a bluff here, so it's not as though he's going to convince Kim to fold that deuce. And now that Kim has showdown, it's just going to go check on the river soft. And Kim might even find a value bet, right? Given the way the hand has been played, if he checks this river, he basically never has a jack. He basically never has a king. He never has like pocket tens that were a trap or pocket nines. So he might actually sometimes put it together and go, I'm going to get some ace highs to call here and put in a small bet. But also obviously showdown, easy game.
If no, do you bluff?
Huh? No.
500. If no, deuce. No, deuce 500. Bluff. No bluff? Oh.
Yeah, just asking him if the deuce doesn't come, are you going to turn your hand into a bluff? I think the answer is no. He tried his best on the flop, but he knows it's not a great situation for him to try and do anything more than that.
It's true.
Be careful.
And
Be careful.
I have to point it out, James. It's another pot that Glowny has lost.
Yeah.
So he is really dwindling at this stage.
So
Still has plenty of big blinds, but certainly not the position of power that he had when we were going into deal negotiations.
no queen because maybe
if good.
has king.
Good choice.
King 6 of hearts just calls in the small blind. The raises to 700k have been curbed by Cortellazzi's all-ins. And we have an ace 5-3 flop. Seven of hearts on the turn. And the 3 of hearts on the river. 10 kicker playing. Cortellazzi's going to win this. And he's going to bet it.
Have a free. Yeah. Wow, nice play.
Nice value.
Good bet.
He, I mean, you know, he had the right idea, right, James? He had the right idea. Just, just pipped into the post there with the kicker.
Bondar. It's not a new poker, it's very old play. Bondar, more like Wrongdar. This is happening right here, right now. EPT Prague is taking place. March 16th, 2022. Yes, there is a 30-minute delay on the action because we're showing all the whole cards at the final table. It's as good as live, and we are speaking to you in real time. You're going to post in the YouTube comments. You're going to try and be a know-it-all. Be right. Jack 8-4. And it's a pair of fours for Glowny. Obviously, the king on the turn changes everything.
Yeah, been a pretty unfortunate run of cards here for Glowny. That king, real killer. Alexandridis knows he's got to go for value at this point. Opts for a check instead. And Alexandridis closing that gap once again.
Difference between them now?
About 2 million chips at the moment, I believe. So, you know. And number 69. Yeah, so only about 10 big blinds separates them at the moment, James.
And they might face off in this next part. It's blind v blind. Alexandridis with 5s in the small completes. Jack 9 off for Glowny in the big.
Pocket 5 still the best hand. Alexandridis with the initiative here as well, with the pre-flop aggression. Decides to continue for 200,000. That's about 1/3 pot on the flop. Glowny, I mean, what are you going to do?
Oh, he's going to call the 200k, and this hand's going to the turn. Oh, I'm starting to feel it, Nick, that this guy is destined to finish 5th. I know that's a horrible thing to say, but I kind of feel we're watching the Turn Mulder story on rerun, with Glowny playing the role of Turn Mulder.
But, wait for it, the float on the flop with the jack high did actually merit a turn check from Alexandridis here.
Okay.
And so, I mean, you're not floating with jack high not to try and make a move on later streets, are you? I mean, jack high can still be the best hand, absolutely, and maybe that's how he feels, especially when the board pairs here on the river, but it's a really, really interesting one. I think it's right on the cusp. Like, your hand is just strong enough to win at showdown with jack high, I think, right? I think, you know, 10 high isn't a hand that you'd necessarily want to float with here and then not try and rep. And because he missed that turn bet, Alexandridis is just going to go ahead and put in sort of like a 1/4 pot sizing here on the river. Kind of a bit of a blocker bet.
Yeah, and just to be clear, guys, things are going so badly for Glowny, he could absolutely finish 5th in a 4-handed game.
Yeah.
I will rephrase and say I fear he's going to be the next player out.
Yeah, and I think also, as well as being kind of a blocker bet right here, you know, because an 8 can only really call at this stage, right? So he's going to kind of prevent better hands from going for value. He could also get calls from king high here, you know what I mean? That kind of a thing, especially when the board pairs on this river, king X, king queen, that kind of thing. King jack, king 10 might decide to call, but the jacks are going in the bin. Alexandridis picks it up.
There's now practically nothing separating them, Nick. They're pretty much tied in last place.
Yep, just things are not going his way. I like that line from Symeon here. I like it a lot. I do think that lots of ace-x combos and 8x combos would have bet turn. And I think there's a chance that he just missed his opportunity to float and then bluff. If he bets that turn, there's a chance he can still take it.
Alexandridis with ace-7 offsuit on the button, a hand known as the Spraggy. Ace-deuce of diamonds for Gab Yong Kim.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen him play such a wide range in this position. I don't think it's crazy to assume that he's going to continue here as well.
I have, I'll tell you exactly. This is 9. This is...
And maybe 6, right?
I'll tell you exactly, he says. He struggles to tell us what he has exactly because of the way he stacks his chips.
He's all in.
Oh, wow. Wow, Kim shoves on Alexandridis.
I love this play, actually, James. I do think that this is totally fine, given this effective stack depth and given Kim's stack. These low-suited ace-x combos are such good candidates to play as pre-flop all-ins when you can apply ICM pressure. You're going to get better aces to fold all the time, and I think this is case in point one of those scenarios, right? Even a hand as strong as, like, ace-jack might struggle to call in this scenario. You know what I'm saying? Because it is so much to call. It is for the tournament life.
Me?
Yes.
No.
Good.
No better.
Better?
Yeah.
You don't need it. You don't need better. Good.
Thank you.
Ace-7 folded.
New dealer now.
Oh my God.
Who's dealer? Whose dealer
This
is
means
me?
we are
You
halfway
again.
through the level.
Maybe you?
Don't know.
I was about to say, Nick, how are we only halfway through this level? And then I remembered the 15 minutes of pointless deal conversation at the start.
Another look at the chip counts here, guys. Bottom left, Kim,
What you have,
still the
Kim?
chip leader, 14.63
Huh?
million. Alexandridis
Shit.
now
You too.
just on the heels of Glowny with 5 million. Basically
your
nothing
friend.
separates them. Hand number 71 getting underway now.
Push-up 94 says, just imagine Mulder at this final table. We don't have to imagine it. He was at this final table when it was seven-handed. Didn't work out for him. 9-5-5 on this flop.
Interesting, Kim decides to lead here. Cortellazzi could continue there once in a while. He's got king high in the backdoor clubs, but again, just doesn't really have tons that he likes there, so he's going to go ahead and put it in the bin. Seems pretty reasonable as well.
Joe says, I feel like it's time for a cooler. Do we need to get our Joe to start cranking it?
Yeah, I mean, world famous crank coverage.
Oh, no, we don't cover the crank. No one wants to watch Joe cranking it.
Absolutely not.
I mean, I know that this is an 18-plus stream, but come on, there are some things that are too extreme for any internet portal. We have got the cooler machine with us in Prague, and if we do need to get that machine cranked to deliver us some cold deck situations, we will do it. We had a mirror installed in the closet yesterday, Nick. Joe did reveal that he loves to crank it in front of the mirror. As we get Glowny betting this flop, 275,000.
Looking good.
Glowny finally wins a pot, ladies and gentlemen. Write down the date and the time. It's been a while.
It's been a while.
What hand have we reached? 73.
73.
The number 73 with Sandy Toksvig.
Okay, Alexandridis here in the small blind. Again, blind v blind action. You absolutely love to see it. I think a limp here is pretty cool. I don't mind a limp. It's okay. It's okay. Glowny in the big blind with queen 9 off now.
Glowny checking his option. 7-5 versus queen 9. Small versus big. And an ace 8-7 flop. So Alexandridis flops best. 10 on the turn.
7, 8, 9, 10. Yep, that's an up and down straight draw. I think the check is totally cool. Queen high again can just be the best handle out of the time, as we can see right here, of course. But
no.
But no improver here for Glowny.
No, instead it's 7s and 5s. Alexandridis.
I guess on the turn with Queen 9, what you ask yourself is, am I going to get a 7 or 8 to fold here, and how do I go about doing that? And it probably involves you betting twice. I don't think the turn bet would be enough to actually get him off a pair. So you might need to commit to both, and you don't necessarily need to do that when you've actually got showdown. And gets away. Alexandridis now 4.8 million.
King Jack of diamonds on the button.
It's a real pretty hand. We have seen Kim really putting him to the test here, though, haven't we, James? I mean, if he wakes up with another low-suited ace or something of that ilk, is he going to just put him to the test again? This time less. He's actually slightly shallower than he was previously as well, facing Kim in the big blind.
Now, Baldy Drongo, I don't necessarily disagree with your observation. However, there is a very strict rule on this stream about bad lookalikes. We encourage bad lookalikes. We love bad lookalikes, but you can't compare a poker player to another poker player. It has to be a lookalike for someone who is legitimately famous in the mainstream world outside of the poker industry.
Yeah, them's the rules. But take a look at this flop here for Kim. You know, isn't this always the way, James? I mean, great turn here, of course, but you open a nice hand like King Jack, and you just come. It just comes 3, 5, 6, 2 spades. That king on the turn, though, godsend. Okay, Kim wants to make it 300. He's going to lead at this turn. Pair and the straight draw is still 30% equity against King Jack, assuming that they're going to get to showdown. Is King Jack strong enough to raise this turn bet? I don't know. I don't think you want to get too out of line. But it is pretty close, I think. Queen of Hearts, very nice too. Okay, he's got showdown. He's going to try and get to it. How big is the value bet? 1.7K million in there, excuse me.
Can we just shout out Bernie for doing sterling work since day 3, when the shot clock was first introduced.
Nice pair. A big bet I call. Huh? That's very rare.
Set.
Huh?
Set, I thought.
You was set?
Set. Like a joke.
Oh, we had some good times.
Do you remember that one time I lied about having a set and we all laughed? That was good. Kim's got one kappa. He's got a queen with it too.
Please don't bluff. Please.
Every time blow.
Don't bluff, please. Kim, please.
You blow. You every time blow. Check.
I check.
Check, check, very quickly.
Check.
I check.
Ace high, still ahead.
They've already agreed not to bluff in this hand, James.
King high.
Double paired
Oh,
board.
I should bet.
Ace high must win. Okay, another pot going towards Alexandridis here. Chipping up. It's got to be ahead of Glowny now, right, James?
Not sure.
I'm bad player.
Let's check on the stacks in this next hand.
Yeah.
Which will be hand number 76. Glowny, 5.7 million.
One race, 400.
Cortellazzi's got the snowmens. Num num.
Wait, you mean he's not all in?
Nope, just calling. Okay, Alexandridis has, in terms of chips I mean, not necessarily in terms of whole cards.
Oh.
6.2. Yep. He's moved ahead of Glowny.
Just edged ahead of him. Yeah, I thought so.
The Polish qualifier is now officially the shortest stack with 4 players remaining. That could change though after this hand as we go 3-way to the flop, which is 9-4-3, and that means 8s are still good.
I can't be in the chat saying, is the bottom card of the dealer's hands hidden somehow? Yes, it's called a cut card. When the dealer makes their last action to cut the deck, there's a piece of plastic that's card size that goes on the bottom, so the bottom card is not exposed during the dealing process.
Back in the day, they used to cut the deck with a knife, but too many accidents.
One race,
No one likes playing on a bloody table.
Oh, wait, what's going on here?
Kim has decided to raise with King 10.
So, was it a lead and a raise, or was it a bet? Was it a check raise and then a raise? It's a lot of money in the middle.
10 seconds.
Yeah, it was a lead from Cortellazzi.
Yeah.
And then Kim, who was the pre-flop aggressor, has decided to raise with just king high. Cortellazzi no way of knowing that he's actually a 3-1 favorite here, but
It's so hard to play from out of position with these 8s. I think Kim recognizes that the lead is going to be a lot of hands that just want to end the pot right now and not necessarily something super strong that wants to continue. I think in a multi-way pot, though, it's not unreasonable for Cortellazzi to lead some sets here. But it is going to work. Kim applying the pressure, taking it down.
Ooh.
Like that a lot. Let's go poker. These guys just don't bluff, James. That's the thing. I've been watching this final table, and they just don't bluff, except for when they do.
Gab Yong Kim over the 15 million mark now.
Really excellent play there. Love to see that aggression. Picking his moments, taking down pots.
This is his moment. This is his perfect.
This is his perfect
moment.
With you. With you, James.
Kim now with pocket threes under the gun. Seven, 6 suited. Alexandridis folds the small blind. And poor old Glowny in the big blind has jacks, which has been a hand he's been dealt a fair few times today, and most times has worked out for him.
You might be tempted just to ship this. Yep. Not messing around. If it was a different scenario, he might just 3-bet and try and get some more value from the jacks, but on a final table, you just don't mess around.
Like 6 million. No, 5 million more. 5. Yeah.
5,525,000. 5,525.
Are you legitimately thinking about this?
I'm not sure. I think this would be pretty wild. That is a big call with a very small pocket pair, and Glowny is not going to be doing this light. Yep, no good.
And 78. Ace queen for Glowny in the small blind. Calls out the small blind, and Kim checks his option with 8-6 in the big blind. And it's 9 tray deuce on the flop. Ace high still ahead.
Ooh.
The ace on the turn means that Glowny now has a lock on this.
Yeah, Kim doesn't really have a whole lot to go to town with here. So I think it's probably just going to be a bet and take it kind of scenario.
What do you have, Kim?
Yeah.
Ace 10, Ace 9.
Me? No better. Waiting. You too.
No, before.
Yeah.
All in.
Aheja. Me? No. Just small pocket.
No good.
Yeah, no good.
Okay, first act here.
6 raise.
Alexandridis with king 10 off decides to come along.
1 pass.
Kim decides not to play the 8-7 off from the small blind, so just the big blind left now. Queen jack off, very playable hand. James. He's not going to do it again, is he?
He loves that glass triangle.
10 seconds.
He's looking at the dealer.
No one loves it more.
Oh, surely not. Surely not.
Look how happy he is to see it.
Reunited with his friend, the glass triangle once more. Oh, it's just awesome. It's just awesome. You know that feeling when you look the dealer in the eye and you say, I'm all in. Pass me that triangle.
Exactly, Tom. The glass triangle is nice.
It is nice. Nice.
Okay, Glowny, ace-jack under the gun. Opens to 400,000. We're still at the 100,000, 200,000 blind level. Ah, it's the first time I've seen the bond in a while. 7-5 of spades.
It's just so pretty. What are you going to do?
6.6.
Shall we raise the blinds?
Smuko.
Alexandridis calls. And doesn't quite flop like Bond, but has paired his 5.
So Glowny, looking down at about 6.23 mil, does decide to continue on this sort of very dry rainbow king high low card flop, which I think is totally cool.
Now, Alexandridis has the flush draw to go with his pair of 5s. Xanadu says, I thought No Time to Die kind of flopped. I think it was the second biggest movie of 2021 after Spider-Man. Pretty much saved cinemas in the UK, so thank you for your comment, but you're wrong.
Yeah, I think ace-jack wants to just check this turn a lot. It's not a great turn to try and get a 5 or a trade to fold, or indeed any pocket pair.
It is always coming 7, and now Alexandridis has 3 pair. That's right, big deal, O'Nelly. You know you're not at a UK IPT when there's no celebration for drop glasses. Oh, Glowny. That last hand almost killed him. Cortellazzi has ace-10 on the button. Opens to 550,000. King 10 for Glowny. Just a call out of the big blind, and ace 10 still ahead post flop. Hashtag embrace the squeak. Continuation bet of 750,000. I don't think this is getting called. Nah.
No, it's not going to work out. I've just had word from the PokerStars team, by the way, guys. Just a little side note. Papo MC is three-handed in the 2K side events for what is potentially another spade and 80,000 euros.
Wow. Potentially 2 wins at the same EPT festival.
I mean, my man's in there. He's in the trenches.
I mean, strictly speaking, he's at a poker table, but I know what you mean. And 82. Jack 8 of strawberries, and Glowny's going to call. Does seem to be his strategy, small to big. Not big on the raising. Kim, on the other hand, says the price of poker's going up. And he's made it 700K total. $500,000 to call. Well, Glowny's called, and the flop is ace, queen, 5. So king high still ahead, and Kim 77% equity here.
Yeah, I think the equity in this scenario isn't even really the important thing. The fact that he was that very aggressive pre-flop 3-better, and this is just a texture where you're going to bet take it away so often, and you don't have to go big. You know, it's your opponent's going to connect with this board, or they're not, and they're just not going to be able to continue in most situations, especially on the rainbow texture here. If there is a flush draw available, for example, it's a little bit trickier to get that one through.
Heshi's observation on the four-handed play we're seeing right now. Someone should do something.
Excellent contribution. I mean, I feel like somebody's doing something here, because if you look at Glowny, he's only got 4.45 million left.
That's true.
I mean, I feel like at this stage he tried to put his foot down there. I think he was feeling a little bit bullied. He's been getting 3-bet pretty aggressively from pretty much every player at this table, apart from the other short stack. And he was like, no, you know what? I am going to see a flop with Jack 8 of hearts. I can hit this board. No, literally ace, queen high, rainbow. No chance. No hope. And nothing he can do.
Well, we have gone to the flop here in an unraised pot, blind v blind. And Kim is going to bet 200,000. Cortellazzi with the advantage has ace high but folds.
There was 700, right? 700. 7 million? Yeah, 7 million.
6.
6?
6.
Oh, 1 million.
Yeah, this is 4.
Yeah, yellow is 1 million, right?
4. 5.
Oh, thank you.
No problem.
All right, guys, hand number 84.
Ace Jack for Glowny under the gun.
Got about 20 big blinds here.
Makes it 400,000, and we've got Ace King for Kim.
Uh-oh. James, this is so cruel. At this stage, Kim in particular has been 3-betting him very, very aggressively, and I think that's what we're going to see here every time.
1.2 million, and we might see an all-in here.
Nope, 6 is in the bin. Has he had enough of Kim's nonsense? We saw him defending that Jack-8 suited a moment ago. He could just 4-bet jam, James.
Playing a time bank card, buying an additional 30 seconds thinking time.
Glowny's been playing it pretty cool so far, but he looked a little bit nervous there. He's gonna put it in, James. He's gonna do it.
He is all in. And Kim calls. And we have a domination situation. Kim with the best hand. Glowny, the at-risk player, he's behind. And there is a 70% chance that Glowny, the player who refused to even consider the deal numbers, is going to go out in 4th place.
4th place currently paying 320,900 euros. Nothing to sniff at, but this is a huge moment. Make no mistake about it.
Glowny's had a torrid time since the start of this level. In fact, since losing the chip lead to Gab Yong Kim, his stacks has gone down and down and down. The flop has a jack on it. Domination rotation, and now Glowny set for a double up.
Hammer, king or queen is good. Yeah, spade is good.
Well, the deuce of spades is a good card for Kim. Glowny now has to fade kings and spades.
Right.
Look.
The river card.
No.
Is another jack, and it is a double up for Glowny. He survives and is back in contention.
Oh, wow, what a reversal. Glowny, who denied the deal not that long ago, dwindling down to just 20 big blinds and gets the full double, back up to 9.4 million. There's a lot more play left in this tournament, James.
And he's almost tied at the top with Kim now.
Unlucky.
Oh, when you want to run good, this is where you want to do it.
That's okay. Good timing.
Kim with the advantage. Cortellazzi and Glowny pretty much tied for 2nd place. And Alexandridis back at the bottom of the leaderboard as we come towards the end of this level. And of course, that means The blinds will be going up soon.
It's like we just hit reset after that deal discussion, James. All that hard work, pretty much back to where we were before.
Can you imagine if we ended this 90-minute session and the stacks are pretty much identical to where they were at the start? I mean, we could have just cut that 90 minutes from the timeline and just jumped to the next blind level.
Are you sure you don't want to stop for another 15-minute discussion of deals?
I'm definitely sure that I don't want that.
But we're just going to look at the numbers, James. We're just going to look.
He's like, no, I did. Oh, all right then. I'm going to say no, but you know, go ahead and compute everything.
But it doesn't matter.
You never see this stuff live, James. Oh wait, we're live, guys. EPT Prague. Let's get back into the action. Kim makes it the straight min raise from UTG. Glowny in the big blind now. Chips refreshed. I think he's going to play a pot here. Why not?
Queen high flop though. So the next level will be 125, 250,000 blinds with a 250K big blind ante.
Kim, top pair. Wants to go ahead and bet here.
Stupig says, how did Glowny get his chips back? He turned to Kim and said, I really think it's unfair that you have more chips than me. Would you mind giving me approximately half your stack? And Kim went, I'll give you a third of it. And Glowny went, okay.
That's too good.
Exactly, Xanadu. Kim's nice like that. As Glowny retakes the chip lead. Oh, wow. He's moved ahead of Kim on the rankings.
Let's just pretend like this level never happened, shall we? It's all good. Let's just blip this this level, shall we?
But then we'll be denying Cortellazzi his triangle time. Those beautiful moments that he's got to spend with that glass object.
Yeah. It's a real shame.
Oh, the old 7 deuce. Got to show it.
Nice.
Got to show it. RT95 says, how long do you think this final table is going to last? At this rate, I'll take any time this side of midnight.
It would be funny if at this stage, knowing that they've locked up, you know, more than 300K each, if they just played super high stakes 7 deuce game. Like they just went, okay guys, let's make this more interesting. 10K if you can show down 7 deuce off. You know, we can all afford it. We know, you know, everyone else at the table is good for it because you know what they're getting paid. That's what we want to see. EPT, Monte Carlo guys, high stakes 7 deuce game, final table, final 4. That's what we want to see.
Yeah.
I'm calling it now.
How much do you have now? 1 bit, 200.
6,
Like 10?
7, 8, 8.5.
Like 10.
Yeah,
Let's say-
something like that.
let's say 10.
Yeah, yeah.
200. Maybe on the break we can see again.
You don't want?
Oh no,
Maybe.
no,
If
no,
it goes
guys,
10,
come on.
8,
I called it.
like
Oh no.
10,
9,
8
5.
and a half, 6.
For me, it's okay.
You
All
want?
right, it's confirmed,
On
chat.
the break.
We
On the
have
break, we
actually
can see
traveled
again
back in
because
time.
Okay.
We do
We
distribution.
are actually going to relive it.
It's good.
Yeah, it's
Yeah, the other final table.
if it's good for everybody. Yeah,
Not bad.
100 difference, no.
Glowny, if you're not interested in doing a deal, please say now. Please don't make them go to the effort of crunching the
We're not in a
numbers.
rush. We can
Yeah, I know.
have time.
We're not in a rush, James. We're not in a rush, buddy. Take your time. I mean, the only thing that's going to be different is Glowny's tasted that sweet, sweet rejection, that deal denial pain. I know it went his way, but maybe that will sway him this time.
Look, this is my life, watching No Limit Hold'em MTTs. And I am the first to concede that there are moments when not a lot happens. But I will take several orbits of the most inconsequential hands over watching someone stand at a table with a laptop putting numbers in a spreadsheet.
Yeah. Although, when you consider my streaming career, that's what a lot of people tune in to watch, I'm afraid, James.
That's right, Howard. I'm dissing the entire accounting profession. At least accountants don't live stream themselves. Actually, maybe there are some who do. There's a market for everything these days.
I mean, I feel like there might be something like that, but they can't be showing a lot, can they? That's probably privileged information if they're streaming straight from the desktop.
And look, as I move this into the Y column, so my client's tax liberty is significantly reduced.
Mr. Johnson doesn't like to pay taxes. Let me show you how we got to 0 at the end of the year.
This charitable donation.
Give the people what they want. That's what I say, James.
And we're just going to run this ISA through the Channel Islands.
Let me just double check this account number. Yep, 5764-4773.
7-6 suited for Kim under the gun.
Now, I just wanted to point out we did actually see a fold from Cortellazzi's Queen Jack off there, which was surprising because it seemed like an opportunity for him to spend some more time with the dealer button, the all-in button, excuse me, the all-in triangle. But the stacks obviously now significantly different from when they were, from what they were earlier when he was making those plays against the initial opener. Oh, wow. Very interesting fold there from Cortellazzi. Doesn't even want to enter the pot there in position with King Jack off. That is super interesting. Thus far, it does feel a little bit like he's playing push fold.
The break is imminent, guys. In fact, this will be the last hand before the break. King, Queen, 7. Glowny outflopped because it is always coming 7. Kim makes it 275,000. And if he wins this pot, Nick, we will be pretty much where we were at the start of this level. Kim with the slight chip advantage over Glowny. Cortellazzi somewhere around the 7-8 million mark. And Alexandridis around the 5 million mark.
It's always coming 7.
It really is.
I've never been happier. I could watch this all day. 7.
Yeah, let's see those 7s in the chat. Come on.
Come on, guys.
Well, Glowny's still calling these bets and does not river a 5. $2.5 million in the middle.
It's one of those spots where you think you're going to get a lot of value from a king or a queen, right? You really want your opponent just to be sitting here with king 10 or that something like that. King queen obviously a little bit better. I think for that reason he probably sizes up. Kim does seem to favor the larger river bets here.
So my apologies. Glowny led the turn. At least he slowed down on the river and he's checked to Kim. Suffice to say, Kim is betting.
Yeah. Not as big as I would have thought, actually. He goes quite small here. 500K. It's not completely ridiculous to think that 5s could call here once in a while, but I think given the dynamic, it's probably just going to be a fold most of the time.
So that's the end of the level.
Yeah.
And the players are going on a 20-minute break. And hold on a sec.
Okay, alright, so in order to be able to do that, I'm going to have to do an exact count of all of your stacks. I will do them.
Okay, so while the players are on break, they're going to verify the chip counts. Toby's got his trusty laptop, so he'll run the numbers again. And Toby Stone and Elise will work out the numbers, and I guess the players will review them, and then we'll see where we're at. But it's not that dissimilar, except this time. Glowny's got less, Nick.
Yes.
So the number that he'll be given is not going to be as much as it was the last time. Cortellazzi's equity's gone up. Glowny's gone down.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, after. Count, please. I want you to do that.
Okay, so they'll count the chips, they'll run the numbers, and when we come back from break, guys, and I'm sure that you might not be able to hold up through the tension of the next 20 minutes, we've got more deal negotiations coming up.
I can't wait, James.
And maybe we'll play some poker.
9-2.
World famous deal coverage.
These are the stacks as we see them. Everyone now playing fewer than 50 big blinds. It's going to be shallower once we get to 125, 250. That's another incentive, actually, in all seriousness, to look at the numbers one more time. So when we come back from break, they'll crunch the numbers. They'll look at whether they want to do a deal again, and then we will play poker and continue to play down to a winner here in Prague on the PokerStars European Poker Tour. Back in 20.
Getting closer and closer. That's beautiful. Wow, you're that good, huh?
Jennifer Call. Justin raises 4,000.
Dirksen just raising, so I guess Jen limped the aces. Everybody did it back then. Everybody was doing it. Now, does she call or does she re-raise? That is a re-raise, a small re-raise.
How much more? 7,004. Justin calls.
Dirksen, no way is he folding the 5-7 suited. Oh,
and
my
what
God.
a flop.
Ew.
Couldn't really have connected any harder than that. Yeah, he's got a call, paired, flush draw. He's actually a statistical favorite on the flop despite technically being behind.
I'm a little ahead, I think I'm 52%. 52%. Slightly ahead.
Wow.
Idiot. 53.
Nailed it. What a, yeah, what a dummy.
This guy's so dumb.
Turn is a 4. 4, 5, 6, 7 now. Jeepers. Oh, God.
That will indeed do it.
You're getting powerful.
More like Jen, elimination, Mason. Oh, goodness.
Yeah. Best flop ever, you know?
I was having a perfect day until that, too.
She did well, she pulled you in.
I mean, she got a lot of money in pot with aces. I didn't.
We got our shot in a small blind now, here in the big blind. See anything I ever want to know about the tournament?
Jeff Williams, once again, flexing those muscles.
Jeff makes it 17,000.
That seems like a big raise to me. There was 12,000 out there, and he made it 17,000 with ace jack. That just happened, right?
Yep.
Oh boy. Gonzalez is going to step right into it.
Now let's see the top. Flop comes down 7, 4, 9.
Ace jack still out in front.
Check. Check.
Jack checks. And the turn card comes.
Check, check, and a jack now on the turn. Gonzalez has a straight draw in jams. I don't think we're gonna see top pair, top kicker get folded here.
How much?
It ain't much at all. It's like 3 pre-flop raises for you.
Why? Why are you going all in into a 40,000 pot?
So French. I'm surprised he didn't go.
Jeff calls.
Williams calls.
We've got another all-in situation.
Gonzalez in big, big trouble.
Yeah, this time there is a 91% chance that he'll be eliminated.
Jeff shows ace jack.
He is in deep merde.
Thierry shows ace 10. Now, let's see.
The river card is an 8. That's the straight for Gonzalez.
Oh, I knew that couldn't have been Jeff Williams' girlfriend.
Thierry hits a straight and stays in a turning. Doubles up again.
Gross. Pretty gross.
Five-handed. Blind still 30-60. Action on Myoroka.
I went to clown school.
He folds. Magnus Carlsen also passes. Mernig on the button. Mux.
Hey, Jack. Hey, Antonio.
These two.
Buonanno limps in the small blind with ace deuce.
I kind of like it.
That's friendly. I accept that.
But Salter has kings in the big blind.
I assume he won't be as friendly.
It's a race.
106.
116 total.
Buonanno's in absolute jail.
Oh, he re-raises. It's a 3-bet to 500,000.
Despite how bad it looks, I think there's an argument for this play. Antonio's blocking an ace from Jack's range, and ace-deuce is really tough to play out of position. If you're Jack, I really don't know how you keep your cool here. I would be a mess.
Salter responds with a 4-bet to just over $1 million.
Hey, it's Angus McWienerschnitzel.
Former EPT finalist Ludovic Geilich on Salter's rail.
There's also an argument for 5-betting here sometimes, but I think when Jack 4-bets, he's almost never light.
It is a 5-bet, and it's for a hefty chunk of Buonanno's stack, 2.1 million.
He is making a stand.
And Salter requests the all-in triangle once again. And Buonanno folds.
Nice try, Antonio.
Don't worry, big hand, big hand. Monster.
Nice spot.
Thank you. I wanted it all, but I'll take that. I think we have a pocket rocket.
It's not that hard to have pocket rocket. Having 2 of them is the trick.
He doesn't even have one. 10-6 offsuit for Salter on the button in the small blind.
Totally fine hand to raise pre-flop heads up. Weird, I know.
And here comes the raise. To 225,000. Queen 7 suited for Buonanno.
Totally fine hand to defend heads up.
He calls.
Powder v Buonanno.
The flop is 8-7-4. Second pair for Buonanno. A double gutter for Salter.
Nothing a little diet and exercise couldn't fix. Oh, you mean the straight draws.
Buonanno has checked.
It's a great spot for Buonanno to check and then call a c-bet.
Jack's continuation bet is 180,000. Buonanno.
Buonanno, don't do it.
Has check raised. Makes it 415,000.
This is kind of a weird raise to make. You're either folding out a hand you're beating or making the pot big with second pair. Oh, and I guess one good click deserves another.
Salter responds with a 3-bet to 905,000.
9.
Huge rivalry between these two players.
And Buonanno seems awfully confident that second pair is good.
He calls.
Guys, I'm not going to lie. I really don't know what's going on here.
A jack on the turn. Buonanno now a 3-1 favorite.
Now, typical game flow would mean he'd check here, so I assume that means he's, yeah, he's going to bet.
2.3 million in the middle. He bet 700,000.
I think he thinks he's value betting, which he technically is, so maybe he's a genius? Jack's pretty much getting the exact right price to call.
Salter folds.
Okay.
You want to see? Yeah. 1. 1? Okay.
Pick the queen.
It is the queen. And Antonio Buonanno has closed the gap as this heads-up battle continues. These guys not scared to go to war. Blinds are currently 100,000 and 200,000 with a 30,000 ante. Salter's on the button with ace-queen. He raises to 415k. Ace-9 for Buonanno.
I'm going to go ahead and call this 3-bet kale because I am not a fan.
He's re-raised to $1 million.
They're too deep to want to get it in, and ace-9 is not strong enough to 3-bet for value.
Salter set to respond with a 4-bet by the looks of things. Yep, he makes it 2.225 million.
Just seems like since they're so deep, they'd rather just play huge pots. It's like having a month to do homework assignment and then writing it the night before.
And did you see how quickly Buonanno called?
Absolute grudge match between these two.
It's a low flop. Ace-queen still ahead. And Buonanno leads the flop for 1.5 million.
All this is très bizarre.
All in from Jack Salter.
3, 2, 1 blast off. Wow, I think if you're gonna rip that pre-flop would have been the spot to do it.
What's going on?
The bird is not the word. It's late.
Carmen, I'm with you.
You tried to raise before the flop or no? Misclick.
Jack Salter with the big chip advantage now.
Nice of Magnus Carlsen to stick around. Oh, Jack Salter's blocking their cars in. Will the owner of a lime green hatchback with killer sound system and a massive spoiler please come move it? Thank you.
Blinds up to 125, 250. Action on Buonanno, who's got ace-king.
Buonanno, no.
He raises to 500k. Jack Salter's got pocket tens. He re-raises. Buonanno shoves. And Salter calls.
That is so ratchet. What a schmohawk. Turn your cards over.
Jack Salter is racing for the title.
Like sweet versus savory, this race is for the ages.
Passo K io 10-10 lui.
Hold! Deserve this one, mate.
Oh, vince pure questo. Vince pure questo di.
Stacks even.
Come on.
The flop.
Gamble. Okay, damn.
It's king high.
I love the world. I don't mind winning with a row.
Speriamo che sciassano perché vince lui. Per mo vinco io. Però se è sciasso vince lui.
Ace is good as well, right? Ace is good, right?
Con I 9, con gli assi.
A blank on the turn. Salter has 14 outs.
Non devono uscire picche, non devono uscire 9, non devono uscire assi.
They want an ace on the river. It's a 10, it's a straight for Buonanno, and he doubles up through Salter and takes the chip lead.
Go, Jack, go!
Burn. Carmen, your man is a beast.
Blinds are up to 150, 300, and we're going to sweat with Jack Salter. We'll play this hand from his perspective. Buonanno first to speak, and it's a raise to 600,000. Jack's hand is 10-6 of clubs.
Sure, we can defend with this.
He does defend. The flop is 6-4-3, so top pair for Salter.
Top pair, woo! And one club.
He's playing in flow. He's checked to the razor. Buonanno continues for 500,000.
A call here would be pretty standard. Let's reevaluate on the turn.
There's the call. The turn card is the Jack of Clubs, a flush draw to go with his pair of sixes.
We are going nowhere, but we don't necessarily want to call a raise or get it in.
Once again, Salter checks. And Buonanno bets again, 800,000.
Buonanno makes some interesting moves, but he doesn't tend to fire with absolute air.
Salter calls. The river card is the 8 of spades. Salter checks for a third time. And Buonanno bets half the pot, 2 million.
Easy fold. Just fold it, Jack. We're not going to win this with hero calls. We're going to win by waiting until we have a hand and then snapping. Let him make the mistakes.
Time. Time.
He's not even had a minute, sir, so he has to have a bit of time here.
True in this case, but over the course of this tournament, Jack spent more time in the tank than David Blaine. And it's almost always over a ridiculous decision like this. What is that, third pair?
It's a big bet. Big bet for big hand or what?
see.
Time.
He's trying again.
A few more minutes, so he has not had that much time.
So do I have time called on me or not?
No, you don't.
If only you knew what the hand was. Well, I don't know.
2 million is a very large bet.
For a very large hand.
Jack calls, and Buonanno tables top 2.
Oh man, that's just super ox.
Buonanno very much in command now. And remember, because no deal is in place, there's a big jump in the prize money between second and first. The better part of $500,000.
As the heads-up battle rages on, we could see some fireworks. Nailed it. Guys, this is Monaco. I don't want to say this set's expensive, but the people who assembled it were union.
Do you think those guys have been drinking?
Sorry, man.
Buonanno has raised with ace-4. Salter has king-7 suited. And he's moving all in.
Cool.
And Buonanno calls. And the Italian is a 56% favorite to become the EPT 10 Grand Final champion.
You said it, buddy. It is intense.
I feel pretty good about this one. This is the first one I feel good. I don't think I can't. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I got this one. Yeah.
Ace.
Yes, you are, buddy.
7.
You don't even believe it yourself. He knows that I'm flashing it. Flash it up.
I think it's fair to say the relationship between these two has had its highs and lows.
I like this one.
That was a high.
I think Antonio likes his ace.
The flop is Jack 9 deuce. No help for Salter.
Blank, blank, blank.
Little 10 on the turn. Heat things up.
If it's an ace, it's over.
7.
The turn card
King.
is a queen.
I can't lose this, man.
Salter has 10 outs.
Give it to me. Give it to me.
77% chance Antonio Buonanno is the Grand Final champion.
Of clubs.
7.
The river is a blank.
Bye-bye.
Buonanno is the Grand Final champion.
Congrats.
Grande.
Good game, bro. Good game.
Buonanno. The guy really grew on me. Hello, my babies, and welcome back to the PokerStars European Poker Tour from Prague. Players returning from break here at the King's Casino at the Prague Hilton. And it looks like they are not sitting. They are chatting around a laptop. You know what that means.
Yeah, because after
this could take a while. Here are your current chip counts. That'll be particularly relevant right now if a deal's being discussed. I'm going to shut up for a second.
Someone takes 300.
Joe Stapleton, Nick Walsh.
Hello.
Someone gets 20 million after no deal, of course. Yeah.
I win the 20 million.
All right, guys.
Yeah.
Have the numbers, the chip counts again.
See if it's good.
Tournament Director Toby Stone,
So it's here.
crunching the numbers.
Your name, your prize amount, your name, prize amount, and there's your chip counts. If you want
Ignore that. That's my Wordle.
guys.
Now, notice the body language here, Joe. Very, very, very different.
Leaned in.
Yeah, now suddenly we want to actually know what the numbers are. In particular,
Yeah, it's wrong.
well, we're looking at Glowny.
I have 5. You are in the place of me. It's okay.
Yeah.
It's okay.
Yeah.
You are.
Excuse me, sir.
Oh,
There
it
is
looks
a
like they
mistake.
have
I have
entered the
stack size
information wrong.
of my friend on my right.
Yeah.
Yeah, me too.
Oh, friends.
Oh,
Okay.
Yeah.
poker
It's
friends.
the other way around.
These two?
Yeah.
Just these two.
Wait. Symeon with
Cortellazzi and Alexandridis stacks have been switcherooed.
And 3 I 9.
You have 9. Okay.
So which one? Sorry, Gab is okay with Gab.
Yeah, it's okay.
Yeah.
Gab is okay, and
Okay, so pretty straightforward. They've just swapped around 2 of the chip stacks. Won't make any difference, of course. It's just you know.
You got to make sure it's right.
Yeah, you got to make sure it's right, so everyone is absolutely crystal clear, and there can be no confusion, especially when we've got a bit of a language barrier.
So like this, it's like second place, so it's good.
Oh, wait, Windows is updating now. It's going to take a second.
So he's made the comment there. The current split means that everyone's going to get sort of like second place.
100 extra.
For me, it's okay.
You play for 100 extra, and it's second place. So it's amazing. I mean,
Symeon?
Yeah.
9-3, no?
Remember the advertised payouts.
No.
5725.
Yeah.
I mean, 320, 428. By the way, this is 320,000.
Yeah.
428,000, 608,000, and 1,033,000.
Oh, so
yeah, and as one of the shortest stacks, Alexandridis here, kind of trying to play what I like to call the deal game. You know, as the shortest stack, it does benefit you to do a deal at this stage.
Right.
And he's trying to convince the individual who's set to get a lot of chips that, hey, it's like second place, buddy. You got to be happy with that. Second place. Don't be greedy.
There is a bit of a game element to this for sure.
Yeah, I mean, and this is all part of it. If you're going to play a lot of tournaments, the deal conversations are important, and knowing how to navigate these absolutely will merit you more money in some situations.
If you win, you get 750. If you
See, I think the dress looks blue.
720.
It's clearly a green dress.
If you win, you get 720.
For me, it's okay.
Yeah, I'm okay. I get half a
For me, it's okay. I'm okay.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
I saw a hand, Kim hand go out. Handshake. Hand.
Okay, guys.
Oh, come on,
And
no.
friends
no,
forever.
Do the thing. They had an opportunity there. They could have done the thing.
Well, it looks like a deal has been agreed.
I'm going to type it here, and then I'm going to go type it up. You can continue.
ICM deal?
I'll say you want ICM.
Now, if everyone will just sign in blood.
Yeah, so this is the deal.
Nick, bring down the ceremonial knife.
We're good.
Guys.
And 5 parties, 100.
They sacrificed the dealer.
Yeah.
I'm going to go prepare some form that you just need to fill in.
Yeah, good.
And then that's it. Well done, guys.
Yeah, good. Thank you.
All right, good game, everybody. The
All
deal
right.
has been made.
Deal has been made. We will get you those numbers as soon as we know what they
I
are.
wanted you to win before 8 stack.
Well, we know what they are. Here's the boring part. 110,796 euros set aside. You got to leave 10% on the side to actually play for the winner. Who do you think got the best of it in that deal, money-wise? Not like who had the best deal, but who got the most money?
No problem. I would do the same maybe. I don't know. But
I'm assuming that our chip leader got the most.
It's not so big.
Correct. Who do you think got the least?
The clock
Probably
goes
the player
down
with
and
the
the
least
blinds go
chips.
up. So it's
Symeon Alexandridis got the least, but
spin
not
and
by a
goes,
lot.
like spin and go
497,000 euros.
half a
Okay,
million.
so
I mean,
much better
crazy.
than
No
fourth
need.
place money.
Yeah, but I think the really big key thing that Symeon was pointing out there is we're still playing for 100K. So it's still a game that can be won. There's still a very considerable chunk of change on the line.
Grzegorz here, $581,000.
I mean,
Kim, excuse me, euros. Kim, 622,610 euros. He got the lion's share.
All right, guys. We're ready to restart.
And Andrea Cortellazzi, 579,420 euros.
Edward is saying, Edward in the chat saying, 100K Tempest, let's go. Yeah, I mean, now that there's only a first place prize, guys, ICM is out the window. We're playing purely for chips now. Absolutely purely for chips. Every single chip out there, if you can get all of them, it equals 100,000 euros.
And some of these folks got a little bit worse deal than they would have had they made the deal 90 minutes ago. But that's how the cookie crumbles sometimes. You pays your monies and you takes your chances.
Yep, I think the ace-jack, ace-king scenario for Glowny, it put the fear of God in him. He was like, oh, wait, I remember. This seems familiar before I was sweating my tournament life for 360,000.
By the way, I don't have a lot of time for deals are boring. This ruins the game. And I haven't banned anyone in like an hour and a half, so.
Yeah. I'm not sure how it can ruin the game when it's part of the game.
In the words of one of my favorite sock puppets, shut your stinking trap. Glowny limping in with Jack 10. Kim looks like he's raising in the big blind. Wait, how does Alexandridis still have cards if we've only got the blinds here? That doesn't make sense.
I mean, I should be more qualified to actually commentate on this final table now that we're playing purely for winner take all.
Yeah, sure. It's a spin and go
It's
now.
basically a spin now. Yeah, absolutely. So a lot of these situations we were discussing blind v blind action. I think Joe was actually with me when we were looking at a little bit of push fold blind v blind. Those situations basically become the standard, you know. Rather than taking into account those pay jumps, players are just going to be playing for all the chips, which means they can go full tilts.
Masada said someone gave up at minimum 300K. Ew. Yeah, but there's a 3 in 4 chance it was not going to be you. You got to think about it like that. With things this even, blinds this high, I don't know, man. I wish I could take half the people in chat and actually put them in this situation. Say there's a 1 in 4 chance you're going to win €1 million or you're going to $500,000 right now. More than $500,000 for everybody except for one player. I mean,
hey, thank you very much, Dunning Cougar, for the gifted tier 1 subs. Congrats, peeps, including Crazy Carl.
Dunning Cougar has had some good comments this week, actually. Relatively interesting human being. Thank you for your comments and your gift subs. Might have had some graphics issues on that hand. Sorry. My babies. Blacklisted says, Joe doesn't talk about the one time I beat him in PokerStars VR. I do talk about that time, but I also have no idea who you are. I told you I felt so guilty about that because I punted off 500 million chips in PokerStars VR that the VR guys gave me. Which, by the way, PokerStars VR, super fun.
It is actually incredible. I was one of the first people to try it out way back when, and since then it's developed so much further than that. That team is really outstanding. If you guys haven't given it a shot, it's also available on Quest. So if you don't have a super fast computer, you can play it on one of the devices that's basically just standalone, and it looks great. It feels great. It really feels like you're at the table.
Yeah, so they gave me some money to play with in PokerStars VR, and I lost it all, punted. 500 million chips. And then they told me that if you were to buy that many chips in the VR, 500 million,
yeah,
it's $10,000.
Oh my God.
So I was like sick. I just completely ran a zero equity bluff against Chris Moneymaker when he had a royal flush. Just about.
Oh, you gave it to Moneymaker too. Unbelievable.
Yeah, terrible. All right, here we go. Now, this is the actual money they got, the advertised money they got. That's only if they won, okay? So it's chopped up by where they were at the time. So Gab Yong Kim, it's not like he actually gave up 400K or whatever. You know, it just happened to be at the time he had the most chips, and based on the percentage of chips he had, they split things up that way.
Right.
So things pretty flat, right? Not a huge difference between fourth and first, 120,000, as opposed to the difference between second and first, as advertised, as you can see, 400K. So you're reducing that variance, if you will. You're reducing that top heaviness by about 3/4.
And interestingly enough, now that we just have the one first place prize, you can take that first place, which is about 100K, right? And you can and you can divide it by the number of chips in play, and then you actually have the value of every single individual chip at this point in the tournament.
Math is fun.
Math is fun.
Sometimes. All right, we're heads up to this flop. Blind on blind, Cortellazzi. King 10, a gut shot for Alexandridis. King 10 is ahead for now. Oof. Conosaurus Rex says, so something Chad hasn't pointed out, for entertainment's sake, a deal will make for funner plays and takes ICM out of it. I think you mean more fun plays.
Yeah, it should.
But otherwise, I agree.
Should go a little bit faster. Should see a lot more aggression. We should see much wider ranges. I mean, people got up to a really cagey start to this day for obvious reasons, but now just playing for that one prize. Now, I would argue, Joe, that the title is probably worth more than 100K itself. Just actually being an EPT champion
it depends
does
who
have.
You are.
Well, I just mean it does have a value in itself.
To me, if someone said, I will give you 100K for the EPT title, I would take the 100K and not the title.
It's a real shame. It's a real shame.
I don't give a monkeys.
Hey, PokerStars Drag, how's it going, buddy?
Just want to address this comment here from JXL, who says, sellouts ruins the integrity of the game. See ya. Now, one thing is if, okay, you don't like a deal, you don't want to watch anymore. No problem. By the way, you're banned. Thank you for your comment. Another thing is it does not ruin the integrity of the game. It may ruin some of the suspense. It may ruin some of the gamble of the game. The integrity of the game is 100% intact. I think you don't understand what the word integrity means.
The world needs more integrity.
Am I saying integrity or integrity? Top pair for Kim. Bottom pair for Glowny. And a diamond draw to boot. That's what BB stands for, big boot.
What this needs is a little more integrity. It's a pretty spicy turn here for Glowny. Not a spicy river, though.
Not spicy at all. Anybody want to help me figure out what this means from Very Selective Guy? TBH, you shouldn't be worried about whichever to keep or sell and EPT trophy. Thank you for your comment. And of course, yes, there's still 110,000 euros to be played for. Glowny checks. Check back from Kim. I was thinking maybe since the deal was made, we might see a value bet with a 9 there, but...
Yeah, I was thinking exactly the same thing. I don't think it's out of the question. I know it's a little bit of a scary board, but in position, your opponent probably is going to want to bet that straight a lot of the time because there's a ton of checkbacks, right, that you want to try and get some value from still. So, I don't know. Maybe it could have happened.
Accidental Grenade, Keith Becker, give him a follow. Great Twitch streamer, streams from the USA. Has anyone really been far even has decided to use even go want to do look more like?
Thank you for your comment.
And of course, Marginoff writes in to say TBH equals to be honest. Marginoff, to be honest, you banned. Thank you for your comment. Think I don't know that? Think I don't know what TBH means? It's the rest of the word salad. I was looking for a little dressing.
Alexandridis on the button here. We are going to see him playing a wider range, but I don't think he's going to be playing Jack 5 off. It does indeed go into bid. Glowny now in the small blind. Makes the call. A little bit trappy. He really likes these small blind traps. Kim, again, not waking up with a hand he wants to play aggressively versus that limp, so he checks behind. And the board is 8-King-6. Neither player has the best hand. Excuse me. Neither player improves their hand. Ace-Queen is the best hand.
Correct.
Sorry, guys.
Both players improve on this turn to a pair of kings. PJ Nick says, to be honest, you pronounce Alexandridis' name wrong, Joe. Here's something I pronounce perfectly every time. You banned. Thank you for your comment. River is a tray. Still no improvement.
Yeah, I think on this run out, Ace-Queen's got to be pretty confident they're winning. I wouldn't mind just a check call here on the riv. Oh, never mind. I think he wants to be aggressive.
Oops.
Gets looked up by Jack High.
Nice.
All
That's the
right.
kind of post-deal play we're talking about, my babies.
Oh, you guys, I've just had word from the PokerStars team. Another trophy for Papo MC.
Oh, wow.
2 trophies in 1 series. European Poker Tour 2K side event, taking that one down as well. I want to go get in this picture. The first one was so dope.
Well, everyone, that's a wrap.
That's a wrapper. Congratulations to my main man, Papo MC. I would love to get in the winner's photo. Yes, Brandon. Yes, I would.
Go do it. Shundo's asked, what's the first place prize? It's money. Thank you for your question. It's actually the 2nd, 3rd, 4th place prize as well. Alexandridis, ace-9 under the gun. Makes it 500,000 chips. Kim's out. BB Cortellazzi, 87. Arcasa says, worst Final Four? You ban. Bottom 4 for chat. Raise and take it. For Alexandridis. Best Final Four, says Requiem. I like that. Mafia Frogger says Cortellazzi must be the tightest player in this tour. I do not see a lot of evidence of that, actually, despite folding 8 high offsuit.
Yeah, he's been all in about 5 times on this final table as well.
So tight.
He's not sacred.
Doc7TV says, are you a troll in real life too, or only when casting? Trolls live under bridges. Why don't you take a pic under this one? Oh, wait, it's just a ban.
Matrix CY, thank you very much for the rating party. Welcome, everybody, from that stream. How you guys doing?
Yes, Decoy, who asked why were they talking about a deal because the play they were playing so long. Yes, so the higher the blinds get, the more difficult it is to navigate skillfully. The more things get left up to luck, the more they want to lock up some money and not just flip coins for hundreds of thousands of euros. And I did feel like they were all kind of a little happy and had like a little camaraderie. We joke about them becoming friends, but that was a nice moment.
Yeah, absolutely. Cortellazzi, the tightest player at this table, Joe. Is going to raise to 700,000.
All right, somebody can undo that one. I was just trying to prove a point. Heads up for the flop. Button versus big blind. Ace high still winning. And it's Cortellazzi who's going to fire. And Glowny clearly not giving up on this title, on this 110,000 extra. Still a lot of money, still more money than most of us have ever played for.
Absolutely.
You ever played a 4-way spin and go for 110 grand?
I've played a 3-way spin and go for 150,000.
Was that because of a big spin?
Yeah, of course, yeah.
What happened?
I got nines and against.
Am I gonna throw up?
I got nines and against ace jack and he river to jack for 150 Gs.
Oh God.
I still got 15,000 though.
Were you streaming?
No, unfortunately not. It was some time before.
Bad beat.
Yeah, you know, it happens. It happens.
Oh, that's so sick. That just made me queasy.
It was a pretty crazy moment. My girlfriend was like, "We're going to dinner. We're going right now." I said, "One more, just one more, just one more." And at this point, I just moved in my house, so I was literally playing with a monitor on the floor. Didn't even have a desk.
Some real DJ. All right, Glowny has limped in the small. Kim says, you forgot to say the magic word, raise. King deuce of spades.
Freaking Monkey says, "Good girlfriend." Well, no. If we had gone right then and there, it never would have happened.
Like a 9-7 deuce flop. Pair of deuces for Kim. Gut shot for Glowny. Two spades out there now. Things get better for Kim.
Yeah, and that paired board also makes him a little bit more confident that he's winning with the deuce without the improvers.
I do want to read a comment from Luke, who's kicking it old school on Twitch. Excuse me, on Twitter. Why do they have to be so similar? Same first, fourth. I mean, come on. Anyway, Luke using the hashtag PokerStarsTV. I'm all for the deal. Great to see they did, especially with the stacks being close together. I'll always suggest a deal, even if it's just for the bubble to get their money back. In small pub tournaments, you can only take one hand for everything to change. Thank you, Luke. Thank you for your comment. Kim facing a bet of 1.2 million right now, and he's probably super, super stoked about this.
Yeah, I mean,
big pot.
I think he's pretty confident. He's got the best hand on the turn and on the river. Oh my days! There's 4.45 million in the middle.
Full bizzle.
Glowny's just got 6.08 behind. Can you imagine a universe where he commits the all-in here to try and rep that 9?
Glowny trying to decide whether or not he wants to give up on this pot. It doesn't look like he's going to. This would be, hey, all right, very good. He checks the same way I make love. Just one touch.
Just one touch is all it takes.
One touch. Kim deciding, how much can I milk this cow? One udder, two udders. How many udders does a cow have? At least 4, right?
Utterly ridiculous.
$1 million?
1 million is what I heard.
It's a little bit less than 1/4 pot. I think he's aware that he's also trying to get some ace highs to call here once in a while too. Maybe even some like really wild king highs. Doesn't want to go big. He knows he's got a value hand.
What is the minimum number of cards that need to be dealt right now for Glowny to catch up? 3, I guess, for quads. For quad 8s.
Something like that. Maybe just running jacks. Maybe 2 more.
2 more jack, right, for the full.
That would
jacks
be fine.
Full of 9s, yeah.
Yeah,
okay.
maybe 2 8s. But yeah, aside from a incredible ultra super read shove river, I don't think we're going to see too much more action after that bet. Gab Yong Kim there with 12,500,000 chips, which is about 50 big blinds. Don't forget, guys, if you're just joining us, excuse me, we are on the final 4 of the European Poker Tour Prague, and we have done a deal, so we're playing strictly for 100,000 euros for first.
And by we mean they. And by we, I meant Nick.
Some of what in the chat? No, you joined in at a very unfortunate time.
He was talking about a different girlfriend.
I was talking about a different girlfriend, I'm afraid.
Did you know that Nick had a girlfriend before? Don't answer that now. Wait till he gets home.
Sick
It'll
brag.
be better then. Alexandridis raising. Presto. Under the gun. Cortellazzi. 5 tray. Spade, spade.
Thank you very much, Drag. I know I can always count on you to bail me out when I'm in the doghouse.
Does make the call, and I see a spade, and not much else for Cortellazzi to like. Cortellazzi checks. Man, this is really going to smash the big blind range, though, huh? 7, 8, 9. This is why 6 is afraid of 7.
Because
Deuce
7, 8, 9.
That's right. Deuce of spades on the turn. Spade draw now for Cortellazzi.
Yep, got shot and the spades. 21% equity. Makes sense. Makes sense, right? 9 cards for the flush. 3 cards for a straight. 9, 10, 11, 12. 12 times 2 is about 24. So yeah, you're getting pretty close. With the rule of 2 and 4.
All right, here's your river. It is a 7, which is always coming. It's the 7. We played against the flipping, the credit card roulette. The 7 is always coming. It's the other 7. Last year it was the other 6. It's the other 7.
Not a card that's going to change anything. 5 still the best hand. The paired board, obviously, again, quite good for the pocket 5s. Relatively dry.
Now, I do have to disagree slightly with PokerStars Strag here. It says, how does someone get screwed by a deal that they voluntarily agree to? I do think some people don't know the right way to make a deal, and you can get strong-armed a little bit into making a deal that isn't great for you. I don't think that happened in this case. I don't think I've seen it in a while. It happens less and less frequently these days. I do think it can happen, though.
Yeah. I guess the strong-arming I see these days is when everyone wants to do a bubble. You know, you go to a live tournament, everybody wants to do something for the bubble, and you kind of can't say no or you're demonized.
Linda Johnson wrote an article about that over the last couple days. Let's. I would like to speak about that in a second. Let's focus in on here for a second. 1.7 million the bet for Cortellazzi. Cannot show down his pair of 7s with a 9-8-5 kicker. So he's trying to bluff Alexandridis off 2 pair.
Nice call.
Nice call, says Cortellazzi. I agree. That's going to be a little flip-flop for these two. Alexandridis back up over 10 million. Which is only 42 big blinds at this point. I mean, a very healthy stack, but you hear 10 million. You think it might be a little bit more than that.
Yep, absolutely.
Yeah, so Linda Johnson wrote like a little op-ed, First Lady of Poker. I think it was yesterday or the day before. Stop paying the bubble. Stop taking up the bubble collection. And one of the good takes I saw on this was like, it's annoying for pros. It's, you know, it's kind of weird, especially when you pressure people into it. Someone says no, someone in chat just mentioned. if someone objects, people usually act like that person's a jerk, and then they'll like try to circumvent it sometimes, right? And just say, okay, well, all of us will pay the bubble anyway.
Right.
I disagree with that sort of, you know, sort of persecuting people who don't want to do it. But Ari Engel, I liked his take. He said, look, it's the players' money, and they should be able to do what they want with it. If you allow a deal at all, then why can't you make a deal to pay the bubble? And I think that's understandable. It does change the dynamic of the game. Luckily, most of the time this is happening, it's in, like, you know, daily tournaments. It's not, I don't think I've ever heard of a bubble collection being taken up on the EPT.
Yeah.
In a side event, not in a main event,
Yeah.
certainly not in a super high roller.
Yeah, and I mean, you know, I think especially if it's money that's coming out of the existing prize pool or whatever, right? Like, it's a relatively small amount to contribute, but if it means that that person who, theoretically speaking, the bubble person should be somebody that you want playing poker more often, right? Not always, but
yeah, exactly.
You know, why not? It's not but I've gone so far as to see people where an entire table starts to gang up on the individual who didn't agree to the deal, so as to try and bust them so that they wouldn't benefit from the deal that didn't take place. And at that point, it's basically going to be collusion. It's almost like collusion at that stage.
A little bit, yeah, a little bit.
So yeah.
Action is folded around to Alexandridis. 9-4 suited in the small.
Nice.
If it weren't for a bubble collection, the last tournament I played, I wouldn't have got one. I wouldn't have got paid. They were supposed to pay 9, and I went out in 11th, but they actually paid 2 extra places.
So Alexandridis goes for the 3x here, guys. Blind v blind. I actually really like this size of this effective stack depth, and I also really like that he's choosing 9-4 suited to do it with. A lot of these sort of really ugly.
Wait, why?
Because like a lot of these ugly suited hands have some playability, but it's not necessarily strong enough that you want to really take that many flops. So maybe playing hands like Jack 10 suited as a limp, which means you can realize the equity of your hand more frequently without being 3-bet, you know, too often. And then turning some of those weaker suited hands into opens is a nice way to sort of balance it out, right? You don't want to play 9-4 off, but you do want to play 9-4 off at some frequency, so you just include the suited combos. That's 4 combos, right? Now, if we're going to play 9-4 off, or 9-4 suited, probably we like more folds pre-flop, but we'd also like a suited hand post. Makes a lot of sense, and I think learning those pre-flop ranges there is really, really crucial, especially when we get down to short-handed and you're going to play that position so frequently.
I like that. I think if I heard it 3 or 4 more times, it might sink in. Don't be upset with me if I ask you next time that situation comes up to do it again.
Okay, no problem.
And I don't even mean that in like a trolly way. I think that, you know, I understood all the individual words you said. Together, I'm like, I think I get it, but I might. It's like any other concept, right? Like it doesn't always sink in right away.
Yeah, no, I understand. Not a problem, guys. I'm here for you. Another good candidate there might be like 10-5 suited. I think some of the low suited, sort of suited gappy connectors are also in that kind of range as well, like 7-5 suited and stuff like that.
That
too.
makes, like, that's easier for me to wrap my head around.
Sure.
And I do think at this level, you know, sort of you're talking about balance a little bit, right? Right,
Yeah.
being balanced.
Right. So you want to play 9-4 at some frequency, and a way to restrict the amount that you're going to play it is by only including some of the suited combos, right? That's four combinations. And then when you think about the way that you want to play that particular combo, you want more folds pre, so you might as well play it as a raise. But it does have some semblance of playability being a suited hand. Like, you know, when we're defending the big blind and we defend with like pretty much any suited hand, it's just because being suited, despite the fact it only increases your hand's value by about 3 or 4% pre-flop, does mean that it plays better. So you have better equity realization than the offsuit varieties.
King on the turn here. Thank you, Nick. King on the turn here, giving Alexandridis top pair. Kim with a flush draw. Taps the table. Kicking it back over to Alexandridis, who checks back. River is not a club. Looked like a lady. Queen of diamonds. Kim, not. Is there any showdown value to 10 high? Not really, right?
I suppose some. I think you'd rather.
Yeah, do this.
You'd rather do something like that.
Seems like a fairly trivial call. 650,000, and
Yeah.
yes.
Yeah.
And Alexandridis is going to pick up another pot. Pretty solid level for the Greeks so far.
Yeah, he's done really well since that initial deal was declined. And now post-deal still accumulating chips. Very well played. All right, guys, another look at the chip counts here on our final table. 4 left, Alexandridis, 11.10 million.
That's a new chip leader.
Now the new chip leader.
That's why we're looking at it.
It took me a second, and Cortellazzi now down to 6.63 million. We haven't seen any of those Cortellazzi all-ins for a while, and now that we're playing for that first place, I think he's got to ramp up the aggression, I think.
And the chip leader raising from under the gun here with ace-9 offsuit. Glowny with a lovely hand to play in position. Looks like he might be loading up for a re-raise. This is the kind of thing you can do a little bit more once a deal's been made.
Yep, completely agree.
It goes back to just being like more like a normal poker tournament. Which, you know, in the early stages of the poker tournament, you are what's known as playing for chips.
Right.
Instead of playing for ICM.
Joe, look, he's got that look in his eye, that little glint.
Is that why he's
the 4-bet jam?
The extra protection of the mask.
Can he find the cold 4-bet bluff?
Hide that grin.
All in.
The cold 4-bet bluff, there it is.
Love to see it.
He's going to get it through, too. It's going to work. Cortellazzi, I mean, it was a prophecy. I literally just said it's been a while. He's got to turn up that aggression, and sure enough, he finds the cold 4-bet shove with the dominated ace and gets 2 folds. The power of the triangle.
Was that from the small blind?
It was from the big blind.
The big blind. I like to call that a warm 4-bet. Big sigh there from somebody.
It's been a long day, Joe.
It has.
It's going through. Joe, it's going through.
Is it?
It's not.
What a defend here.
Yeah.
I mean, this would have been a boring-ass raise and take it if the deal hadn't been made.
And there's a tray, but unfortunately for Alexandridis, King-9 suited with top pair, and a very strong one at that.
That's a good point. Thank you for reminding me of that user 1542. They don't have to play sacred poker anymore.
Yeah, no more sacred poker. John Delano says, does Cortellazzi mean glass triangle of death in Italian? Yeah, somebody get that in Google Translate quick. Joe continues to remind me that a Cortellazzi is actually a coffee you can get from Starbucks on the secret menu.
I love a good venti Cortellazzi. Extra shot. Yes, whipped cream.
All right, the C-bet from King-9 to be expected. Jack 3 off, makes the call.
Il triangolo della morte di vetro. Thank you, Canon Chino. Hopefully that doesn't get you banned. Pretty strict about English in the chat.
Thank you very much. What a great turn here for Glowny.
King's up.
King's up. I mean, you've never been more confident to bet a turn.
Yeah.
And you've never wanted your opponent to have something now more. How big, Joe? I like 60% here.
1.7.
Yes, my man. That's the size. I like that a lot, Joe. All right, we're taking a look at the poll we've just done in our Twitch chat, guys. If you're not joining us on Twitch, go take a look if you want to join in on this interactive polling. Looks like Kim is the 37% favorite to win with 63 votes. Make sure you keep an eye out. If you guys are watching the Twitch, make sure you jump into those polls. Those are always fun to get a little bit more insight into how you guys are feeling. Okay, dealer button, 5-4 suited, looking real pretty.
Cortellazzi just raising, no Triangolo del Merte.
sounds like a Pirates of the Caribbean spinoff. Yeah, 10-6 suited, mandatory. Got to continue here in some way, shape, or form. Usually just a call, I think.
With 10-6, are you nuts?
10-6 suited is
suited.
gorgeous.
Right, suited,
Absolutely gorgeous.
Oh, that was a point I wanted, and that's why. There you go, top pair. Something else I wanted to bring up about the suited to sort of bookend something we talked about earlier is that, again, all you have to do is flop a flush draw a lot of the time, right? You don't even have to make the flush.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, just if it's a combo that gives you an incentive to continue, that leads to your opponent showing weakness.
Right.
It opens the door for improving your red line. You know, if your non-showdown winnings, which is a very important part of this game. Chunky.
Why are there only two choices as to who will win in this poll, Kim and Glowny?
Maybe they were the runner-uppers in the last poll.
I see. A poll on the poll. All right, I get it.
Yeah, I'm not sure he can fold on this turn. Like I said, you guys, when you're playing at this level, you're just going to be giving up way too often. And in this circumstance, we do, in fact, have a kind of turn where he is going to try and wrap. Now, it's a bit of an interesting river.
It's a diamond! Just kidding.
It's a bit of an interesting river because he does actually pick up showdown. So he's beating hands like Queen Jack right now. He's beating hands like King Queen right now. He's beating hands like 9 Jack right now. Yep. And check, it goes on the river. It's kind of unfortunate. I think he runs kind of bad that he improves his hand on the river because he might be tempted to fire another bullet if he doesn't find the 5. But when you do, think about how many combinations that you can beat on that river when you consider all of the straight draws that have missed, all of the overcards with gut shots, that kind of thing. When you count up all of those combos, it's loads, and he's probably going to have more of that than he's actually going to have made hands that you're gonna hate. So I understand the check behind, but if it just came a brick, perhaps we might have seen another barrel, and it would have worked out for him.
Comment from Fair Sanko says, wait, so they made a deal that only first place has 100K more? That's so boring. Maybe your name should be Unfair Sanko. Sounds like you don't like fair things at all. I'm not going to ban you, though.
Stozy Poke says, PokerStars, what do we think about the players' 3-betting frequency so far? I think everyone's been getting really involved. I don't think anybody's been shy. And we've certainly seen a nice balanced 3-betting range as well, right? So not just the frequency, but the ranges that they're choosing to 3-bet have been very, very cool. Plenty of 3-bet bluffs. We've seen some cold 4-bet bluffs as well. So yeah, I'm feeling good about it. I think these guys are playing well, and I think maybe we're going to see a lot more of that now that we're playing strictly for that first place prize. So ICM is gone. We're playing for all the chippies. We're playing for chip EV only.
In the words of Babadob, nobody is sacred.
No one is sacred.
7-4 tray, 2 spades, pair of threes for Kim. Backdoor spades for Alexandridis. And a wheel draw. Wheel draw. Bet a call. One more spade on the turn. Here we go. I'll give you that, Chenzo. Squeaky wheel draw.
I like that.
And remember what I said, you can just bet the draw sometimes and get better hands to fold. Oh, no, not this one. Okay, fine. Different. Believe me, it happens. Just oh, baby.
Oh, the baby.
4 spades now. And that's the great thing about betting the draw, betting on the come, as I was taught to say, is that sometimes you get there. $2 million was the bet. Didn't get called, but $2 million is just about what Alexandridis picked up in that hand. And it's going to continue to add to that chip lead. $11 million. What? Everyone's saying what, Joe? Betting on the what? Huh? Betting your flush. I don't. Your
betting the draw.
Semi. You gotta bet the semi. On the come. Alexandridis under the gun with ace jack offsuit. A deuce. Release. 10-7. Release. King tray.
Okay, I'm sorry if he shoves this. We're just getting
Release.
We're getting into silly card. We're just getting into we're getting really silly at this point if he pushes that.
Sonic says the squeak scares my cats. Not as much as it scares Steve O'Dwyer. We lost him after day one. Queen deuce for Grzegorz. Folds under the gun. Four deuce for Cortellazzi. Ace, queen, suited in the big blind. Let's just slow play it. Nope. Of course, I can see all the hold cards. And this is going to take down the pot pre-flop 99% of the time.
Thank you, Olympia.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now, I know that the deal upset some people, so I've got a consolation prize. If you don't like things being done fairly and equitably and not leaving everything up to chance,
Hello.
I got a real treat. Please welcome into the booth, guest commentator, PokerStars Team Pro? PokerStars Team Pro, Sam Grafton. Buddy, it's so nice to see you, so nice to talk to you. You were holding court all week this week. You're part of the elite now. They finally accepted you. I'm happy. I'm always down to chop it up. I think that you will appeal to the people who are upset about the deal. That's right. He gets better than first place words.
Wow, look at this. Is this a roll neck this guy's wearing? This is suave as anything from Glowny. Love that.
That's funny, Sam. I had a different mic on for you for a little while. They were still getting you, just not fully. So you're in now. That was my fault, but luckily he's still bleeding through.
Is Glowny doing mime in between on the breaks? Marcel in seat 4.
Seat 4. That's our friend from Poland. Grzegorz, Glowny. Wait, did I count wrong?
Wow.
So you know what's going on here? You
5
know about the
minutes break,
deal?
you want?
You know what the advertised
5 minutes
prizes
break.
were and the deal and all
Toilet
that?
break,
You
5
can
minutes.
give me a recap.
5 toilet.
Okay.
Huh?
Toilet break.
How?
5 minutes.
I think there's a break coming
3
up.
minutes.
You okay? Yeah, we can.
Well, these guys, now that they made a deal for the money, they're like, well, let's talk about some other things.
They're like, hey, you should have thought about that before you sat down at this table.
So first place was supposed to be $1,033,000. Second was supposed to be 600K, more or less, 610, you want to call it. 428 for third, 320 for fourth.
No.
Right?
They did an ICM chop. Gab Yong Kim ended up with 622.
No problem.
581 for Glowny.
Yeah.
579 for Cortellazzi. And 497 for this fellow right here, Alexandridis.
Yeah, all getting more than third place money.
Yes.
And obviously Kim getting more than second place money is a very, very nice outcome.
And the winner is going to get an additional 110 trophy prestige title.
Of course. I mean, that is a lot of money. And it's sometimes a psychological challenge. You feel like such a relief when you do a deal that sometimes, I know that back in the day when I did deals, I sort of eased off, and then some point later when you're playing for a much smaller amount of money, you think, yeah, I should have really kept my A game for that 110K. and in all seriousness, it is, you know, they've been playing a long time. It's an amazing feeling to be involved in the chop. And there'll be a small edge to the players that can keep the focus for this last final leg of the tournament to try and close it out for 110 and that amazing title, of course.
And we get to see poker in the style of a phrase you use often, and I didn't understand what it meant for a long time. I just nodded and pretended. They're playing for chips now.
They are indeed playing for chips, yeah. Mate, 2 years on comms together. The lingo is there. Love that. Love that.
What's the craziest deal you've ever done, Sam? I know, you've had a lot of experience playing live poker, and live poker is really where it happens the most, I would say.
You ever seen Forrest Gump? You know, he like appears in all these historical situations. That's Sam on the rail for deals. He's just like, look at all these photos before he was born. He's still in the background. He's like Doyle making a deal with Johnny Moss. You can see Sam in the back.
Yeah, exactly. Like The Shining. I'm
Yeah,
there. I'm there
exactly,
in.
the smiley.
I'm in the World Series in 1962, and it's a little bit eerie.
Trying to convince 15 people to do a bubble deal or something like that.
Exactly. I mean, I know there's been some wild deals. I know one time when a backer. Oh, here we go.
Alexandridis shoving into the open from Cortellazzi.
This is it. No chance he's folding here.
I think I heard an Andiamo. That's a call.
Andiamo.
And Cortellazzi, the player at risk, but way ahead.
Yeah. The suit's covered as well, like a true professional. He's off into the crowd.
I mean, there's nothing left to be done.
He was actually begging his friends to make more noise for his rail. He's saying, participate, participate. They're like, what do you want us to do?
He's out.
Hey.
If he pulls Sam up on the stage right now, that'll be really weird.
Like a conductor trying to get the crowd going.
And I don't know, like I know some people are anti-deal or whatever, but this sort of laughter, the pressure's off right now in this situation. I don't think we'd be seeing the same emotions on these guys if they were playing for huge pay jumps. Here comes the flop.
Wow.
888.
Wow.
Full house for both players.
Maybe tongue is up for.
If it comes 8-ace, that's a chop, right?
Yeah, exactly. That only chop out. The fours can't win outright.
Overhand?
Split 4% of the time. Bad time.
That seems like a lot.
Yeah.
Well, that is not happening now. That is a double up for Cortellazzi. He and Alexandridis are going to switch spots. 12 million to 6 million. All right, back to the question, Sam.
Well, one thing I would say is the title will mean a lot. I know that I didn't do a deal. Lovely to see. Yeah, it means a lot, and it continue to play, continue to battle for this EPT title. I know that, for instance, I didn't do a deal. There was a little chat, and then we didn't do a deal, me and Sergi, when we played in the Super High Roller, and I ended up getting second. And at the time, I mean, it was my biggest ever score, and I was very proud, and I was elated. Now, looking back, I do feel, like at the time, I didn't care that whether I won or not, but now I always think, oh, I really wish I'd won that title and had it. And I think it will mean the same to these guys. Like, if you don't bring your A game and don't close, you're so close to an EPT title. This is something people strive their whole careers to get. To get that win and be an EPT champion, your name does linger on that bit longer than, sadly, you know, it's a big achievement to chop four-handed, of course, but the champion, his name will ring out, you know, down the years, and you can be one of only a couple of Polish champions ever, only a couple of Greek guys that have ever won an EPT title. I think, you know, it really
first
does.
and only South Korean guy.
Yeah, exactly. And how much would that mean? You go back to Korea as an EPT champion. Incredible. So I'm sure these guys will battle really, really hard. And if they don't battle hard, they'll regret it. I mean, I still, you know, I was just outplayed in that instance, but yeah, it's very meaningful, an EPT title.
What do you think about this comment from Jay, who says, one other thing, Joe, before I left, I heard you say that you said you would let the other guy take the title if he paid you an extra 100K, and that I don't know what integrity is. You have none.
You have none.
Sacrificing the title for a bigger payday cheapens the entire event. Sorry, I just couldn't let it go and had to reply, have a good day, bye. And also, you banned.
You need more integrity, Joe. That's what you need. Yeah, I mean, talking about having the ICM pressure be off, I think Sam is absolutely right. That title is still so meaningful, right? Yeah, it's not just the 100K. There's so much more that goes into it, but you feel a lot more confident calling it off with 10s there than you would if there was, you know, hundreds of thousands of more pay jumps to come.
Your very name, Andrea.
And these guys,
Andrea.
Really? Friend name is
Friend name, Gaucho.
Gaucho or like
Because you are children, you play football with Ronaldinho.
Oh, really?
and this is really nice. I mean, obviously, this is something we don't see.
Hold on a second. I think I might be dreaming right now. I've overslept. I have this dream about every event. I'm working, and then the alarm goes off. Oh, my God.
It's still COVID times. I dreamt I was in Prague, but in fact, I'm commentating remotely again. Yeah, so nice to be able to play a few cards when you're all winning. Really nice.
Herod asking, what happened to James's voice? You're listening right now to Joe Stapleton, Nick Walsh, and Sam Grafton. Family pot here. It's just like my family. My dad's not there. King 10-7, 2 diamonds. Diamond draw for Kim. Pair of 7s for Glowny. 2 9s for Cortellazzi. Still did not hit that flop. And a 4 now for Kim to go with the diamond draw. 9s are still the best hand.
Yeah, a lot of equity for 9s. Half the time will be the best hand.
4 ways, 2 overs, 9 still good.
And Cortellazzi recognizing that 9s will be good very often, betting to protect his hand.
Sure. One thing to point out as well, guys, if you've been following the stream, you'll see that Cortellazzi was making a lot of these really, really bold pre-flop ICM shoves. And obviously now ICM out the window a little bit, but he's got people covered by a very significant amount. I don't think he's going to be afraid to turn up the pressure, and I wonder if that win is going to be what elevates him, what sort of gives him that momentum to close out this EPT here in Prague.
Amazing from Kim, who got a 9th place finish in this event, I believe, before
the last time we had it. Yeah,
unbelievable, unbelievable.
Yeah, pretty ridiculous.
Yeah,
10th on the Korean all-time money list. No, I'm not making that. That's a real. I mean, that's a real fun fact.
I love how Joe comes out with a fun fact and we both immediately laugh as if to suggest.
Sounds like you, rapscallion.
No, but what's going to be really
Not
impressive
again, Joe.
is Joe's going to rattle off the other 9 from first to 10th off the top of his head, because that's what a poker nerdy is. Let's go.
Right. Well, the thing is, I can't even make up names because I don't think that would go over that well if I just made up a bunch of Korean names right now.
No, yeah, definitely don't go there.
I'm really sad. I went to APPT Seoul once when I was on a little bit of a heater. Took a cheeky holiday. I didn't cash a tournament. It would have been good to have the Korean.
Oh yeah.
The Korean flag there on the Hendon Mob.
It's a cool flag.
Yeah, that's cool.
It was a great. It was a really fun trip, actually.
I just like that it's distinct, and I don't have to be like, okay, which one is green, red, and blue,
Sure.
or which one's blue? Okay.
Yeah. Is this Poland or is this Indonesia?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Right. I've definitely messed up. God. John Joanna's Polish? What?
What's your favorite EPT stop, Sam?
It's a good question. I mean, Prague, Barcelona. I mean, I love Prague.
Is this the best trip you've had lifetime?
This time around?
Yeah.
In terms of what?
Like the amount of money you've won?
No, because
okay.
That Barca, I won $1 million.
Right.
But yeah, it's been great. It's been really nice, and I mean, it has been very special. Actually, I wish I got a photo last night. We had a real fun night out with the Brazilians and Lena and Darwin. It's like a little live reunion of all the online guys, Ben and Tim, and yeah, it was really good. Went to Bukowski's for a few beers. Was, you know, all the online sickos and Parker Talbot there.
Is Makovsky's the place you took me to?
Sick burn.
No, that was Krimska, around Krimska, the bars around there.
Got it.
It was really, really nice, fun area.
Alexandridis all in with 4s again. Can't get enough of them.
Yeah.
Well, I thank you now and in advance for all of the hitting you up I'm going to do to get these guys on the podcast eventually.
Sure.
I know some of them are going to be like, absolutely not, but hopefully we can get, because it would be really nice to talk to some of them and get to know them as human beings.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's been really fun to meet all the Brazilian guys. Obviously, Yuri I knew pretty well before, but I played heads up with Selwan 1991.
Yeah, cool.
Who Pabritz was out last night, and meeting Seiji, like all those guys. They're really, really cool bunch of lads. So that's been a lot of fun.
Does the conversation ever turn from poker?
Occasionally.
Okay,
occasionally.
that's good.
There's a decent amount of poker chat, yeah, for sure.
4 o'clock in the morning, 5 shots deep. So the turn was a 7. Wait, no, it was a 6. Wait, no,
they don't,
it was a king.
They remember the details.
I know.
No matter how much alcohol.
I'm only joking. It's the classic 5-time retelling of the bad beat story.
That's me. That's me telling any hand. Even if I wrote down, I'm like, wait, sorry.
That's
an H?
That's Joe lying about how he busted out so he could get posted on Poker News later that day.
Yeah, I definitely lied to Maria one time about how my bust out hand went down, and then Poker News had it right.
Outed to the backers.
Whoops.
Outed.
I need the auto.
Gaucho.
I need gaucho.
Yeah, I did a pretty big punt in the 10K, and after the hand I was checking over my shoulders, hoping there wasn't a Poker News reporter on hand to immortalize it.
I imagine Sam's call with his backers is kind of like when like Cobra Commander is on, and it's just shadowy figures.
This guy keeps trying to make Gaucho happen. Stop trying to make Gaucho happen.
Alexandridis raising from the button, king deuce suited. All right, fold, fold. I tried to focus on the poker for a second, guys, but as usual, my timing is impeccable. Is it? How does it feel to be back in your former home?
Yeah, I mean, just to be back. Yeah, back in Prague, but just back at EPT is really, really nice. First time as a Stars ambassador as well gives me an extra excuse to stick my nose into lots of stuff and go up and shake people, go up and accost people in the corridor and ask them how they're doing. And yeah,
and then you just point to your badge and go, look, this is official business.
I'm an ambassador. Yeah, exactly.
We get to jump in behind Papa MC's massive win, you know.
Hey, you know, you just won another.
I know, I just heard.
Sick.
Absolutely
That's
sick.
an animal.
Yeah.
So yeah, Jim limping in from the small. Let him live, says Cortellazzi.
Let him live. You know, Cortellazzi could have taken this one of two ways. Obviously, he could have just checked behind or made the raise. This would have been a great time to raise. Check out this flop.
Okay, so parent for Kim, gut shot, and a flush draw, almost a street flash board. Oh, it is a street flash board. Never mind.
Yeah, this is definitely a reasonable raise. You can fold out a few dominating hands that might have stabbed, say Jack 7 or something like of that nature.
Ooh, and drills it on the turn, and a very important turn for Kim as well. Yikes!
What?
Kim? Oh, his 1 million sound a lot like all-ins, but yeah, 1 million the bet from Kim.
Oh. My heart skipped a beat there. I thought he said all in.
It's not out of the realm that the money does go in.
Yeah, I think with the 8 high flush, probably just want to call. There's going to be a few bluffs here, like a hand like 5-8 with the diamond, 7-8 with the diamond. Obviously, they can't have 7-8 with the diamond, but 5-8 with the 5 of diamonds, something like that. 8-9 with the 9 of diamonds, something of that nature.
I don't know how you just immediately eliminate all of the. I mean, I know not completely eliminate, but you're just zero in on like those 2 or 3 things.
Yeah, I mean, I think if we shove all in, we really pressurize 6-3, right? If we go all in, 6-3 has a really hard time calling us.
No,
so,
it was kind of subtle, but you probably noticed, Sam, he did kind of look at his cards as if to say, looking for a diamond, right? That check is somewhat deceptive. Because in many cases, if you know you've made the flush, you know you don't have to look again, right?
Yeah.
So looking is kind of as if to say, yeah, I've got like king 6 with the king of diamonds here or something like that.
Yeah, and really tricky river spot here for Kim. Slightly over-repping your hand by leading, right?
Oh, that's the all-in. Snapped off by Cortellazzi. And that's going to be it for Kim.
Yeah, amazing run. 9th place last Prague, 4th place and a choppy this time.
Gab Yong Kim, or the Kim of Queens, as we dubbed him yesterday.
Yeah, absolutely immense. I mean, he made a final table with me the first event out the gate as well, got a 6th there, and then probably this was the next event he played. Obviously, an incredibly talented poker player.
What a series.
Yeah.
Yep.
Fantastic score.
He might end up moving to Prague, too. Just want to remind everybody what Kim walked away with. No additional money, already a deal locked up. And Kim got the most in the deal.
Yeah.
622,610, and that's why deals are done sometimes, my babies.
Yeah. I mean, locked up over 2nd place money.
Yeah.
So that's a
that's the real prize right there, getting your phone back. That's all I would care about. Where's my phone?
Yeah. They told you we play all the level.
They are asking me if they have to play this level.
Oh, he wanted to go to the bathroom, so that's good.
Yeah.
Another break next. It's okay.
I don't know if 622 is enough to get him a new kidney.
No problem. Gaucho.
Gaucho. Where is Gaucho?
Gaucho left.
Toilet. I kill one player.
He's not coming back, guys.
Carmine left.
Oh.
That's the trophy.
It's probably going to move him up a few spots on that all-time career list also.
Yeah.
Looking forward to
Hey, give
introducing
me
him
one
next
walk.
year as the sixth.
That's right.
Sixth highest player of that Korean all-time money list.
Cortellazzi completing in the small blind. Pocket tens now for Alexandridis, the hand that did all the damage to his stack a short while ago.
It's going to be a little ignorant of me, but do we have a Greek EPT champion?
We do. We do have a Greek EPT champion. One, I think.
Makes sense. Obviously, country with a lot of poker success over the years. I can think of a few good players. Didn't know whether that was a champ.
All right, now hold on a second. I think you might have nailed it for where Kim just moved up to. Yep. Sam Grafton just can never put a foot wrong.
I'm a poker fan. What can I say? I'm on that.
Yes, Kim now 6th on the all-time money list for Korea. And we're threads up now. That's what I like to call it.
Yep, this is where the real poker begins, Joe.
Three-handed's where the real poker starts.
Yeah, and as we already mentioned, because we're playing strictly just for that first place, this is effectively a spin and go. This is where we've arrived, guys. We're playing purely for chip EV now.
The EPT Championship spin and go. It's a shame, you know, because this is where you would really shine, Joe. I think if you were to get three-handed, your skill edge would really come out. It's just getting through
my lack of skill edge, meaning if I could just rip it in and not have to play post flop, absolutely.
It's just getting through the other 1,187 players. Like, I feel the same. If I could get past day 1 and get to day 6, I would be ready to crush.
I actually get past whatever it is counts as day 1 in the things I play pretty regularly because I just don't play any hands.
Sure.
I never go broken level 1 because I fold kings pre-flop. I'm like, this feels weird. There's better spots than this.
It's actually funny, Joe, that you brought it up. Yeah, my spin and go was actually 150K. This is kind of low stakes for me, to be honest.
Only 110.
Yeah, mine was 150, but that's okay. Well, we can still enjoy the 100K, guys. Let's not be stingy.
Cortellazzi with over 20 million, and this would be a situation where he could really pressurize the other two players if we were still doing money jumps. And not to say he can't do it now, but certainly different.
Yeah.
Once a deal's been made.
Absolutely. He's a big favorite to take this down. But these guys don't need to back down when there's an opportune moment, when they have the right hands.
Wow, Cortellazzi with 20 million now. Jeez.
It's quite a tight fold in the big blind. Folded 9-8 off, right?
By the way, I did not name the Greek EPT winner. It was Soterios Katoupas.
Who's fourth on the Greek all-time money list this year, I believe.
We got to see if that's right. I mean, that could be.
Go 2014. Mate, I was probably there. Love that.
We did a really fun bit about, I said it sounds like an island. The island of Soterios Katoupas is actually, it's an idyllic paradise where they actually didn't believe that one person deserved the power of being the governor, so they actually elected a goat. It's part of it was a whole thing. Or you had to be there. Well,
no, don't tease me. I just don't. Can it be true, Joe?
It can be true. I'm looking at his face right now, live via satellite. The other half of this duo. Get your band gear out. We're getting the band back together. We're going 4 ways in the booth, 3 ways at the table. Please welcome the other half of Griffcraft, Griffin Benger. Hey, buddy.
Hey guys, how's it going?
It's going good, man. I'm happy right now. I kind of feel like
loving it, Griff. Why aren't you here, bro? Live poker's back in Europe, baby. Did you not know? There's a poker tour.
Maybe the next one. You know what? I actually got I got a little bit crossed up with the dates. I didn't even know this thing was happening. So,
Mate, we've
so
even
here
got
I am.
you're a former high roller champion. Surely
I know,
you should
I
be
know.
here.
I wish the camera was here. You could see it in the background of my shot, my
Giving
prized
out-
possession.
Bro, we're giving out. There's unfortunately we're not giving out Shambhala bracelets. But we are giving, that was just for you.
What
but-
a
the good old days.
Wow.
but we are giving out titles. It's ready made for you, Griff. The live skills. You've been like a caged lion, forced to play online against
A Jaguar, if you will.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're playing poker here where you can just look them in the eyes, Griff, just like you do, and say, "You ain't got it this time, kid."
Hey, that's the best kind. I've been playing some 1-3 at my local home game. Canadian dollar 1-3. Been loving it. Been playing regularly. I'm a reg.
I was playing the Mystery Bounty with Charlie Carell, and he 3-bet ace-10 off, and then he was like, look at this guy. He was like, I'd fold to anyone else. And then he just called him with ace-10 off. And I was thinking of you in the Irish Open when you told me you did that. I absolutely berated you. But this guy had ace-4 off. And I was like, wow, what magic,
man.
just like your man with Jack-9. I remember that one.
Yeah, that was a great one. Jack
I guess if you're going to get that needle in, you have to do it before you call, right? Like you can't do it after.
Yeah, it's ready for a live pro like yourself, Griff. This is why we put the EPT back on.
I'll
to get
definitely
guys like
find my
you
way,
out of
don't worry.
retirement.
Yeah.
Glowny limping in, queen 4, Cortellazzi. The nut low. Queen, jack 4, 2 spades, pair for Glowny.
More than just a pair. It's 2 of them.
Okay, technically you're right, but I wasn't wrong either.
Sure.
He did have.
In order for there to be 2 pair, he has to have a pair.
You
He's
guys
just
didn't
sharing
need me
because
to
we've
come
got
in
4
here.
commentators. He doesn't want to give away all the information in one sentence.
Exactly.
He gives you some of the information, and then we come on and go, there's also a second pair.
I leave a little bit of the pie for everybody.
Come on, Griff.
It's like ad libs, you know, just leaving room
yeah.
for the rest of us.
I know both.
I am actually starting to think. Yeah, go ahead, Joe.
I know Sam and Griffin probably have both taken improv classes, and we'll just do the one where we tell a story one word at a time.
Yeah. I would imagine, Griff, that one of the best American Office episodes is the one where he's at an improv class, and they have to tell him that he can't use a gun.
You can't use a gun.
Yes.
Don't kill your scene partner.
Yeah, it's a very good episode. And unfortunately for Glowny, Cortellazzi with absolutely nothing here. The nut low goes big. Obviously, very dynamic board now, and lots of combos you could get called by. But 3 high.
Good fold.
Good fold.
Solid.
I'm actually really happy to have you guys here for 3-handed. Not that Nick isn't capable, but once it gets to this point, it actually becomes even more difficult for me to know what's going on. Like 9-handed, I'm like, I'm good. I kind of have good grasp what's going on. But when it gets to threads up and then heads up poker, especially heads up, it's really still above my pay grade. So thank you for being with us.
Yeah, I mean, we're turning up for the glory part. To see an EPT champion crowned it's going to be absolutely amazing.
Cortellazzi in the small. 7-5 of diamonds. Griffin, I see you sipping on something. Is that a venti Cortellazzi?
No, but you know what it is, and you can see it, but the lovely viewers at home can't. It is a Prague mug, a Prague.
Oh.
This mug that I actually got in Prague that I was excited, to maybe be able to show to everyone, but unfortunately, I will not be in vision. Look, it's got little houses and some sort of tower.
That's right.
Great.
Sam's doing enough mugging off for everybody.
I actually bought a little present for James and Joe just earlier, but I left it in my room. I'm like very, very frustrated by that. Bought a little. They're selling authentic film. Like when you go into a cinema, they have the photos from the film, or they did back in the day. There's a thing selling them, so I picked out a couple.
Oh, cool!
One for each of you guys.
Oh.
So I'll present you with
Look
that
how
one.
happy James is.
James doing a dance.
Yeah, James is loving it. Yeah.
That's very thoughtful. Thanks.
Yeah,
Sam.
I gave it some thought about what movies to get you, so you'll see. We'll see in time.
Is it a movie that I like or a movie that you want me to like?
No, I mean, James is definitely a movie everyone likes. Yours is a bit more niche, but maybe more appropriate to your lifestyle. So we'll see.
Surprised to see Cortellazzi kind of giving Alexandridis the opportunity to take the lead in this pot. He's going to come in for a call with that 7 high, but I mean,
he might check
I don't know,
raise
Stamp.
here.
Yeah, I would think a check raise maybe here, or maybe a bet on the flop of the turn would have been a better line. Certainly would have won it.
I mean, that 8 of diamonds would have been a great card a while ago.
Yeah, and
7 high is not going to win?
No. And a nice value bet on the turn for Alexandridis with 10-5.
I feel like we're underplaying how strange that was.
Yeah, it was a little bit strange.
Okay.
10 high is a little bit high in your range to bluff with, and 7 high is a little bit low to check call with. So, a little bit strange for most guys, but there you go.
L'ho stirato io. Non senti che ti chiamavo? Ho fatto un lavoro.
Having a great time.
Saying, can you believe this guy checked 7-5 of diamonds there?
Can you believe I called with a 7 and it was almost good?
Ooh, hello. A little bit of small blind magic here. Ace-9 of diamonds, very, very strong in 3-handed play.
I just want to say that there's someone on Twitch, Wood Floor Sales, that for the 2nd day in a row says, I saw Griffin asleep on the subway once. I was not asleep. I was resting my eyes.
I wasn't sure if I should read that or not. I was like, depending on what Griffin was going through at the time, he might want to forget the 7. Unless he falls asleep on the subway every day, in which case, it's probably
In
fine.
fairness, I am famous for being able to sleep like whenever I want, pretty much in any circumstance. It's my superpower. So I wouldn't be surprised if it's true. Although I've never been a big subway taker. More of a taxi man.
Maybe you meant in a subway restaurant.
Big time Benger.
True. Big
Too
time
good,
Benger, yeah.
Too good for public transport. Wow.
Benger big time.
Oh, yeah.
Blind on blind here, ace high, top pair for Alexandridis.
9-7 of spades, my absolute favorite hand, but flopping nothing.
Well, you already have a
More
hand
than
named
nine-
after
more than
you,
nine
so take it easy.
suited.
Take it easy on the 9-7 spades.
Yeah, isn't that Negreanu's favorite hand? Look at you fanboying.
10-7. 10-7 offsuit.
Okay.
Yeah, and a bit of a suspicious check here from Alexandridis. Would you know, very unlikely. You've got nothing on this board when you check. It's when you raise pre-flop, you can bet this board very, very often.
Liberally.
Yeah, liberally. Great phrase.
I think this is definitely a great turn to start speeding up, though, right? Because when the board pairs, when the ace pairs, you're going to have less ace-x. So, you know,
get called by more
you can
king
get
highs.
Yeah, sure, absolutely. But
high.
as Tim already pointed out, I think the check on the flop is really suspicious. Like, it just indicates so much more showdown than it does air.
Yeah, I mean, if you're going to check, you check ace-4, right?
Yeah.
Like ace-9 is the nuts here. And like, yeah, it seems a bit much, but there you go. I mean,
How do you feel about a hand like 8-9, like checking that flop?
Just bet you need to bet for protection.
You just
as well.
always bet for protection, yeah.
But I mean, it's fair enough. Obviously, I'm coming in cold. These guys, he might have played with Glowny and think he bets too much. You know, he stabs too much.
Sure.
Or he overfolds. He's going to fold king highs and queen highs. He shouldn't. So therefore, I'm going to check. There's all sorts of things that can factor in here to make you want to check if you're honing your strategy specifically to an opponent who, after all, you played a lot of intense poker with over the last few days. So I don't want to be too critical there. That would just be my approach.
I would also say that once the deal happened, the styles of all of the players has shifted dramatically. Not necessarily the way you would think, just different. Cortellazzi had a pretty interesting style. Yesterday was limping all of his pairs. Kings, 4s, 6s.
That is interesting.
7, 5, 5. This is the one hand somebody doesn't have 7-5. What's going on? Didn't someone fold 7-5? Anyway.
Yeah, on the
high
button.
yeah, right? Yeah.
Alexandridis folded 7-5 on the button.
He must be furious right now.
this 600K, the 500K means nothing to him right now. He's just
fuming, mate.
Like Scott Lazar's going to just blow up now. It's absolutely ridiculous how much random poker knowledge and
That's movie producer Scott Lazar to you.
Legend. Legend.
I believe PokerStars had a big piece of that movie as well. Some pretty on-the-nose branding in that one.
Do you want any value, mate?
Let's go, Glowny. Come on.
Do you want any value?
The manners maketh man.
Just make it like 350K.
Nah, you gotta go you gotta go over pot here.
No, I do actually like the super polarizing size here.
You gotta go over pot.
I mean, none of it really matters.
Yes. Spoilers! Spoiler! Joe Stapleton can see the future, ladies and gentlemen. 10 high, mate.
There you go. That's more like it. Yeah, nice chunky size. I really like the polarizing bet size here. It goes just under pot.
I mean, you can't believe 10-8 suited has not normally makes something, right? There we go. Into the muck.
I had 7-5.
And this is going to be a little bit of a grind, especially the way people are approaching it. Lots of limping blind on blind. People seem pretty controlled with their betting frequencies. It's definitely not over by any stretch of the imagination. And, the chip leader going to have to continue to grind these guys down to get his hands on that further 100,000, over 100,000 euros and an EPT title.
Cortellazzi, you think you can put the big chips in front?
I like it. I mean, it's a long time since I had a stack like this, but having them arrayed like an army, such a great feeling. I saw people at the World Series complaining stacks aren't big enough for my, people love having this for Instagram, right? Like the big giant,
Yeah, no chip ups. No chip ups.
I just take
World
pictures
Series
of
main
other
event.
people's stacks and post them as mine. Hey, mind if I snap a quick pic of that?
We're testing some of you guys. World Series of Poker main event. We're not going to be chipping up at any stage.
Jamie Gold style, and it seems pretty reasonable at some frequency.
I like it when there's a dealer. If it's like a shorter dealer, sometimes they'll have a stick that they use to pull the chips in. We got to start giving those to players.
Limp folding the 8-7 off for just a 3x. I think that might be.
Did you hear the contempt in Shambhala Benja there? He didn't win his multiple live events by folding 8-7 off. Wow, Griff, I didn't know you've been studying. You're not a fan. Yeah,
I smell a blog post coming.
He's tranquilo. Look at this. Just wait. No, don't fucking none on the button. Bro, come on.
Oh, come
no,
on.
I'm not
Cortellazzi's
Cortellazzi's
playing
No, we're
way
not having
too
that.
tight. Like,
I mean-
I've seen 3 hands in 5 minutes, and they've all been too tight passive.
Except for the call with 7 high on the turn.
No, that was literally tight passive. It was one big blind. He had a gutter. Why not call?
And Alexandridis, how are we saying this?
I've been saying Alexandridis.
Alexandridis, exactly, much better. Alexandridis, coming in for the, isolating the 8-2, getting a fold, raising now the 9-3 off, and this, if you're the player taking the lead in all the hands, playing aggressive, it could work out well for him. Obviously, not fun to be going to a flop out of position.
Ooh,
with 9 high.
baby.
Yeah, big flop for Glowny.
Pair, flush draw.
Obviously, this is a board which should favor Glowny very heavily. We don't really raise from the small blind the suited connectors that really hit with this board, but 9-3 off, a club and a 3 of hearts might make you want to bet. Taking the more cautious approach, just because there are going to be some runouts that are pretty good for 9-3 off. Going to be some runouts we can bluff. And, if you can't really check call a hand like this, maybe better to bet. Obviously, we can see, like, Glowny has it.
Wow.
We go check.
Turn card is a 10, giving Alexandridis a straight draw now.
And we actually block 2 straights. Obviously, Glowny would never check back 3-5, so it's not super relevant. But I would be thinking it's go time here. Checks again. Obviously, lots of favourable rivers. You'd imagine a 9 is going to be good some of the time. Obviously, you can hit an 8. But again, what are we doing if Glowny bets? Is Alexandridis thinking of check raising here? Glowny.
Not going to get to find out. River is a queen. Not the card anyone was looking for.
Yeah, I mean, Glowny's really kind of hating the queen here. Does make some sense, a king queen, an ace queen type holding.
1 million.
His hand was so pretty on this flop too.
Yeah, exactly.
We're finally seeing some aggression.
Yikes.
And it's pretty tricky to think what's the bluff here, right? Because I expected 9-3 off to bet, right? If they have deuce 3, if they have 8 deuce, aren't they going to just bet the flop with the gut shot and that kind of interaction?
Right.
Ace high's probably not going to bluff. So actually, having been perhaps a little critical of the way the flop and turn were played, it's worked out really nicely to have 9 high on the river, and it's got through. And it shows there are different ways to play a hand. I mean, fortuitous run out for sure, but eventually picks up the pot with just 9 high. Really, really nice from Alexandridis. 47 big blinds. Very social stuff.
Yeah, you would think that the problem with that bet is that Alexandridis is, effectively representing pretty thin there as almost strictly a queen. I mean, a 10 certainly would have bet on the turn. You would have expected to hear from another pair on the flop. So, but to your point, because you're going to be checking ace high for value, they're not turning into a bluff. It's hard to really imagine a ton of bluff combos that you wouldn't have heard from on a different street.
Exactly.
All right, now Statrick has gotten in touch, and he says he's prepared a short quiz for Sam on his own EPT stats.
Oh boy,
abysmal stats. How many years were you a losing player over the 10 years that you played EPT? 9.5 is the correct answer. Congratulations.
We've got a pair here for Glowny. Go. Well, we're on break in 2 minutes. We'll do it afterward. We'll do it after the break. I misread my clock here. I still don't know what 1848 means.
A good year.
Cortellazzi with the gut shot. Be nice if somebody spiked one of these hands.
3-5-3.
What gut shot?
Sorry. Told you I can't read numbers. I just got done saying that. Listen, that's more your mistake than mine, if anything. Don't make me roll out the Einstein story again, okay?
Yeah, it's really interesting. Everyone playing very cautious with C-bets and such like. I really feel like this tournament is there for someone to grab by the scruff of the neck and start picking up some pots.
I mean, I think Alexandridis is showing that he's willing to be that person to some extent. I mean, quite aggressive plays with really, really weak hands, and creating a nice contrast based on the way that the other players are playing. I mean, in the experience that I saw yesterday, I might argue that Glowny might be the most skilled players of the 3 remaining, but I think that Alexandridis is really always coming to battle, which is quite interesting. And Cortellazzi has that, tight style that seemed to work out so well on this final table. So really interesting final 3 for sure.
Yeah, and it's now a little. Yeah, I guess we can value back, but obviously almost every card is an overcard to the 5. So it gets harder and harder to value back. Does go for some value here.
Nobody made their gut shot.
Can't believe Queen 6 off missed on 5-3-3. That big draw.
Another pot for Glowny.
Thank you.
And that might have been the last hand. I believe it was.
Yeah, I think we're going on break.
We are going on break. They are going on break. Let's take a look at the chip counts. There we go. 3 players remain. Deal's been locked up. Just playing for 110,000 euros for first. Cortellazzi out in front with 60 big blinds. 40 for Alexandridis, just 20 for Glowny, but anything can happen still. Blinds when we get back, 150,000, 300,000 with a 300,000 big blind ante. That ante never reduces. We're going to have more from Griffin Bender, Sam Grafton. You still around after this, Nick?
I think I might be on break, but I'll be back.
All right, we're going to have Griff Graf. More from EPT Prague back after this.
Well, we're going to play against Ensan in this hand. He's on the button and has raised to 600,000.
Hungry fella?
Sam Phillips with ace queen. I guess he's going to play this, so let's sweat with Sam.
I think I like a 3-bet in this dynamic. And Sam's going to be raising pretty wide, and Latau is not likely to wake up with better.
The chip leader is counting out a re-raise. This is a 3-bet to 1.65 million. Latau folds. Ensan will play a flop in position.
Ooh.
Ace 8-8 with 2 spades.
I actually think I like a check here because it's hard to get called by worse, and I really don't want to double this dude up and basically be out.
Phillips continues for 1.5 million.
Sam's no dum-dum, though, so he probably thinks Hossein will get stubborn here with lots of worse hands.
Raise. Oh, he's raising.
Uh-oh.
That is huge. 4.1 million.
Well, we can't fold, but we also maybe don't want to get it all in. The sick part, too, though, is we call here, we probably also have to call turn. This just got real.
Phillips calls. Huge pot. 12 million in the middle already. 3 of clubs on the turn.
Yeah, this is not really a turn we can fold on. This is why I like checking the flop.
Phillips checks. Ensan going for chips. He's betting again. $3.25 million.
Such a small bet. I think we have to call, but I'm not gonna lie, I'm scared, Mom, scared.
I mean, he's kind of committing himself here. This looks really strong. It's got to be an 8, right?
Well, we kind of just have to hope that he's freaking out with spades or a worse ace. Have I mentioned we should have checked the flop?
I think Ensan's got an 8. I think Phillips has to fold this.
What 8 did he call a 3-bet with pre-flop? Exactly ace 8. Nah, man, we called the raise. We're calling now.
Phillips folds. Ensan did not have an 8. Jack 10, a total airball.
Hossein really is Ensan in the brand.
And he has reclaimed the chip lead. 21.2 million. Blind still 150,000, 300,000. Phillips on the button with ace king. He raises to 600K. Latau in the small blind. Folds. Ensan in the big blind. Still stacking chips from the last hand. Has ace deuce.
What's he doing?
Ace. He's racing.
I hate this if he's doing it for value. I don't mind it if he's turning his hand into a bluff.
He 3-bets to 1.5 million.
Sam's gonna have no problem 4-bet calling it off here.
Here comes the 4-bet. 3.5 million. Whoa, Ensan shoves!
Call.
And Phillips calls!
Well, this is going to go down as a major punt, but ace-deuce isn't the worst hand to do it with.
The biggest pot of the tournament, 30 million in the middle, and Sam Phillips' tournament life on the line, even though he does have the best hand.
72% chance the poker coach doubles up.
Still ahead after the flop.
Low but safe.
High card. Just put a king out there. Don't even cover, do you? No.
Phillips just has to fade a deuce on the river.
7! 7!
All right, fine, 7.
It's a king.
Go, baby! Let's go! Come on. Hell yeah.
Huge double up for Phillips, and he reclaims the chip lead.
Oh, Sam Phillips, you have got a lot of chips.
To the delight of his buddy Bob. Well, Hussein Ensan has the shortest stack. He's locked up around 653,000. Latao's guaranteed 704,000. Whatever happens, Sam Phillips is the big winner today. More than $1 million for him. 90,000 euros still in play for the eventual champ. Ensan on the button. Pocket deuces. He raises to 600,000. Ace queen for Phillips.
This could very well go in before the flop. Especially now that there's been a deal.
A 3-bet to 1.6 million. Latau in the big blind folds. Action back on Ensan. He shoves. And Phillips calls. We are flipping for 16 million chips.
Small pairs aren't so bad to 4-bet shove with.
And this time, it's Ensan who's at risk.
We got ace-queen against deuces.
Like comic books versus video games, one of these two hands has the slight mathematical advantage.
There's an ace in the door. Sam Phillips takes the lead. He's now a 91% favorite, and Hussein Ensan is about to exit in 3rd place.
3 hands in a row these two have gone at it.
Deuce on the turn!
Sam Phillips better be thanking his buddy Bob. Best deal ever for him.
10 motions.
Ensan now the huge favorite. Phillips looking for a 10. It's a 5. Ensan doubles up.
Things can change so quickly in tournament poker. Oftentimes there's nothing you can do about it. That's why you make deals.
I have no anti-chips anymore. What's that? I have no anti-chips. I'm such a loser. You want some? Have I ever won a pot at the final table?
Not many.
I'll sell you some.
Sam Phillips has lost more than 1/3 of his stack, but he's still smiling.
Oh, next level is awesome. Then I can just jam.
Is he talking about moving in or like a sweet guitar solo?
Ensan, currently 2nd in chips, has ace-10 on the button. And he raises to 650,000. Sam's folded. Latao's got 3s.
I'm all in.
And he is all in. And he's been called.
Another standard race, sword and shield versus trident and net.
Ja, I'm all in. Hatte Dreier als 30 gewinnt. Standard Dreier. That's him. Ace on the flop, 3 on the river.
Latau, the player at risk. Well, no ace or 3. A ton of spades out there. Latau currently a 2-to-1 favorite to double up and take the chip lead.
7. Oh no! What is it? 7! 7 one time!
A spade will chop it. There are 10 cards which will eliminate Latau. But he survives.
Well, he's going to have some anti-chips now.
He doubles up and takes the chip lead at this 3-handed final table. 20.1 million.
Not a 7 in sight.
So we're still 3-handed at this final table. Andre Latau has king-queen on the button and he raises.
Hussein Ensan with King 9 in the small blind.
Raise.
3-bet coming. He makes it an even 2 million.
I think I prefer a shove to a small 3-bet. This gives Latau a really nice price and still commits a lot of Ensan's chips.
The chip leader calls with the best hand and the advantage of position.
Candy jumper, yum.
Both players connect. Second pair for Ensan and Latau. Latau with the better kicker. And Ensan set to continue. He bets 1.3 million.
Even though he's the pre-flop aggressor, I'm not a huge fan of the C-bet. Better hands are never folding, and he's not likely to be up against too many worse hands, especially ones that can call. Even queens fold there sometimes.
An 8 on the turn. And Ensan shoves!
I didn't like the flop bet, and I hate the turn shove. An ace is never folding. He's pretty much only folding out, hopefully, better kings, and that is not much of Latau's range.
Why so much?
That is a good question, Poochie. But from Latau's perspective, I'm not sure this is a call. We know Ensan's been blasting off all over the place lately, but does Latau?
Call.
He calls, and Hussein Ensan is drawing to a 9.
That is thin.
Just 3 outs. Oh, we are down to the final 2. Latau set to go heads up against Phillips.
7.
The river card is a 10. Hussein Ensan eliminated. Latau going heads up against Sam Phillips with a huge chip lead.
And I'm going to allow this move. I mean, how many times in your life are you going to get a chance to do that? I wonder if he's going to dive into it Scrooge McDuck style.
And cashing an EPT 100 in 3rd place for more than 650K is Hussein Ensan.
Sick run for this guy. Binks the seniors, 3rd in the main. If he wasn't retired before this, maybe he will be shortly. That's a nice little addition to the fund.
And then there were 2. The German student against the American online pro.
How much is that? I forgot it.
Like a little over 7.
7K? Okay.
7, lol.
Phillips on the button with aces.
Oh boy.
He completes.
Hoping he can limp jam if Latau raises, and it looks like he's going to get his wish.
All what I have.
Call.
A shove and a call.
This is for like 16 big blinds effective, so this hand plays itself.
Ace-6 suited, easy regen. Ja, was soll ich machen?
Well, if Latau cracks aces, it's over. And he has picked up outs on the flop. As things stand, Phillips an 81% favorite to double up. A 6 on the turn, so Latau swaps 4 outs for 2. Phillips just has to fade a 6 on the river. Close, but it's a 5. We play on.
What you can do?
So Phillips has narrowed the gap between them. Latau still in command. He has Queen Jack on the button in the small blind.
And he's changed out the flavor strip on his candy jumper. In there now, bubblegum. Candy jumpers, yum.
Latau raising to 1 million. Phillips has him dominated with Ace Jack.
Domination situation developing.
A 3-bet from Sam to 2.65 million.
Andre probably should not be folding this, even though we know he's in jail.
Call.
He calls in position. 5.4 million in the middle already. And Latau outflops his opponent, top pair and a straight draw.
Hits his live card somehow, youch.
Phillips does not continue. He checks.
Andre could check or take over the betting.
He checks behind. 3 of clubs on the turn. Gives Letao a flush draw as well. Phillips checks again.
Andre should start betting now.
No, he checks.
I think he's missing out on value by not betting there. He could even bet the flop, probably.
Deuce of clubs on the river, so a jack-high flush for Letao.
And it looks like Sam's going to try to bluff this.
Trying to represent a big club. Bets 3.4 million.
Andre settling in for a long think here. He knows he's only beating pure bluffs. And this seems like an awfully ballsy spot for a bluff. Andre's got the third nuts, though. Only 2 cards in the deck are beating him.
I call. He calls, and he's right.
They're black, but there's no club, buddy. His vision may be a little impaired right now from the excitement.
And Letao opens up a 3-1 chip lead over Phillips.
Sam's obviously not thrilled, but he's doing an amazing job just tuning out that rail.
It wasn't that long ago that Phillips was a huge odds-on favorite to win this tournament. The momentum has shifted, and Andre Letao has all of the chips and is within touching distance of the historic EPT 100 main event trophy. Blinds now 600,000, 1.2 million. We've never played this blind level before.
I'm scared.
Well,
Phillips forced to make a move.
how much you have?
With blinds this high, no shib. It's all going in here.
I call.
Letao calls, and this could be it.
Sam's drawing quite live.
7!
He does realize his opponent has a 7, right?
7!
7, 8, a diamond.
I like her odds here.
I like Abraham Stinkin's optimism.
Letao with 59% equity, on the verge of victory. Sam Phillips looking for help. But it's a king-high flop. Phillips could be drawing dead on the turn.
6 of diamonds, yeah.
It's a 9. Sam picks up a gut shot.
He's sweet.
Unless there's a 6 on the river, we have a winner. It's a king. Letao takes it down. Sam Phillips walks away with the most money, but Andre Letao is the EPT 100 champion. Welcome back to Prague and the PokerStars European Poker Tour. The main event final table continues. We started the day with 6 players. We are down to 3. Following a 4-way deal, Gab Yong Kim was eliminated, and now it's Andrea Cortellazzi, Symeon Alexandridis, and Grzegorz Glowny who are competing for the first prize, the extra first prize, I should say, of 110K plus the EPT Main Event trophy. Prize money, the rest of it locked up, sorted, redistributed. And as we come back, it's Cortellazzi who has the chip lead, a 58 big blind stack. Alexandridis playing 39 bigs. Glowny, the low man at the table with 20 bigs as the blinds go to 150,000, 300,000 with a 300K
big blind ante. I'm James Hodgkin, he's Joe Stapleton.
Hello, my babies.
And that fella, that's Griffin Benja.
Hey everyone, can I just say I really enjoyed that last highlight pack that featured Ensign, because there was a great little comment Joe had after he busted in third place that made a little crack about how he should maybe consider retiring, and since then he has won the event we're covering and the World Series main event for $12 million since then. That's great.
And he went deep in this event as well.
And final 2 tables of this as well. So Ensign made the right decision, stuck around. And yeah.
If I could go back and do it again when he wins Prague, I'd be like, well, this will certainly never happen again.
Blind v blind, Cortellazzi in the small, Alexandridis in the big, 10-5 versus 7-3. Let's have a flop, which is 4-4 deuce. Griffin, is it fair to say that the play has been somewhat conservative, somewhat cagey, which is surprising when you consider it's now winner takes all and ICM's no longer a thing?
Well, you know what? It's interesting, actually. I was thinking about that over the break, and the conclusion that I came to is, in these kind of situations, it's usually up to the chip leader to be putting a lot of pressure on, the player that's second in chips with the ICM implications of, having that guy in third place. So the combination of there being less money to play for, which is just the $100,000 and the trophy, and the fact that Cortellazzi is kind of on the tighter, more passive side, we're actually seeing a bit of a role reversal. And actually, Alexandridis, as we see, does lose a pot there because Cortellazzi did hit that 10, has been the one pushing the envelope. So it's weird to see, the person second in chips kind of have control of the table. But that's really, I think, what we're seeing so far.
Now, Sam Grafton has just rushed back from break. I'm assuming, Samuel, that you went to the effort of recovering the gifts that you purchased for myself and Joe Stapleton.
Are you out of breath? Do you want to take a second? This one's for me.
For you, an authentic Czech film still of Fatal Attraction. You have it on the wall, just a little reminder.
There's a whole bunch of bunny boilers in chat right now.
Oh, that is beautiful. Look at that. That is Tom Cruise, Jack Nicholson, A Few Good Men.
Or as it's known in Czech, it's written below. You could just reel that off there, Hartigan.
Pas Branovich Klapau?
Klapu.
And what's Fatal Attraction?
Osudova Pritazivlost.
Wow. That's definitely a fine effort. Czech people in the chat probably covering their ears in pain, but everyone else, pretty passable.
Thank you, Sam.
Thank you very much, Sam. It's very kind of you.
Of course, guys.
This is the moment just before he really goes for it, right? Yeah. Pulls the bluff on Nicholson and then gets him to confess in the courtroom. Aaron Sorkin at his best.
That's what we're looking for now, high-risk strategies.
We've had a couple of people involved in that film on our podcast before.
Yeah?
Josh Molina is
Jackson,
in the movie.
what's his name?
Aaron Sorkin.
Yeah, no, but what's the...
Kevin Pollak.
Jackson
Pollock.
Yeah, I was about to say Jackson Pollock, Sidney Pollock I was going for, yeah.
Here, can you put that with yours? So
I can indeed, yes, absolutely.
You.
I'll...
And Alexandridis protecting the two pair and scooping another pot. As you were saying, Griff, he's got some momentum here.
Yeah, I've been pretty impressed with how much Alexandridis has been willing to splash around. That was really the story of the day yesterday and what really clipped the wings of everyone's favorite Mulder at the time. So really done a good job of being assertive and having the lead in a lot of these situations.
Yeah, the old, for all the developments in poker theory, that old raise, bet the flop, it's a hard strategy to combat. Very, very hard strategy to combat.
I do terribly against it.
Yeah, being the most aggressive player at the table.
The hardest thing to do is have a hand.
Yeah, absolutely.
So Pop Bassi just asked an important question. Do these commentators play the Sunday Million 10 mil guaranteed? Now, we've already established, number one, Joe's in Los Angeles, ineligible. I'm a PokerStars employee, ineligible. Griffin, scheduling conflict, inexcusable. Sam Grafton, what's your deal, bro?
I'll be 100% now. I wouldn't miss it for the world. Scheduling conflict.
He'll probably be 400% there. Are
Yeah.
4 rebuys allowed?
Of course. The first one's, you know, you don't take it serious till the second buy. That's my motto. Even in the 25 case, second bullet, oh, okay, now we play. You know, first one, you build an image. You know, that's what the first bullet's for.
Yeah, my parents are in town this weekend visiting, so it's just the worst possible time.
Oh,
Sam, you know when you re-enter the Sunday Million and one of the 10,000 tables running, they don't know what happened on your first bullet.
I tell him in chat. I was like, just so you guys know.
I got it in with 10-4.
Yeah.
So we've got a blind-on-blind situation here. Cortellazzi in the small with 8-5 of strawberries. And he's completing. Blinds are currently 150,000, 300,000. And the Doyle Brunson for Alexandridis.
He's going to raise here as well. I think, again, very similar to the 9-3. Decides to check this time, but contemplated it.
Yeah, you have to wonder, actually, Sam, if, you know, with information that you can get about, you know, what we've seen on the streams after the delay, if you know, he's thinking about the opponents having seen that, you know, ISOing the 8-deuce offsuit, raising the 9-3 offsuit from the small blind, maybe wants to not be as polarized.
Yeah, and having flopped...
What a turn. Sorry, guys.
Yeah, having flopped the effective nuts, this straight diminishing in value, and obviously we can see that Alexandridis does have the straight and a baby flush draw to go with it. 0% from flopping the straight. Incredibly frustrating situation. Frustrating situation.
Full house.
Someone's happy.
Now, is this a situation, Sam, where you think you should be almost as greedy as possible because you're expecting Cortellazzi to, you know, call almost pretty much all the fives?
I'm sorry, Griff, we can't let that go unacknowledged. That was a player in the €220 unlimited re-entry event making a full house and asking the rail to applaud him.
Nice. Oh, please tell me it's still in the rebuy period, too.
And did he find a fold there? Really impressive.
Can't possibly.
Fold.
Really?
And another pot for Symeon. I mean, I got to say, really impressive fold from Andrea. Given the actual hand he was up against.
Yeah, maybe
obviously,
not.
Might be,
maybe not good process.
Yeah, maybe that's one of the strongest hands you're going to have in that check flop, check call turn, check river line, apart from the odd slow play that check raises. But still, you know, these guys, as I say, so much history. You can really get a sense for a player's approach. I'm sure you would say that, Griff, being the live tiger. And folding ace-3 on the button, again, a little bit unconventional. We saw a king-9 off fold there. And really sort of seeding the whip hand, as it were, over to the second in chips.
Guys, we were looking at the 220 event. We did not notice the call. Thank you, chat, for every single person feeling the need to tell us he did not fold.
Oh, he did not fold.
He called the 1 million. Probably snapped it so quick.
Oh, okay.
It was a one-chip call, yeah.
Oh, okay, brilliant. That's nice.
That makes more sense, yeah.
So this is Glowny against Alexandridis, and it is a king-high flop.
I'm actually a bit surprised to see such weak button play from Cortellazzi, simply because, you know, we saw yesterday such an effective utilization of the limping strategy. You would think that, you know, if you don't want to raise hands like that, I mean, why not just limp them? We're not seeing a lot of, you know, aggression from players. They're a bit thrown off by his limps. We saw that yesterday. So, you know, it'd be interesting to limp a hand like ace-3, not really the kind of hand you would expect to see limped and then play it that way. But just open folding it, I just think is way too weak, and you're gonna have a hard time grinding these players' chips down with a strategy like that.
Yeah, and you can see Glowny a little thrown off by this flop check, turn bet. This 8 is a very unfortunate one with no straight draw to go
Nice.
with it. You know, can be drawing dead very occasionally or semi-dead. And yeah, I mean, as I say, we're not, these guys not coming in cold against each other. Obviously have a really strong sense of each other's games and probably making a good fold there.
And down to 15 big blinds. A few people asking about prize money situation. A deal was agreed four-handed. Interestingly, the player who secured the most money from that deal, Gab Yong Kim, was our 4th place finisher. So Glowny's locked up 581k, Cortellazzi 579k, Symeon's bag just shy of 500k. They are still playing for 110,000 euros. Actually, the better part of 111,000 euros and the trophy, but no extra money for second or third. It's all winner takes all now.
Yeah, and 2 of those players will take over Kim if they, if in terms of the money secured, which I think is kind of nice.
James, do you remember when we worked on that American TV show and you didn't want to say winner take all and it was a huge fight?
Yeah.
And you refused? You refused to say winner take all?
Because it's grammatically incorrect. Winner singular. The winner takes.
You need subject-object agreement. Subject-verb agreement.
James Hartigan, poker presenter extraordinaire, radio host, and also...
I won't do it.
Also grammar police. Part-time.
I mean, since then, I've been more than happy to talk about the classicest of races and refer to a country as Canada. But back then, I would not say winner take all.
And Glowny, I think one of the first times we sort of seen him take the lead, and Cortellazzi with a hand that you would ordinarily expect to maybe just 3-bet call, shove, elects to flat here. Something of a slow play with pocket 7s. Perhaps potentially a slight over-adjustment to the fact that it is a winner-takes-all format. Doesn't feel that he has as much fold equity because of the format, but 7s just plays well as a jam no matter what the situation, I would believe here.
Yeah.
2 overcards flopping. So you have the best hand, but it becomes much more difficult to negotiate at this point. Oh, wow, no, it doesn't.
Oh, baby, it's the 7. It's always coming. So
absolutely.
We play the games with the flipping.
It's always coming.
And a strange double gut shot for Symeon as well. The 8-5 and 10 to make the lower end. The 6 to make a very, very strong holding. Should have had the 7 of hearts. That would have been the real.
Yeah,
the
right.
real.
I think
deck fixing card.
The Sunday Million last week ended on a 3-way all in, and maybe we could have had that.
Oh, and just folds it. Wow. Pretty interesting. I mean, obviously, again, against the actual holding, what an excellent, excellent fold. The position there, you know, sometimes the 8 and 5 are live. Obviously, we're stone dead in this instance. Again, somewhat surprising. Somewhat surprising.
Yeah, but if you look at the way that Cortellazzi's been playing, I mean, that might actually not be such a bad adjustment from Alexandridis. Not seeing a lot of, you know, a lot of bluffing, a lot of semi-bluffing type stuff,
absolutely.
big bet sizing from Cortellazzi. I know you are double gutted to, you know, I guess the effective nuts, but.
Yeah. Well, 10 definitely isn't the nuts. And also, like, as you say, a small blind flatting range definitely hits that Jack 9-7. You're absolutely right.
Yeah, exactly.
So folded the ace-3, heard Griffin's commentary live, and has loosened up as a result. Folded ace-3, but ace-4 good enough to open. Alexandridis will peel out of the small blind.
Come on, Glowny. Let's go 3-way to the flop. Let's have ourselves a good old-fashioned family pot.
Yeah, and call normally the way the Queen 10 is played here. Exactly because of slightly dominating effects you have on button opening, the weaker parts of the button opening range, and the small blind flats.
And it's all clubs. Pair of jacks for Symeon.
This is what we're going. I thought we were going for monotone when we just.
Oh right,
it's the monotone.
Oh, hello. Broadway alert.
And
1 million.
yeah, so pretty interesting. Yeah, little unorthodox. Symeon leading out, bottom pair and a gut shot, although can't actually win the pot outright. Glowny with the straight, and Cortellazzi with an absolutely useless top pair.
Gulp.
And the 3 clubs, the flopped potential of a flop flush means that Glowny is going to have a tricky time raising here. Normally, you just want to call. A lot of Alexandridis flats will be suited. So just calls. And what now will Andrea do on the button? Should recognize that against this action.
Yeah. Calling for about half your stack, it looks pretty strong.
pretty
Oh,
strong.
he has. Well, in that case,
wow.
Versus the, if that is the case, maybe you. Well, yeah, you probably do want to just raise all in actually and protect straight in that instance. Oh wow! He's gone for it. No club in hand. Trying to fold out an ace. Trying to fold out a jack with a club. And he
calls too high up in his range with Broadway here.
Courtesy double up, question mark?
Yeah. And Griff, you suggested that Glowny is a pretty strong poker player and now back in contention for the title, right?
Yeah, and some chips to do some maneuvering with, too.
Yeah, and you know, we mentioned how aggressive Symeon has been. We praised him for that aggression, right? Taking the bull by the horns, lots of raising, lots of betting. But just, you know, there's 2 sides to that coin, 2 sides to that sword, maybe?
Yeah.
But
and also, yeah,
and live by this coin, you die by the coin. I'm not sure of the exact phrasing, but you know, perhaps overstepping the mark with the aggression there.
Yeah, and speaks to what you were saying as well about, you know, it seems that Alexandridis' default is kind of like, okay, if I'm not sure what I'm going to do, I'm going to take the aggressive action, which is tough to play against. But in a situation like that, I mean, there's 4.4 million out there. You know, your opponent has 2.3 million left. That was a really strong call there from Glowny.
Yeah, with
you know,
another
it can
player.
be flushes, and you don't have a blocker, another player behind. So I think it's just a clear mistake from Alexandridis.
Yeah.
Live by the coin, die by the coin, I think is what you were looking for.
Absolutely, absolutely. That's the one. Wow, magic hand.
Still the shortest stack, but it has evened up somewhat, and he's not that far behind Symeon now.
Yeah, and Glowny didn't really make you know, the first part of the commentary I was doing that 40 minutes or so. Glowny didn't really make any strong hands. Had to just hang around, make some tight folds, and rewarded with the big double, and now an opportunity to play a little bit more.
It kind of feels like he's the one that stuck to his game the most post-deal, and without making too much of a judgment that the other 2 fellas have changed their style significantly.
Sure. I guess we could be our second Indonesian EPT champion.
Queen 3-3.
No gut shots on this board, fellas.
Very neutral board. And Glowny just with the slightly stronger range.
Pills, James.
Very hard to find enough continues on Queen 3-3. This is a bit of a test of Andrea's strategy. I do believe that Jack 8 here should be continuing versus
C1.
the size. Yeah. Mate, Steps, if you're looking for backing at the bike in a couple of weeks,
I have plenty of backers. I just this is never the turn for me.
Yes. And obviously these high cards a little bit better for Glowny. He has picked up a gut shot. But what a turn for Andrea with the straight flash.
Street flash draw.
Indeed. Yeah, and interesting here from Glowny. I guess we
Yeah.
don't want to have hearts. We really want to have spades to barrel. We're going to be trying to fold out king high clubs and such like.
Sorry, why don't we want to have hearts?
Because you don't float spades, but you do float hearts. So you want to have like the offsuit of the rainbow flop, if that makes sense. And I wonder,
okay, all right.
And also the king 9 doesn't fold. You know, if we bluffed king 4 on the turn, we would fold out king 8. King 9 doesn't really fold out better hands. And as a result, he's check called here. Is that correct?
Yes.
Very subtle line, recognizing the strength of king 9 on this board, and unfortunately for him, has been outdrawn on the river.
Well, there were lots of cards that were going to cause that.
Yes, indeed.
Queen is good.
Check, check. Pot goes to Cortellazzi.
9.
And Cortellazzi isn't even sure whether he's got the best hand. He's taking a
Don't
look.
slow roll the guy. Show your bloomin' cards.
Yeah, and I think that was a nicely
Gaucho
played
is
hand from
sleeping.
Glowny, actually.
Yeah, sleeping.
Every day Gaucho.
Yeah,
They still want Kim at the table. Everybody loves Gab Kim.
Yeah.
Gaucho, go. Give him a sandwich, something.
How do you feel, Joe, about commentating on real breathing human beings rather than just avatars?
It's been a really fun week. A really fun week. Like, just so much room for comedy.
Comedy is back, ladies and gentlemen.
I now feel the next time we have Tino Mulder on a final table of a 5K and we are staring at that horse avatar, I have a vision of the man behind the horse.
The man behind the myth.
Why does he have to be such a hottie, too? Like, it's unfair.
It's the Dutch. They've all got good genes.
They got a lot of swag, these boys. There's a lot of these kids wearing their
know how to wear
Balenciaga
them.
hoodies.
They're never, like, gross trolls like they should be.
Sure.
Oh, boys. There's the opportunity for a quartet here.
What do you think? I think Sam's going to come out of retirement.
The ace definitely does make it very, very likely. It's like they know. Look how quickly they're checking down. Even the players want to hear it.
Come on, Sam. Do one for us.
There it is.
Everyone does indeed love it.
Guys, this is a chop pot. And you know what they say?
Everyone loves the chop pot.
Oh, Griffin, you ruined it. Ruined it.
Was that the satellite delay? Is it being coming in from Canada?
Oh, no. Yeah, I'm the only one connecting online here, by the way. Like, I'm trying to...
Okay, Griffin, I don't like everyone ganging up on you, but it wasn't...
You guys are all in the same room together. Like,
hold on a second, you were late, but then the song was the wrong length. It was like you added extra words in.
Oh, who are we applauding? The winner of the 3... Did the guy in the 220 make another strong holding?
It is.
Exactly that, Sam.
I thought the song this week was "Everyone Loves a Chop Prague Pot." No?
Yeah, the applause is once again Chen Li, who's playing that 220 euro side event, who clearly won another pot and asked for more applause.
Yeah, it's
he's pushing his luck at this point, you know.
I gotta give a quick shout out to my super fan Crazy Carl, who every time the Chop Pot song is sung, he writes Stapes wins, even though it's not even remotely a competition, and we're supposed to be doing it together. Thank you, Crazy Carl.
I like that.
Shocking that he would consider you to be
It's
the
weird.
winner of that contest. That's not actually a contest.
There's at least 20 times a day I see a compliment in chat, and then I go, oh, it's just Carl. I'm like happy for a second. I'm like, oh, wait, it's from Carl. Doesn't count.
Symeon with a bit of false advertising there, showing the ace, suggesting he had a strong hand with the 3-bet, forcing our chip leader off of the very beautiful looking 6-5 suited.
Omar Sickins says, wait, Sam Grafton's voice sounds familiar. Was he that really loud Brit in Shark Tank? I think you mean Shark Cage. The answer is yes.
Have you pitched that idea yet to the Sharks?
Yeah, what would be my mate? JJ Hazan beat me to it.
You must
Legend.
have an idea.
He went on and said, "I want backing to play poker.
There was a guy who did
Yeah,
that, right?
yeah. He was a local at the poker club. Great guy, JJ. Definitely, yeah, I mean, definitely ambitious pitch. I want to go round Europe punting on 5Ks. Would you back my holiday idea?
Did anyone go for it?
No, they definitely did not.
That was like one of the joke ones, right? Where they're just like...
I don't know. I mean, I think a couple of them played cards. They were nice to JJ. They definitely didn't flame him.
Okay.
But they were like, why don't you have the money? He was like, yeah, I bought a house in Sweden, built myself a sauna. And they were like, well, no, like,
Yeah.
you just like...
You're not exactly a safe investment, turns out.
I don't know. Anyway, shout out to JJ Hazard, big legend. Come on, Symeon, raise this up. No, mate. I guess he can't. I guess he has done his fair share of raising.
Yeah, lost a little momentum there with getting his hand caught in the cookie jar against Glowny. Don't think we're going to see a lot of ISOing from these 7 deuce, 9 threes, and 8 twos.
There we go. Take a little stab. Really don't mind this at some frequency. Just betting absolutely nothing can never be a bad strategy. And you gotta check call here with 2 overs to the 8. I do believe.
Raz
For
Prince
sure.
says Shark Cage was the worst show PokerStars ever came up with.
And Sam Grafton was the worst contestant.
Have you ever seen The PokerStar?
Well, I'll tell you what, Raz Prince, if you haven't, now's your chance, because you can't talk in chat anymore. You're banned.
You know what the problem with that show was? They never did a winner's season. You know, an all winners season.
Mate, how did you? Oh my God! Just remembering how blessed you actually are, Group. It's ridiculous, your life. I'm always wondering, like, how you're even solvent. And yeah, that's right. Not only Irish Open, World Series Main, you actually won that absolute luck. You beat a rugby star heads up for $1 million. You just absolutely the timeline, like. The scenario where your life is played out like this is just...
Griffin, is it worth all the other terrible things that happen in the simulation just for you? To be able to win $1 million like every 4 years?
Oh my God, I have that inside joke, like, so about how me, the final tabling, the main, like, I have an inside joke.
It's a
with my buddy,
tsunami
like, that's
somewhere,
why Trump
yeah.
wasn't elected, and like, it's all this, all this stuff.
Butterfly effect, yeah.
Yeah. All comes back to my success.
Incredible.
What hand we on? 1-4-6. And looks like it's going to be blind v blind. 7 deuce of clubs.
Oh, let's go. Let's go.
Completes. 9-6 off for Cortellazzi, and he checks his option. Queen 8-7.
Were you doing the Tino Mulder there? Was that the was that the horse sound?
6, 7, 8. Well, I was trying to cover up the fact that I had to count on my fingers.
Yeah.
It is a straight draw versus a pair. Glowny currently ahead, roughly a 6-4 favorite. It's Cortellazzi who's betting. 400,000 into 900,000.
Yeah, I really like Glowny's demeanour here. Taking his time over every decision. Feel like he knows he's going to check call here, but just balancing the timings a little bit.
Yeah.
Seems like a very studious individual.
Oh, the 7, it is always coming, and trips on the turn for Glowny.
And it's always a pair when you have an up and down straight draw.
Right, come on everyone, get your 7s out.
Somebody needs to crunch the numbers on that, why you always make a pair when you have an up and down draw.
Now, are you leading here most of the time, or are you finding a check, Sam?
Yeah, I think with the deuce, I would tend to check. I would maybe just randomize. I don't think that you get to lead every time here.
Yeah.
But obviously it is a dynamic board, exploitatively. Also, one reason to bet a little bit more often is Andrea Cortellazzi. He's been a bit more passive, so I think when he does bet in position, he maybe hasn't got as many 9-3 off stabs, and you're going to get called that bit that bit.
That's
more
what I
often.
was thinking as well.
So if you think,
yeah, smart.
Yeah, if you think your opponent's range a bit stronger. Wow.
Oh no. Like a glove.
Yeah, and Glowny is going to recognise, particularly, obviously, it being the heart, how many draws have come in. Really, really tricky to play, because by leading, you've really said that you've got a 7. You know, not many draws. The Jack-9 doesn't check call too often. The lower flush draws tend to bet rather than check call.
But given how passive Cortellazzi is, you know, you might also just want to maybe like set the price.
Yeah. This isn't even a blocker bet, is it?
No, it's a significant value bet from Glowny on the river.
Yikes.
And a quick call from Cortellazzi.
Yeah, how much was the bet there, James?
1.5.
1.5. About 55%. Too big, probably.
Yeah, I mean, the nuts really, really evens out on that river. So I think you can go for the block.
Yeah, I was thinking something more like 900 to like $1 million.
But great river for Andrea. 65 big blinds back on top.
This is the biggest stack we've seen so far. No one's got close to 20 million yet, right?
Maybe Tion had it. I think Tion had it on day 3, though.
No.
Briefly. Just before the money bubble burst, I think. Maybe.
I thought the beginning of three-handed play, Cortellazzi had about 19, 20 million.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right?
Okay.
And
so
then
he's back
bled
up
down
to that
to
level.
bled down to 15.
8 or something.
Look, earlier on we made
Yeah.
a lot of Gab Yong Kim's near miss here in Prague in 2019 when he finished in 9th place. Again, should highlight the fact that Andrea Cortellazzi also came close to making an EPT final table and winning an EPT. Barcelona 2016. That was the year Sebastian Malitz won the main event in Barcelona. Huge field, like nearly 2,000 runners that year. And Cortellazzi finished in 12th place in that event for 82K.
Redemption narratives everywhere.
Yep.
Absolutely.
We love to see it.
Absolutely.
Mate, when am I going to get mine? I got 12 here. I've been waiting for the redemption.
Didn't you have a win and a runner-up this week?
Yeah.
I mean, jeez.
Reasonable.
I haven't made a flush
They
in 6 months.
They hand out your redemptions and 80K wins, Sam. One at a time.
Piecemeal.
How soon we forget?
So, 2 pair, big flop, diminishing on this queen.
Shrinking.
Shrinking, like a violet.
Like a dip in the pool.
Like a cold, wet Tuesday. Look at this. This man's on fire. Yeah, in the muck. No Brook. 2 pair. It's done.
Peace.
Check, 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 fold. I'm out. I mean, he's dialed in. What can you say? The man is dialed in.
What can you say? Yeah.
When did we start allowing public deals, James Hartigan, Mr. EPT?
A while.
Oh, more than a decade.
10 years?
At least.
Oh, wow, a long time. What was the first one?
That's a hell of a question.
I think the first one I clearly remember would have been the PCA in 2012, the year that John DeBella won it.
What? Oh, they chopped? Him, K-Jules, and...
Yeah.
Oh, mate, I was just a huge poker fan then. I think that.
I don't know if you guys remember the urban legend from that. So they told his kids he would buy them each Ferraris if he won. And I followed up next year, and he said he did.
What a boss. Absolutely love that.
I think he was doing all right before that.
And Glowny just taking his time, maybe feeling like he gets a few leads on this board. Doesn't want to do it with the Jack-10. this occasion. And Cortellazzi also sensitive to how good this board is for the big blind. A little bit better when you're the button than earlier position. No diamond and backdoor there. He's deciding to just bet it now.
He's bet it.
Ah, okay. So they're just very...
He derives his power from the triangle, so he's got to get it every once in a while or he just completely peters out.
Loves that triangle.
Yeah, quite short is Glowny now. So
I wasn't quite aware how short he was.
Yeah, just 2.3 million left. You know, big blind 300K. So you know, it's just defended 7 big blinds now. I think it's you know, fine to put the rest in with the ace jack.
Come on, Eddie the Eagle, let's soar.
And 149 of the final table. Ace Queen of diamonds on the button for Alexandridis.
Yeah, first super premium we've seen in a while. A hand that you would love to play for stacks.
Oh, Ace King of clubs for Glowny.
Have a go.
Yeah, and great feeling when you're so short.
So shoves for his last 7 big blinds. Oh, Cortellazzi wants a count.
Come on.
Interesting. 3-way all in.
So close.
Get out of here.
Gamble! Let's gamble! Come on, Andrea.
Put it to bed.
Finish it now.
He just wants to say all in so he can have the
what's the
triangle
story?
again.
What's the story here? What's the count thing here?
Okay, he's out the way. We do have a domination situation.
Yeah, very, very fortunate for the Greek on the button. Ace Queen here, going to be the best hand very, very, very often.
So there is a 68% chance that Glowny doubles up here.
Of course, 28% of the time.
He out.
Yeah.
Indeed, he is the at-risk player. The
Heads
flop
up.
is Queen High.
Oh, all of them.
And 2 diamonds.
Oh, my word, and the diamonds as well. This is a horrible, horrible board.
I felt
for
it
Glowny.
in my shrinking violet. Ace Queen of diamonds nailing this flop.
Let's get a
Is it
club on the turn.
Yeah, let's get a club out there. Wow.
No, it's a jack for the straight.
Johnny be good.
And now Glowny is a 3-1 favorite to double up. Just needs to fade a diamond on the river.
King of spades, and we all get to sing.
I can't look.
I'll do better this time. I was too late last time, right?
The river card is the ace of hearts.
What does that mean?
Asso donna quadri, donna 10-6.
It means that
donna
Glowny
Everyone loves the
doubles
double up.
again.
Adesso K, Jack Nero.
Oh, remarkable.
Jack Nero.
I was expecting an ace. I was looking for a diamond or a straight. I don't know. What is that? What does the ace do?
Everyone's got a strong hand, but I'm not sure which one wins.
This guy cannot die. His stack has yo-yoed throughout this MTT. Every single day, he's either been down to 4 big blinds or been among the chip leaders. And it's been the same story at the final table today. I mean, 5.25 million. He's still in the danger zone.
Danger zone. Sam, that was awesome.
That was me, actually.
Actually, there was a Top Gun. I should have bought. There was a Top Gun little film poster as well.
I can only do 3 notes.
So what's the story? Sam, you went to like a Prague sort of
There's a
movie
Czech
memorabilia
poster
shop?
store that I absolutely love. Tommy's socks. Terry's socks was Terry Gilliam helped found it.
Oh, cool.
Come on.
And,
You got to get me one.
There's
Post
one of
it
his
to me.
socks up on the wall. And they have amazing Czech posters if you want to go check it out. I've been going there for years, and
That's great.
They have, you know, and then as well as the posters, they have this sort of memorabilia, and these are sort of stills that, you know, in the old days of cinema, you kind of, there were stills of the film on the wall, so you
Yeah.
get a grasp
It's like
of
a trailer that doesn't move.
All three players going to the flop, which is
Regular
ace
that
fours
doesn't
4,
move.
and that is trips for Glowny.
Yeah. And obviously hard to make a play at the board that is ace high. What Glowny will do is probably just gotta take a stab, hope someone goes after you. No, checks back, wanting his opponent to catch a piece, and
they do.
Yeah. So he has the straight draw to go with it. Not super exciting, 5%, but there's a little bit of backup.
Oh. Was that a question or was that an all-in?
I think he said on me.
I think the problem is he didn't realize that the action was on him, and he's now going to have to surrender a time bank card.
Well, there you go.
Well, this is an outrage. It really should be a shock clock, I guess.
You check.
Ah, sorry, I don't.
I told you it's up to you, sorry.
Hey, bro.
Wait, he even asked, is it on me? And then,
Heaven's sake.
He's thinking about Vegas and the Mirage.
I mean, it's so awesome to be wasting a time bank card so you can check with 8 high.
Yeah, I mean, just to yeah, I know you guys are joking around, but like it shows you the effects of 6 days of play. I mean, these EBTs are absolute marathons, and you know, I think it's also a kind of endurance test here, three-handed. Actually, the play gets more demanding the more short-handed you get, and the decision's worth a lot of money here, and it's gonna, you know, be another factor on this final table of who can sort of stay in the zone this final distance. And king, not the card that Alexandridis wanted to see.
Yeah, and very curious to see what Alexandridis does. I would imagine check and then sort of evaluate. It's kind of difficult for Glowny to have a ton of bluffs here. An interesting limp pre-flop with the 6-4. Could certainly have hands like 6-7 suited, 7-8 suited, 6-8 suited. So, you know, might be able to find a call here.
Yeah, I mean, often those would stab the flop, you would imagine.
Yeah, as the limp aggressor. Yeah.
Yeah, and the king queens get there now, king jacks and the like. A little bit weird here for Glowny. Obviously, kings is a potential hand as well. Would be unconventional to limp kings, but could be a hand that got there.
40% is.
Yeah, I like this. A subtle sizing.
Yeah, I like it
he's
too.
recognizing that he doesn't have many bluffs in this spot as well. So he's offering a better price. Obviously, perhaps also dialed in to the type of holding that Alexandridis has. And also, you could every once in a while perhaps induce a spew from your opponent or a check raise.
Who should have more fours than you really do, limping on 16 big blinds.
Absolutely, Griff, absolutely. And will fold in the end. And Glowny staging a mini comeback here, another pot for the pole.
By the way, those of you watching on Twitch will notice that we've just had a mighty viewer dump from the legend that is Lex Veldhuis.
Wow.
Surprised it took this long.
A higher class of viewership as well.
Right, yeah.
You know, the discerning viewers of Lex Veldhuis. Used to the sophistication and wisdom of poker's most famous Dutchman, and now left with you, Joe. How does it feel? Does the burden of responsibility weigh on your shoulders?
Samuel, as the other Englishman who cares a lot more about the beautiful game than I do, did the Ajax soccer squadron successfully vanquish the Chelsea-Manchester United?
I mean, bad result for Ajax, you know that, right?
Oh.
They lost 1-0 at home to Benfica.
I'm sure Lex is fine with it.
Absolute disaster. Squad will get picked apart by the vultures of the Premiership.
Just way better kickers on that Dutch team.
And Glowny thinking of rejamming here with the blocker. There we go.
Good man, have a go.
Cortellazzi's like, he's got my triangle.
Yeah, and there's a little bit of dinner theatre from Cortellazzi, I believe. Yeah, just folds as if not wanting to give up any extra information. Doesn't wait too long. Dinner theatre, a little bit harsh by me. Just takes a second before releasing. And that's what they're playing for.
Oh, it's making me sick to my stomach. Don't do that.
Yeah, look at that.
Yeah, not just the trophy, but of course, 110,000 euros set aside when they did the deal four-way. A sizable amount of money, and that's the thing. If you do a deal when there's still 4 players remaining, the set-aside is going to be a 6-figure score.
Griff, can you remember who you were three-handed with when you won your high roller title?
Oh, wow, that's a great question.
It was hazy. Those years were hazy for Griff, though. There was a lot of
yeah,
he was drinking a lot of coffee.
Yeah. I remember the face of one of them, but I don't remember who they were. I'm actually quite curious now. I'm going to look it up.
And strong holding in the big blind. See Cortellazzi take a reasonably passive approach, not put too many chips at risk without strong holdings. How does he rate ace-10 off? Piles it in.
Loves him that triangle.
Yeah, and this definitely makes some sense.
Sorry, give me a second here, Sam. I got to organize my prize, scroll through all the 7-figure scores to get down to these... Oh, Aaron Lim was second. Yeah, Aaron Lim. I should have remembered that.
From Australia, legend.
Yeah, so you know what? Actually, I had a very interesting final table now that you're bringing it up. Listen to this. It was Aaron Lim, then it was Philip Katorza, who I don't think you would know, but then it was Maxim Lykov, Martin Cabral, Yoni Jokinen, James Mitchell, Scott Seaver, and Jan Peter Jachman.
Scott Seaver, wow, big hitters.
Yeah.
And Cabral is torturing people still to this day. I just saw my
yeah.
friend Alex on the way up here, and he was like, yeah, I've just bust the 5K. Martin Cabral, he's a very serious online player, playing one of his first EPT series. He's taking it very seriously. Martin Cabral's there, insisting everyone straddle, and then moving all in blinds, and hitting, finding king 3 off and hitting a 3 and executing people from the tournament.
Guys, you might have noticed the blinds have gone up. We are now playing 45-minute levels now that we are three-handed at the final table. So blinds have just gone to 200, 400 with a 400k big blind ante.
Wow. Just a crapshoot, really. 45-minute big blinds. No skill involved here in this EPT championship. Just 60 big blinds deep with 45. I mean, they might as well just flip coins for it, James.
I quite enjoy Martin Cabral. He has this sort of chaotic cartoon villain energy when he's really in the zone.
He was in the 50k and he bust, and he just stayed at the table and continued this conversation for like 3 orbits, and no one really knew what to say. And it was just like he was just getting a massage. He didn't flinch. He's like lost kings to aces. He just carries on, and also he's playing the high rollers and he's watching Counter-Strike on full volume on his phone.
Oh wow!
Yeah, and people are making these very difficult decisions, and you can just hear the Twitch commentary going. And incredible. They say there's no characters left in poker. It's absolutely not true.
I think he's terrifically entertaining.
Sure. I mean, you might, yeah.
I mean, Griffin Bencher and Martin Cabral at the same table, there is the prospect there because many people have described Martin Cabral as the Czech Will Kassouf.
Right.
And Will Kassouf, and Griffin is the Canadian Martin Cabral, so it all moves around in a circle.
Griffin, please tell me that you would tell him to Czech Republic his privilege.
Oh, yeah, of course, yeah.
Absolute legend. He's got really good put downs. I made was trying to make some funny comment. And he said, "Good story, Sam. I would hear it again." Like this. Very dead, man. I was actually devastated. I was quiet for at least a full 90 seconds. I was that devastated. It was very
you guys saw what he did on the bubble, right?
Yeah, I heard about it.
Yeah. You know, Wojciech Rizika's rail for my main event final table, we're wearing check your privilege shirts, but it's called check. Like Czech Republic. It was great.
Oh dear. Oh dear. Great times.
I did sue them afterwards, of course, but and I did enjoy it.
Griff, you've got to get back in the live arena, bro. You're missing out here. It's not the same without you.
Yeah, I will. Listen, I've been playing a lot of live lately. I'd love to play.
You've got another run. You've got a 38th place finish in the main in you. I can
Yeah.
feel it in my bones.
Yeah.
Got one more. One
Got
more in the locker. And Glowny picking up some hands now. Again, just really nice to have an easy open with the ace on the button. You know, not an amazing premium or something, but just blocking the 3 bets or indeed, in fact, with his stack, feels that he can just open shove for 20 big blinds. Folding out a hand like Queen Jack is the power of this move, which would wow.
Oh. And Alexandridis is now the shortest stack, so this is all into call.
Yeah, and really finding himself with not just the bottom of, you know, the calling range, but happened to just have Glowny out kicked, and that's why we see the call.
Okay, so Alexandridis is the at-risk player here. He has the triangle against his cards and against his name, but he does have the best hand here.
Yeah, and this is a big moment for both these guys. Obviously, if Glowny gets lucky, we are heads up, and the pole will have an imposing stack and a great chance. Otherwise, we'll be left with crumbs.
He's short.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm not used to that.
Yeah, and this is what No Limit Hold'em comes down to. A big all-in confrontation. Glowny certainly unfortunate to run into a pip stronger hand.
Here we go. The flop has 2 spades on it. Well, that's not too bad for Alexandridis. He's got the 9 of spades.
Yeah, and very unlikely this will run out a chop now. Of course, you know, 2 aces, there are some opportunities, but not going to be forthcoming too often on this particular board.
So Alexandridis, 3-1 favourite to double up. 8 on the turn.
Yeah.
And now Alexandridis needs a 9 on the river to survive. We could be going heads up. We could be down to the final 2.
It's always coming 7, but sometimes it comes 8.
The river is not a 9, it's another deuce. And we finally lose a player in 3rd place. And that is Symeon Alexandridis from Greece.
Yeah, and you've got to feel for Symeon there.
Yeah.
He played really, really well, 3-handed, very aggressive, very strong, stealing pots, gets it in incredibly good, but will exit in 3rd. And Glowny recognizing his good fortune there, turning to his friends. A little bit of emotion from the pole.
And in a way, this is only the second half of the final table. The first half happening yesterday. He played incredibly well yesterday as well.
Well, Symeon cashes out for just shy of €500,000 by virtue of the deal that was agreed earlier on when 4 players remained. So we are going heads up. It is the last remaining qualifier in the field, Grzegorz Glowny, against Andrea Cortellazzi from Italy, a player who came close, oh so close to winning an EPT 6 years ago now.
Huh.
Yeah, definitely, you know, I think the story when it comes to Alexandridis, what we'll most remember is how well he played all final table, very well deserving of that top 3 finish. But I will say, you know, and it speaks to what Sam has been talking about these long days and how, you know, things can get tough and you can slip up. And I think that was a pretty costly mistake that, you know, 9 million chip pot, doubling up Glowny in a spot that, you know, I didn't think you were going to really get a lot of folds, not maybe the best candidate to bluff with the Jack-10. So I think that's probably, you know, should be very proud of the €500,000 that he's won, but it's hard to lose a pot like that and maybe have regrets.
That's not right. That information is not correct. There is no way that Cortellazzi has 7.9 million in a 19 big blind stack. We'll get that correct.
There might be a 0 missing off of that.
I actually think the stacks are pretty even, actually. Yeah. I don't think there is that much separating these guys. It might not be even Steven, Sam.
For both.
I'd say there's about, I don't know, 6-7 feet separating them.
And what a sight to behold. You know, so many iconic heads-up match battles we've had over the course of the EPT. Really love this moment when it comes down to man-on-man for the title. And you can really, you know, 100K heads-up doesn't come around very often in your life. And the opportunity to join the pantheon of EPT champions here.
And that is what they are playing for. Both have locked up around 580,000 euros. There is 110,796 still in play. It's a heads-up battle worth nearly 111K, plus that all-important trophy.
Yeah, absolutely. And what a journey for Glowny. You know, winning a satellite online. I also played one of my first EPTs, second EPT I ever played in Deauville. Going through a satellite field, getting your package, getting your main event buy-in, arriving, 6 days of play to bring you to this moment, playing heads up against a worthy opponent for the title. And both of them, I'm sure, will be desperate to take it down.
Yeah, and just verifying the stack sizes of the last two players in this Prague main event. There we go. Cortellazzi actually has 19.5 million, 48 bigs. And Glowny's got 16.3 million, 40 bigs. And we still have 37 minutes to run at the 200-400 blind level.
And remember, the button is going to be always the small blind?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, sure.
And that's what
Ma inizia avanti, no ante, no.
Yeah, yeah.
No ante.
Yes, since they put the big blind ante, all the test ups has the big blind ante.
Yeah. Should we do this? Okay.
Perfectly natural, completely organic handshake.
Oh man, this is beyond awkward.
Love it. That's
Whoever lets go first loses. Oh!
A little bit cute. Very cute. It's nice to see.
Where's that sanitizer?
Yeah.
So yeah, I don't know whether you heard there, Griffin. Cortellazzi trying to ascertain if the big blind ante was still in play. It is. Does that change the dynamic? Does this make this, in effect, a shallower heads-up battle?
That's a good question. I feel like Sam would have more of an insight on that. I would imagine so.
Well-handed.
Delegated.
I'm not a BB ante guy.
Yeah, of course. There's more to fight for in the pot each and every hand. So, you know, the old, you know, back many years ago in Griffin's heyday, we used to say the M, how many, you know, orbits you could play for before you blinded out. That M figure, you know, not that we use it too much, it is lower. You just got to play more hands. You've got to complete from the small blind more often. Got to defend the big blind more often because there's just that much more out there. And, you know, that means there's going to be more confrontations and the match will be that little bit quicker.
Yeah, and Cortellazzi clearly aware of that with the limp with the 6-3. I mean, we saw, you know, some pretty tight button folds with the chip lead when they were three-handed. So, you know, Cortellazzi aware, going to have to really get in there.
Yeah, absolutely. How many Polish EPT champions do we have? I know we've got Seb, Panka, yeah.
Urbanovic.
Oh, legends. Big names, by the way. Big names of the Polish community.
Peter Nijinsky, who won in Barcelona in 2018. Wow. Had a relatively deep run in this Prague main event as well.
Panka was the second when he did it, right? Or the first?
He was the first.
Dominic, such a force in these main events still to this day.
Still very youthful looking, too. I ran into him last night.
Yeah, I mean, I think he was 14 when he won PCA.
We can't say that. We can't say that.
No, he wasn't. That would break
He was exactly the legal age, whatever it was.
So we had a good trivia question earlier on. Who was the last or most recent Italian main event champ. Now, in my mind, it was Antonio Bonanno who won in Monte Carlo in 2014. Beat Jack Salter heads up. I think we played the highlights of that heads up during one of the breaks.
It was a 40-hour heads up. You 3 days, everyone had left, and you were there nearly a week later still covering
It
heads
is not an exaggeration that people got on their flights in Monte Carlo, landed on the East Coast of the United States, and the heads up was still going.
That is a hashtag fun fact. It was not 1-0. I'd forgotten, of course, Rafael Sorrentino in Monte Carlo because it was under a different brand that year, but it has kind of been retconned into history as part of the EPT. So Rafael Sorrentino in 2017 was the last Italian
What did we call
winner.
it? The PokerStars get-together, wasn't it? Or the PokerStars?
You remember when
PokerStars
Coca-Cola did New Coke for like a minute, and everyone was like, what?
Yeah.
Like Coke Classic was really good?
Yeah.
That's kind of what happened.
Did I ever tell you the prank that I pulled on Dominic Pank at the EPT Malta bubble? Damn.
I feel like you're gonna.
Yeah.
Out of here now.
So he had a single beautiful banana in front of him at his table, and I went. It was at the bubble, so it was a bit slow. So I went over to his table, and while he was in a hand, I stole his banana, and then I came back a few hands later, and I just struck up a conversation with him while I was eating his banana in front of him. He had no idea. And then finally, after a few hands later, he looked around for his banana, looking under the chair, and I was just giggling with my banana like a monkey a few tables over.
This is why live poker needs you.
Right.
I mean,
hang on. The setup there was, shall I tell you about the time I pranked Dominic Panker? What I heard is, shall I tell a story about the time when I behaved like an obnoxious twat with Dominic Panker?
Hey, listen,
It's calling like a
these
bank
bubbles
robbery
are
a
long
prank
and slow,
on
James.
HSBC.
he didn't even recognize it, though. It's like you ate it and he didn't see. He's just like kind of annoyed, you know?
It's like walking up to someone and punching them in the back of the head and calling it a prank.
It's like, the poor kid's probably...
No, I did that to Dominic Nietzsche. He didn't like it.
Really, Griffin? He wasn't a fan?
And there is the flush. We're going to run out a chop on a decent amount of rivers, or some rivers, and Glowny with the 6-high flush. Things going his way to begin with, and I wonder if Cortellazzi... No, I mean, I guess we don't want a king to bluff like a 9-8 or something would be the bluff here, I guess. Yeah, and doesn't pull the trigger.
Flush.
And Glowny getting fortunate, somewhat fortunate. Obviously, just a small pot. But things going his way this last 20 minutes.
I think Omar's got a point here. The bananas at Atlantis are so expensive that may have qualified as a felony.
Oh, dear. I wonder if Dominic regales people with that. You know, he's in a bar.
He's like,
Let me tell you about this.
The time Griffin Bender pranks me.
Yes, let me tell you about amazing interaction I had on the bubble of PCA.
I mean, how much could a banana cost? $10?
Yes.
And Glowny with that. I mean, I feel like heads up. 8-5 suited looking like a suited connector.
I think that's pretty generous calling Queen Deuce a suited connector, Sam. I don't know.
No, if it comes high, you've got something. If it comes low, you've got something. Absolutely great hand. And
I really do need to change my mindset.
They're suited, and you can connect with 2 different types of boards.
Yeah, I mean,
There you
mind
go.
blown.
Wait, this whole time you thought it was when the cards were close together and they
Yeah,
could make straight?
I know.
No, come on.
yeah, and this board's so favorable for the pre-flop raiser that Glowny is going to fire at it. Cortellazzi obviously connecting top pair, heads up, very strong hand, has some backup in the form of the flush draw. Can't check raise this particular texture. And it could be interesting to see how Glowny proceeds. And outdraws some king highs now, right? The king deuces gets ahead of some flush draws, maybe 9-7, 7-8 with a heart and the like. might feel like he doesn't need to bluff the turn if that's what he was thinking about before.
Yeah, and really improves the potential for Cortellazzi's final river hand with the 4 clubs here.
Oh, of course, yeah. And wonder if Cortellazzi does go for value. Yeah, and knows the strength on check. Queen going to be going very, very often.
Electric Jeans asks, how long was the longest EPT heads up? We just referred to it. It was the heads up battle between Jack Salter and Antonio Buonanno in Monte Carlo in 2014. I think they got heads up at something like 9 o'clock in the evening. And we thought, this is awesome. We're going to go to the party. And they were still going at like 5:30, 6 a.m.
Yeah, I mean, bit of a bluff there. James Harkin was thinking, oh, good, I get to go to the party.
He loves a party.
No.
You wouldn't think it. I
Party
was just saying
Hardigan.
you get
Partigan. James
Hardigan.
Partigan,
You get
yeah.
Hardigan,
James
one
Hardigan,
glass
yeah.
of Pinot Grigio and the black-eyed peas, and he turns into James Partigan.
Love to see it. I mean, we're going to party tonight, Hardigan. So, I mean, if you want to come
that,
out.
That heads up was so long that if you say those names to me and I'm not on the air, no offense to them personally, I will go those guys.
Saw Jack Salter in the flesh just a couple of weeks ago. Big UK legend.
How's his father, Walter Salter, doing?
is that what it is? No. Well, there is a footballer, Gary Neville. His dad is Neville. So it's
wow.
Completely unbelievable. So what do we have here? Glowny unpaired with 93% equity. Well, check. I wonder, see these high card boards so favorable for doesn't bluff the 8 high, checks down again. And Glowny, I don't think we want to be bluffing with a king high, even with the 6. He will weigh his options, as we've seen throughout this final table performance. Very deliberate, very thoughtful with his actions. Does he want to try and blow Cortellazzi off ace high? No, he doesn't, and I agree with that. I wonder if Cortellazzi now, delaying all the way to the river, 8 high must be pretty low in our range, doesn't go for it, and cedes the pot to Glowny. Still proceeding with this very cautious approach. Has, of course, served him well up to this point, but, you know, maybe need to battle a little bit harder. What do you think, Griff?
Yeah, I think that Cortellazzi's strength, just from watching the most of, if not all of this final table, is, playing with pretty strong holdings. We saw a lot of entering pots early on in the final table, had that really interesting balanced limp approach between the monsters and sort of the medium strong hands. Doesn't seem entirely comfortable with a lot of like weak holding situations. We saw that 7-5 at diamonds hand where we would have liked to have seen either a bet on the flop or turn or maybe a check raise. So yeah, it doesn't seem to feel that comfortable. Heads up, in my opinion, very, very early on, obviously, but just that particular play style going to be forced to play a wide range of hands and be in a lot of more interesting situations.
Yeah, definitely difficult to rely on getting strong hands when you're heads up. If you wait too long, and also if suddenly there is a burst of aggression, is Glowny going to be inclined to cool down lightly? If you've played pretty passively until this point.
Yeah, if you've shown that most of the time you're not, if you're checking back 8 highs as the aggressor and stuff like this, and check calling 7 high and then missing draws and not putting a bet in, it's going to be difficult to get paid off when you finally do get those big hands. So I definitely think that Glowny has the advantage despite the chip deficit here and heads up.
Yeah, I mean, I think we've probably leveled out at this point, actually, with the first few pots going in their direction, in Glowny's direction. And again, I would love to see a bluff here with 5 high. At least consider it there, or like randomize it in at some point. I mean, now Glowny's going to consider, is Jack Deuce low enough, given that 5-6, 5-3 sometimes get better on turn, doesn't, and will just win. And if the 5 deuce gets turned over, that's actually going to be quite a lot of information.
Yeah, I think it's what we're seeing is a bit indicative of probably a long and slow heads-up battle. The blinds, you know, every 45 minutes they will go up, but you know, not a lot of bluffing, not a lot of big pots.
Yeah, maybe going to need a bit more of a hand-over-hand situation than if it were two different players. Also, of course, indicative, you know, it's very easy for us to sit in the booth and say, should be blasting off with 5 deuce, you know, also perhaps indicative of, you know, 6 days of incredibly intense poker under the spotlight, and, you know, a lot resting on this heads-up battle, 100K and EPT, chance to be EPT champion, perhaps a little overwhelmed at the beginning of this heads-up situation and a bit frozen up. We'll see if things change as you say, as the match develops, and what a flop for the deuces.
Yeah, and you can't really fault Cortellazzi, you know, been playing this strategy so effectively for all these days.
Yeah. Well, Griff, you were saying he wants to have strong hands, and he's found one. And Glowny coming out with the big bet, 2/3 pot. And I think Glowny, yeah, like certainly had to defend versus a smaller bet.
Yeah, a little more. Let's get a little more.
Yeah. Will call with the ace high. I think this is how you're supposed to play the hand. For sure.
Against most opponents, but
exactly,
maybe some
exactly.
adjustment.
Theory-wise.
Yeah, against Cortellazzi theory, yeah.
And neither player wanted to see this card. Cortellazzi, though, should still feel comfortable with the deuces.
Griffin, where the hell is your signature line?
Oh, sorry. Yes, ducks fly together, as you can see.
Yeah, and the ace high diminishing further on that queen turn. Obviously going to have a lot of hands with the spade in the check call range, as well as some turn flushes.
Yeah, circumstantially, actually quite a nice turn card there for Glowny to just be able to very comfortably fold. Wouldn't have wanted to see an ace there or a 6.
So not too much dramatic movement in the stack since the start of this heads-up battle. Hand 164 of the final table underway.
And Glowny again coming in for a raise, I believe. Just raising the minimum and getting a fold from 9-5 off here. And again, I think with the BB ante format, you know, just if your opponent is defending hands like that and you're folding hands like that, it's a big deficit to overcome, right? If they're playing, if they're defending 92% of hands and you're only defending 70% of hands, you're gonna, you know, have to compensate for the chips you're handing over in those situations by playing better than them post. Now, Cortellazzi may well feel that he can do that, but you know, it's one of the problems of a tighter strategy, let's say. Here we go, though. 10-9, we're in.
Not quite the Grafton. It is not of the same suit. This, however, is the Spraggy. Ace-7 offsuit. And in an unraised pot, we go to the flop, which is Jack 7-3 with 2 hearts.
8.
3-bet 800.
And Glowny obviously has the ace of hearts to go with the nut second pair. Again, just going to take his time before proceeding, likely with a call. Obviously, we can see that 10-9 matches up decently well against a 7. 2 overs and the gut shot. Also, a heart that we know is redundant, but is a little bit of backup. And
he's always, say it, it's always coming 7.
Yeah, and interesting to see what Glowny does. I do believe that in a lot of situations, the 7 with the ace doesn't lead because the ace blocks the check back range, but we'll see what Glowny reckons.
He's had this twice right now. Flopped a 7, turned another 7 for trips.
Yeah, and actually, unfortunately, lost that hand. And leads out again. And again, you know, I don't want to be too results oriented. I feel like potentially 10-9 versus the smaller sizing. Maybe we should call? I don't know. Maybe we just have enough with hearts and block bluffs. Very, very close decision. And you can see Cortellazzi. He's going for a raise.
What?
Out of nowhere.
4 million.
Turning up the heat. Feeling like the hand is a little too weak to call and therefore turning it into a bluff. And what does Glowny do now? Of course, if you feel like your opponent does just have a 7 and doesn't have enough bluffs, you would just pile it in now. But calling, of course, will keep the bluffs in, and they'll bet a 7 in all likelihood themselves on most regulars. This is a real decision from Glowny. Very unclear how you should proceed against this opponent with the trips, but this is a very, very big pot with 91% equity for Glowny.
And he has called the raise. This hand going to the river with 10.8 million in the middle.
And quite an outrageous size by Cortellazzi. Over 4x the lead here. I don't really like it.
Yeah, and big river incoming. Bricks off. In fact, Glowny's hand actually diminishes a little bit. Would now chop with a 7, which is very unfortunate for him. You know, if Cortellazzi had the king 7, it would now be a chop. Obviously, that isn't the case. Does Cortellazzi continue? Does he try and bluff a jack? Is there some heart draws, king high heart draws, which he can force to fold? What would the sizing be? Cortellazzi.
Pot left.
Yeah, pondering.
Here he comes. Here he comes. Another 4 million.
Can't resist betting again. Hoping to fold out a jack on this river. Oh, and Glowny. It's a little human moment there. Dropping the mask. He's deciding, with the ace not playing, whether to check raise all in, or does he only get called by chops? Is there a chance he's up against jack 7, jacks full, quad 3s? Can he get called by worse? Can he fold out a chop? No, probably not. Real moment of pondering from Glowny. I do believe he will check raise all in, but it's actually with the 7s all being a split pot, he's unsure how to proceed against what has been a very solid opponent.
He does decide to move all in, and Cortellazzi may posture, but this is going to be a fold.
Yeah, and big swing.
Well, I can tell you that is the biggest pot of the day that is going in the direction of Grzegorz Glowny, and the qualifier has just taken the chip lead in this heads-up battle.
And just to think, Glowny had as little as 7 big blinds on that graphic. Feels like less than an hour ago.
Yeah.
And now, massive chip lead, heads up.
I mean, I referenced it, Griffin. This guy's stack has yo-yoed throughout the tournament. He has been on a roller coaster every single day. He now has close to 25 million, a 62 big blind stack, and Cortellazzi's left with 10 million, I think?
Yeah, and credit as well, particularly to Glowny, picked a very sort of subtle sizing, didn't just pile in money. If he, let's say he just led for pot, got really excited about his hand, maybe he wouldn't have induced that bluff raise, went for a small blocking sizing and got his opponent to raise him. Drawing very thinly against Glowny's holding. Really got got way more than I actually thought possible there from that holding, and you know, not just down to pure luck. And the Pole seems to have played very well since I've joined the table. Obviously, some some card distribution there, making strong trips.
Cortellazzi wants his triangle.
Oh my days! And this is a little bit of
tilt.
Yeah, like emotion, I would say. Just, just getting the better of him, looking, I hope that calms him down, because that's very uncharacteristic of what we've seen from the Italian thus far. Queen Deuce, I don't believe should be shoving there. Not the high card, not strong enough. And as I say, just a big deviation from what we've seen thus far, right, Griff?
Yeah, I don't know what that was. Feels like, you know, someone in the big 109 who's just tilted they lost a big pot and just shoved 20 big blinds.
Yeah, he just
25 big blinds.
Yeah, just needs to get back to remain.
Oh man.
Wow, and this is something we don't see too often on these big finals. Ooh.
I mean, I don't think you can really call.
Yeah, I mean,
you have to have the information that he's just like, you could just have fives here and you just called for, you know.
Yeah, it's actually, I think it's 25 bigs, is that correct? It's 400K big blind? Yeah. And
it's actually more, it's like 27
closer
big
to
blinds.
30.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. You just got to wait for the better hand, I think. You
Yeah,
can't call
I mean, Glowny probably is just sensing a little bit of frustration, but can it be as wide as this? You certainly can't put your opponent on Queen 7. It's an incredibly fast shove as well. Very, very quick. Certainly rules out the very strongest hands. You know, very hard to shove pocket jacks that quickly. But
It's quite fascinating to see this, you know, with
absolutely.
the prestige of EPT champion, you know, a six-figure additional amount of money, that beautiful trophy, the confetti. You know, what is going through the mind of
Possibly
Cortellazzi?
an
Is it
interview
just
with Joe
all
Stapleton.
collapsing in his head? Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, this is very, very strange. Glowny, obviously a strong poker player, has a sense that the ace-3 might make it, decides to fold and wait for a better spot, and I don't blame him there, despite seeing the hands.
Actually, the decision to fold there wasn't his. Have you guys noticed what's missing from the table? What neither player has anymore?
Time banks, they're both out.
They're done.
Wow.
So they're now on 30 seconds per decision. So if you're in a big spot like that where you have maybe more of a decision, you've got literally 30 seconds and that's it.
Wow. And this is probably playing into the slightly erratic play we're seeing. You know, that 10-9 off is a close decision facing a third pot bet, and perhaps the time pressure led to a slightly more erratic play than we've seen thus far. But we really do have an interesting battle on our hands here. We'll see if the Italian continues with his all-in approach. Obviously chipped up now to an even bigger stack. Wow.
And here we go again, this time actually having the ace-king of hearts.
Nice little bit of balance. I mean, but again, perhaps a little bit of a waste of the ace-king. Obviously, you know, especially as his opponent. If your opponent knew you shoved Queen 7 the last hand, it would be a good play, but your opponent doesn't know that, doesn't have that information. And really, hopefully, getting the two shoves through, picking up the ace-king, just needs to remember the fact he's won $500,000. This is an amazing spot to be in. You might perhaps arguably have misplayed the 10-9, although you're unfortunate to run into the full house.
1 million?
Yeah.
You know,
1 million.
And you know what? And what actually might be one of the biggest sweats when it comes to whether or not Cortellazzi can recover and win this tournament is, you know, the break happening in about 10 or 15 minutes. Once Cortellazzi gets there, will he have support on the rail or someone he can call to sort of, you know, talk through some hands, get his head clear? You know, I mean, if I was on the rail and I was one of Cortellazzi's buddies and he told me, yeah, you know, after I lost that big pot where I was bluffing, I shoved Queen Deuce for 25 bigs and Queen 7 off for 27 bigs, and Glowny almost called, I might, you know, try to calm my friend down and have him refocus to come back from the break and try to win this thing. I mean, this is a huge opportunity.
Yeah, certainly it's really nice to pick up ace-king suited and queens, right? Straight after. Glowny here with a decision. You know, the big sizing is going to blow him out of the hand with the jack-9 versus a smaller sizing, the back doors.
Exactly, a couple of backdoor draws. But yeah, Cortellazzi making it $1 million pre, $2 million on the flop. I mean, he may as well just be asking for the triangle again.
Yeah, I mean, certainly it feels like Cortellazzi's trying to finish it now. He doesn't really want to, at this moment in time, doesn't want to play subtle poker. He wants big pots and a result now.
He has a dinner reservation.
Yeah, I mean, Griffin, you referenced that break is just around the corner. You're right, we're about 10 minutes or so from the end of this level, and there is a 40-minute dinner break scheduled.
Wow.
Once this level concludes.
It's pretty gripping to watch this, though. Amazing to see. You know, poker, such a complicated technical game, but does have that emotional element of it when you make mistakes. And this is really nice to see. Cortellazzi perhaps a little bit back in the groove.
But we're also, complimenting him doing the bare minimum. Just check back the 8-5. You know, it's like,
it's good to see. It's good to see. You know,
yeah.
I mean, we've all been there. We've all, you know, seemingly made missteps. You know, and you know, I guess that lost the chip lead for the first time in a while. Just needs to remember what a great spot this is. Just taking his time, yeah, and doesn't get frustrated in far with the 5-high flush draw.
Yeah,
Glowny may look to
break.
Protect now. Going to have the best hand, and folding out a 5 of diamonds, which is free rolling, is important. And Glowny will, you know, will recognize that knocking out 20% equity if his opponent happens to have a low diamond is important.
So bets $1 million into 1.2 million, and Cortellazzi folds. I just want to echo what Sam was saying a short while ago. Remember, these guys did do a 4-way deal, and at the time the deal was done, both had very similar stack sizes. Both guaranteed themselves around 580,000 euros, and the winner will get an additional 110K plus the trophy.
Plus their name inscribed in James Hartigan's consciousness for the for the rest. On his deathbed, he'll be able to recall.
You say that. There was a time when I could rattle off every champion. There's a few that aren't there. Sure. It's awful. It's awful. But there's a few events which didn't get streamed or didn't get televised, and I'm kind of like...
You're like, what's the name of that English lady? She had a quiz. I can't quite recall.
No, and you'll get it, yeah.
Well,
that one's pretty high profile.
It was Deborah or Jane or something.
Okay, let's play a fun game real quick here, James. I'm gonna rattle off a year, and you tell me the winner. Okay, let's just do this once. Who won the 2013 EPT Berlin High Roller?
Oh, it's that Canadian douche. I forgot what his name is.
And Glowny actually gonna protect the 8 here with this board, this dynamic straightening and double flushing board. He doesn't have the best holding, but this is sort of a, like a protection / value bet. And because of the dynamic nature of it, he's actually sized up. He's folded him off the best hand here. Is that right? He's folded the 10-8.
What is going on?
Remarkable outcome there. Checking back the second pair 10 kicker and actually getting bluffed.
I think that must be a case of misreading the hand. Maybe thinking it was 10-7. Come on, it was Queen 8. What? Queen 8 5-3, 2 diamonds. You just fold 10-8 after checking back.
Yeah.
Get real.
Definitely, the Italian seems still a little bit rattled. The heart still pumping a little bit. As you say, this break can't come quick enough.
Absolutely, I can't help but feel he will benefit from just stepping away from the table for 40 minutes.
Bouncing around the walls. I mean, think about it. You shove 30 big blinds almost with Queen 7 and Queen Deuce off, and yet you fold mid-pair for half pot bet on the turn.
Oh, wow. And Glowny, again, won't be able to call. The ace deuce off is a hand that you can limp call, sometimes limp shove. And Cortellazzi just using the blocker. And it's going to be really also interesting when Glowny gets this information. And see how that then, sort of a feedback loop into the heads-up confrontation.
It's funny a lot of the times when the Twitch chat is rattling off how much better they would have played hands. I will say a lot of them right now, when it comes to Cortellazzi, are probably right.
Yeah, and I mean, it's just, it's big money. It's a spotlight. You're playing under the things, and I don't I understand this. I've also at times misplayed hands because of emotion or what have you, and it's really important to be well calibrated when playing for this kind of money. Glowny now picking up a very strong hand.
I mean, this is the point where he would love it if Cortellazzi blasted off.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. And again, this doesn't take away from, you know, how impressively Cortellazzi has utilized his very particular style over the course of the final table. I think that's why it's so jarring to watch, because it's so out of left field.
And it wasn't even that bad a bluff, by the way, the 10-9. Like, I mean, it's not, you know.
Yeah.
It was reasonable.
I'm speaking more, the bluff is fine. It's actually nice to see that he had that gear. It's more about the, like, okay, now you're in the crunch time and you're going all in with queen deuce for 25
you got hero called by some ridiculous hand.
Yeah.
The guy had trips, nut kicker, and improved to a boat. And so, therefore, your bluff didn't work. You know, so often, you know, this game is mischaracterized as a battle of robotic styles. We see here the very, very real emotion that comes from playing under the spotlight for such a long period of time.
Absolutely.
And playing for an EPT title that probably means so much to him. Getting a walk here. You see him rubbing his forehead still a little bit rattled.
And I think we've got about 5 minutes left on the clock, so there's a very good chance that we are going to be going on break and we are going to be taking a 40-minute hiatus.
Yeah, as you say, also the lack of, normally you can slow the game down, take a bit longer over your decisions. Obviously don't have that luxury with no time banks being left. Having to and wow, big hand. Limps in, going for the trap.
What's Glowny got? 5-4 off.
I have a bit of a theory. It's a bit, but I think that there's a chance that, you know, when I've played long hours of poker, especially tournament poker live, sometimes you think that the blinds can maybe be twice as much as they actually are, and maybe he thinks he's shoving like 15 bigs, 14 bigs, 12 bigs.
Yeah,
it's
and
consideration.
Bets out with the tens. Actually has an opponent does have one of the worst hands that could call. Will take one off with the gut shot. Not very excited to call, but facing a small bet will continue. And that is a big turn for Cortellazzi.
2 million.
Yeah, hits
2 million incoming.
There we go.
And a quick
I nailed it.
Fold from Glowny with his wheel draw. Sorry, all the people who wanted to see a 3 on the river. We didn't get there.
This is also one of the, you know, I've loved our coverage of online poker. You know, I'm a huge online poker nerd, but is amazing when you see people, their actual reactions, their demeanors, so much more information about how they're feeling about their stack and their spot in the tournament. You can really get a sense of Glowny's demeanor and Cortellazzi's. You know, shoving 30 big blinds. Obviously, ace-8, a very strong hand, but, you know, if we now imagine the range of hands that can actually call that shove, certainly diminishes. And Glowny finds a big hand. It's going to be a great spot to try and trap with a limp.
Absolutely. And this next hand is going to be the last hand of the level, by the way. He has narrowed the gap between them, by the way, with this rather unorthodox shoving strategy.
Well, he's also picked up ace-king suited, queens and tens, and certainly when you pick up 3 big hands like that, you're supposed to narrow the gap as well.
That helps. All in? No, just completes. 7-3 offsuit for Glowny. Checks his option, and we go to the flop, which is King 5-5 with 2 diamonds.
Yeah, Glowny just recognizing queen high can be good. A board where neither player makes a pair too often. Small protection bet.
400K. Fold, and that is going to take us to the end of this session. That's it, guys. 40-minute dinner break incoming.
Yes. Okay.
And then we will resume this heads-up battle, and it'll be interesting to see if we get an adjustment from Cortellazzi when play resumes in 40 minutes' time. Sam, thank you so much for coming in and watching the action from the final table, and a reminder that you're going to be with us back in the PokerStars arena next week for the final day of the Sunday Million 16th anniversary.
Absolutely, I'll see you then, mate.
Thank you very much. And Griffin, don't go anywhere, because you're coming back when we come back. When the blinds will go up to 250,000, 500,000, and this is a whole lot shallower. 41 big blinds playing 30 big blinds. So more action. The heads-up battle continues and concludes when we come back from this 40-minute dinner break. We are in Prague for the PokerStars European Poker Tour. We'll see you very shortly. Action here on Asan Umarov, the online qualifier. He folds. Chip leader Jimmy Guerrero is out. Pierre Calamusa, former contestant on the French reality show Maison du Bluff.
Zut alors!
He's got Queen Jack of Hearts.
All in.
And he's going with it.
Zut alors!
Jan Bendik.
Call.
Has ace-king again.
What? You've got to be kidding me.
So Calamusa at risk with close to 40% equity.
Pierre's buddies, Olivier and Aubin.
He's also being railed by a French megastar, Patrick Bruel.
You know who loves Patrick Bruel? Your mom. She actually really does.
Calamusa looking to hit this flop. And he does. That gives him 14 outs.
Who needs reality TV when you've got the drama of the EPT?
5-6, okay? Okay.
Running 5-6 would chop it. 5 on the turn.
I don't care, Pierre. I'm from France.
Good game. 4-7.
So Calamusa wins outright with a queen, jack, or heart, and they split it if a 6 hits the river. It's a 6!
5-6.
Wow, he told him, Told you, I can call the cards.
It's a chop pot. And you know what they say? Everyone loves a chop pot.
Might be the last one of season 12.
Calamusa in the cutoff has kings.
I'm starting to think maybe he can call cards. Hey, could you call for a Mother's Day card? I think it's too late for me to go out and get one.
Calamusa raises to 240,000. Adrian Alan folds. Jan Bendik's in the small blind with ace-6 of diamonds.
Call.
Round to Asan Umarov in the big blind.
I think it's my turn.
There's only one hand you want here, my friend.
And it's not 7-8 offsuit.
They're both red? Well, he is getting ridiculous pot odds, but my guess is that the 10-euro qualifier isn't going to be quite as experienced post-flop as the French grinder and the former EPT player of the year.
Well, he decides to call, and we're going 3-way to the flop.
Hey, maybe Patrick Bruel will sing my mom something for Mother's Day.
Calamusa, the favorite here. The flop. Jack 6-6, trips for Bendik.
Oh, gross. King's no good.
Check.
Action check to the pre-flop aggressor. Calamusa continuing for 300,000.
Of course he's going to bet. He's going to have the best hand a ridiculous amount of the time.
Bendik calls. Umarov folds. Heads up to the turn.
It's a 5, meaning Bendik is a 95% favorite. And it looks like he's going to lead.
Maybe he doesn't like that spade.
1/3 pot, $500,000.
Could have been a little bigger.
All in.
Kalamusa shoves.
Cool.
Nice work inducing.
Kalamusa at risk and drawing to just 2 outs.
King.
Unless it is a king on the river, he is out in 5th place.
Poor guy probably expected to be up against a flush draw most of the time.
All right. Not flat, I guess.
Nobody expects Yen Bendix, Yen Ben trips.
Clubs or diamond.
The river. It's a king!
Hit him with the hide. I don't know how or why. New phone, who dis?
That's why I'm the best, huh?
Yan is not amused. 5-handed at the main event final table. Blind still 60,000, 120,000 with a 20,000 ante.
Now's when the real poker starts.
Kalamusa folds. His fellow countryman Adrian Alan is going to get frisky and raise it up with 9-6 of diamonds.
Sure, why not?
Round to the blinds. Asan Umarov folds in the small. Jimmy Guerrero in the big. Ace-queen.
Jimmy likes his hand. Jimmy thinks we should play for a bigger pot. Jimmy's gonna 3-bet.
The chip leader re-raises to 850,000. What's Alan doing?
4-bet alert. He has looked at his cards, or actually, I don't hate this move. His hand isn't strong enough to call, but his stack is strong enough to 4-bet.
1,800,000.
Jimmy's girlfriend T played this event. She finished 14th. Quite the sweat now.
Guerrero out of position. He calls. We're going to the flop. Well, Jimmy has flopped a gut shot and a flush draw. He is almost a 9-1 favorite here.
That was a hell of a flop for ace-queen with the queen of hearts.
He's checked it to Alan, who had the pre-flop betting lead. He continues for 1.5 million.
And that is a terrible flop for 9-6 of diamonds.
Guerrero calls the c-bet.
And I think 6-9 should just give it up here. Most of the time, he's going to have less equity than Hillside Property in Pompeii.
4 of clubs on the turn, pairing the board. Alan has less than a pot-sized bet behind. Guerrero still playing in flow, checks it a second time. Alan checks behind.
Let's hope for his sake that is the white flag being waved.
A third 4 hits the river. Guerrero checks a third time.
Green.
And Adrian Alan moves all in, a huge bluff.
Now, this is the perfect run out to get folds, but I have no idea what Alan is repping.
The 2 biggest stacks at the table go to battle, and then this happens.
Only 6 combo, yeah? Kings or aces, yeah? Got broker.
Jimmy's got the right idea. There aren't a lot of combos of aces and kings out there.
Yeah, well. Yeah, wow.
Unfortunately, he is not beating ace-king as a bluff. Tough spot for him. Even tougher for that coffee stirrer.
Sorry.
If he finds a call here, Alan's out.
Show me if I fold. Maybe. Hein? Tu verras dans une heure. Ouais, tu veux? Tu verras dans une heure. Time.
Time has been called. They'll put Jimmy Guerrero on a 60-second countdown.
You have 1 minute to act, starting from now.
My French is a little rusty, but I'm pretty sure he's complimenting his opponent's play.
C'est sûr que tu bluffes. C'est sûr et certain. T'as pas dit, vas-y.
He knows this is a bluff most of the time.
It's either that or a slow-played monster. Every once in a while. Which is it, Jimmy?
Yeah, nice bluff. Sure bluff. Sure. Very nice bluff. Vous savez quoi? J'ai pas les couilles de payer, putain. J'ai as-dame. Sérieux? Ouais, je te jure. Vraiment? Ouais.
He shows it!
Ouais, je sais, il bluffe.
Aïe!
Je sais, il bluffe, j'ai as-dame. Voilà, je sais.
Guerrero with aces.
Jimmy's getting rockets. Hey, remember that guy with the toothpick from Uncle Buck? Classic.
So this is a raise from the button to 350,000. Alan is folded. Action on Bendik in the big blind.
350.
He's got King 7 of hearts.
Sure, why not?
He calls.
Ace, ace.
King 7. Bendik flops 2 pair.
Oh man, this is what I like to call a fang. And the ANG stands for aces no good.
Action's been checked to the pre-flop aggressor. Guerrero set to continue.
It looks like a great flop for aces.
375,000.
I say the move here is to just call.
I don't think this is going to be a call.
Yeah, and Bendik has made it pretty clear that he marches to the beat of a different drummer boy.
He check raises to 925k.
I mean, clearly that's what attracted Angelica to him in the first place.
How's Guerrero going to respond?
He can get in real trouble here if he thinks Bendik's going crazy with just a king.
He's counting out a re-raise. That's 1.85 million.
All in.
Like 12.
Bendik shoves and Guerrero snap calls.
Wow, I am surprised to see aces get it in there so happily.
Yeah, nice hand. Give me a 4. Nice hand. I cut.
A quarter of the time, he's gonna catch up.
Team Bendik hoping that kings and 7s hold here. Turn cards a deuce, additional outs for Guerrero.
Deuce or 4.
Or an ace. The river card is a queen.
Nice hand. Nice hand.
Bendik doubles up. Alan calls on the button in the small blind with 8s. Bendik raises from the big blind with Queen Jack.
All in.
Alan shoves.
I call.
And Bendik calls. We're off to the races already.
He said he was a gambler, and the story checks out. That is one way to take the edge from a GTO player.
Nah.
This is for the title, everybody.
Flip není zle zaplatěné v mojich žetonech.
At least in poker, your physique has got nothing to do with how well you flip.
The flop. is crunchy, all clubs.
If the flop's the first hurdle, Alain just caught a toe.
Lots of additional outs for Bendik.
14 auto. Mierny favorit.
The turn card is another club. That'll do it.
Wow.
Bendik doubles up with a flush.
Play on, players.
Well, Jan has narrowed the gap between them substantially. Adrian Alain, first to act. Pocket eights.
Here we go again.
He raises to 525,000. We may be going again. Bendik's got tens.
This isn't a flip.
Here comes the re-raise. Bendik makes it 1.65 million.
No, now that he's got chips, he's not all jam happy. They are pretty deep. It doesn't have to go all in pre-flop.
Alain just calls, and he'll get to play the flop in position. And he flops a set. Maybe, just maybe, the ace will save Bendik from getting stacked here.
I don't know, the ace might be a scare card, but I'm pretty sure Bendik's fear receptors went out with popcorn ceilings.
He's continued the flop for 1.6 million. Alain calls. Will that slow Bendik down?
Nothing has slowed him down thus far.
The turn card is a 10.
That's ball game.
A cooler developing here, set over set.
Now Bendik finally slows down.
Bendik has checked it. Alain is betting. 1.5 million, a small bet into a huge pot.
Really small.
How much you play more?
This is a terrible Hollywood or just a plain old D-gaff?
Then hope.
I am leaning toward the former. Alain breathing heavy. I think it's because he expects to have the best hand pretty much always.
Bendik loading up for a check raise. He makes it 4.25 million.
Everything in his hand has been standard up until this point. Against another player, Alain may not be loving this, but Bendik plays everything super fast, even two pair hands.
Just a call from Alain, and he's gonna need those quads again.
Oh man, I didn't even think of that. Nobody gets quads twice.
Complete brick on the river.
All in.
Bendik shoves. Alain calls, and it's over.
Let's everybody take a second to let this sink in. The grand final champion has been crowned.
Jan Bendik has won the EPT 12 grand final.
And France cannot believe it.
EPT 9 Player of the Year, 3-time main event finalist, and on his third occasion, he is a winner.
I'm going to take you guys on a journey through the largest poker room in Europe. Follow me. Kings Resort started as a very simple idea from owner Leon Sokonik to create the best possible poker environment for poker players from all over the world. Fast forward 18 years and Kings Resort now boasts over 200 poker tables, a la carte restaurant, a spa, shisha lounge, a premium clothing brand, 15 live casino games and slot machines all over the resort to keep you entertained, hundreds of hotel rooms, and is the proud host of dozens of poker festivals where millions of euros are won here each and every year. Now, of course, money is important to all poker players. What about the legacy, trophies, and glory that come with poker? At King's Resort, there's been an abundance of glory over the last 18 years, with over 35 bracelets and 90 rings awarded right here on the main stage, making King's Resort a home for poker history. Come and join us at King's to become a part of poker history.
Marcel Lust told me he was named after a boxer. That is a hashtag. Real fact.
Fun fact.
Fun fact, yes.
So, time to sweat with Marcel Joe and play this hand from his perspective.
Tell check how much you do.
Oh, 24.
Yes.
Sorry.
I was going to say, James, if I were playing this hand, I would ask the guy to my right how much I should raise.
I thought you were offering me out for dinner.
We raised to 65,000.
So, re-raise from Ben Grundy.
How much did we... Okay, well, we're calling. It doesn't seem completely unreasonable to only call 40 more. Is that all it was? With 9, 10 of spades, but this is not a dream flop for us.
No.
And I'm probably just going to check back and hope to pick up some equity on the turn.
Yeah, pick up a straight card or a spade. Instead, it's the 4 of diamonds.
Man, it's checked twice, so, I mean, he's completely missed and playing like a goober, or he's got something huge, and I'm weighted towards him having something huge here, slow playing aces, kings, queens, a set of jacks.
Well, Marcel's going to try and buy it.
I don't know what you 3-bet with that you check twice, other than like crazy value hands.
Players, you do not have to be here for the race off. Go ahead and take a break.
Wow, okay.
Ace Queen was the hand for Grundy. He was ahead.
Okay. So, I guess...
I was super connected.
You're lucky spades didn't come.
I don't want spade. I just want the low flop.
Nice play, Marcel.
I guess I was wrong about the strength of this hand, but also he probably should have bet at some point.
If I put my chips in there, unless you go all in, I will not lay down my hand. You raise me 40, 50, 60, 80.
I had a good hand.
3 years, I'm going to be that good. 3 years.
You're lucky I had the hand that didn't hit, the only hand that I raised there with that doesn't hit the flop.
I know it yet. That's why I took the extra card first. Because sometimes you are rude enough to play like you have 3 jacks now.
Yeah, but I would check 2 with any pair of the jacks and wait.
I know your game. But you take me, I know what you take me for. Pair of 9s, or 10s, or 8s.
It's like blinds are now 5,000, 10,000, 100 ante.
I had him the other day about 5 times in 20 hands.
Queen 8 again for Marcel. This time it's going to be the winner.
$25,000 total, and Ace Jack for Fraser Dunphy.
280, 1,000, 2,000. You and the players for €1,000 buy-in. Andy 200, clients 1,000, 2,000.
He's in no re-raise. Queen tray for Karam. Does Grundy come after it just because it's loose? Oh yeah. King Deuce suited. Trying to run down his nemesis.
Open-ended straight draw for Marcel.
Checks around.
There we go. So Marcel has the straight. Grundy has now got the flush draw.
This is gonna get weird. Oh, this is great. Oh, this is great. 3x raise from Marcel. Grundy obviously taking it personally. After the last time they exchanged words.
€1,000 to go. And again, E. Stefan C.
Marcel very comfortable.
And again, Demet, Rezaei, Abel, Alexandridis, Rafael, Christian, Geo, Sergei, Peter, Slava, Pasi, Renaud.
Grundy just calls.
Oh, the all-important river card.
Man, and that club.
No club on the river, but it is a pair for Grundy.
Oh, is he looking to snap it off here? That's what I'm wondering. Just 60 into 200.
Yeah.
I mean, this might be genius. Can he induce Grundy? I mean, either way.
The Milky Bar Kid's hand ain't good enough.
I've got such hardly anything here. I can beat the sickest bluff.
It's not that sick of a bluff to bet 60 here.
There's so much in the middle.
Yeah, I like it.
He's talking to himself. I'm talking to myself.
The poor dealer is like, what? This might be the longest tank we've seen.
Yeah.
Great size value bet from Marcel. I thought it was a little small, but maybe Grundy would have folded for more.
I think that's one of the best hands we've seen so far, especially when you realize that it was informed by that confrontation between the two earlier.
King, so I have to play for the queen.
Yeah, you've been watching me, huh?
Smurry. I have to play those smurry hands now.
Water.
So Giuseppe Pantaleo on the button with Jack-8 offsuit. He's an experienced tournament player. Says he plays cash as well, but says he's quite bad in ring games. He's had a good tournament so far. A very aggressive player, this hand being no exception, makes it 165,000, gets Tor Stung to fold the small blind. Lozano looking interested in the big blind with Jack-10 of hearts.
This is a good hand to call and see a flop.
So two big stacks go to the flop. And the flop is queen high. Nothing for either player.
This is a fairly safe flop to continuation bet. This only hits a queen and a club flush draw. He can bet and take it down. Or he can think about it and check back.
Another queen comes on the turn. It's also a third club. And Lozano feels like he can steal it.
Giuseppe slowed down on the flop. Jesus is going to take a stab.
230,000.
Well, again, Giuseppe's going to think about this.
We saw him happily float against Chandra de Vries.
Yup, and it looks like that's what's going to go on here. Giuseppe has a cunning plan in store. He's going to float this turn with nothing to try to win this pot on the river.
They both have the same hand. Queens and deuces with a jack kicker.
The aggressor will probably win this pot.
Lozano is not shut down. He bets a second time.
And Giuseppe's reaching for chips. It looks like his plan is falling into place. He's going to raise Jesus off this chop pot.
Makes it 790,000. If Jesus thinks Pantaleo's on the steal, can he find the courage to re-raise him?
Well, Jesus can't possibly call this river raise. He could only be good if Giuseppe was calling his turn bet with a complete air ball to bluff the river. To win, he needs to re-raise.
He's called!
Immediately. Well, it's going to be a chop pot.
Whoa! Pantaleo's just mucked!
Giuseppe just forfeited the pot by mucking his hand, and it would have been a chop pot.
Yeah, but you don't think someone's going to be calling you with the same hand, do you?
That's exactly why he mucked.
I can't believe Lozano called there with Jack high, and I can't believe he just mucked. A7 for Giuseppe Pantaleo.
I don't suffer from insanity. In fact, I enjoy every minute of it. However, Giuseppe could use a straight jacket in a padded room right now to save himself from further harm.
He's keeping up the aggression. He's raised it to 210,000. Kenlan Mark gives up the small blind. Konstantin Puchkov also has an ace in the big blind.
And it is also suited. And he can make a wheel.
Big blind call, 2 pairs.
So he defends, and we go to the flop. Which brings nothing for either player. And Konstantin checks. I imagine a continuation bet gets through here.
The name of the game is bet to win. Giuseppe putting serious thought into this bet.
520,000 in the middle, and he bets 260,000.
Well, this should take it down. I'd stand corrected. Puchkov immediately calls.
Very quick call. Now with that deuce on the turn, Puchkov has picked up the wheel draw. A 4 would give him a straight. Goes check, check on the turn, and there it is. There's the 4. Puchkov takes the lead.
Well, it's all about those backdoor draws. I must say, I didn't even see this backdoor wheel draw. Puchkov must have been all about it, though.
He is going to bet it. 760,000.
This is a large bet. It's almost 3/4 of the pot. You know, and if I'm Giuseppe, I'm trying to put Puchkov on a hand. King Jack missed, all of the flush draws missed. Ace high might actually be good here in a lot of cases.
He makes the hero call. But Puchkov will show that he rivered the straight.
Jesus successfully hero called Giuseppe earlier when he mucked the chop, and now Giuseppe has unsuccessfully hero called Puchkov. One step closer to the funny farm.
Blinds are still 50 and 100,000 with a 10K ante. And Jesus Lozano folds, meaning action's on our chip leader, Kent Lundmark. He's got queens.
It's a good hand to have when you're the chip leader.
Looks like he's going to raise from the cutoff. It's a min raise to 200,000. King 9 for Puchkov on the button. He'll fold that. Shanda folds his ace from the small blind, but ace jack for Pantaleo in the big blind.
Ace jack is a strong holding five-handed, especially when you're facing a late position open from the table captain.
He moves all in and insta-call from Lundmark.
Giuseppe came in today as the table chip leader. However, he is now the player at risk against the table chip leader.
And take an aspirin.
The doctor's gonna need to prescribe an ace for Giuseppe.
Well, he's got a jack on the flop. That gives him additional outs. We saw an ace folded, so now he has 2 aces and 2 jacks that he can hit to survive. Lundmark does have a commanding lead here, though. 80% favourite to eliminate the former chip leader. Now he's an 89% favourite. Giuseppe needs an ace or a jack, or we are down to 4. Pantaleo is eliminated. This is not the way he saw this final table going at the start of the day.
The curtains have been closed for Giuseppe.
A 5th place finish is commendable. 170,000 euros is a nice score, but he wanted more. And he's called another all-in. De Vries shoved his short stack from the button. Lundmark in the big blind makes the call with ace-queen and has Shanda De Vries crushed.
Shanda is gonna need to spike an 8 or get some help on the flop.
Amanda's feeling the tension. Shanda nervously awaits the dealing of the flop. Things have been going Ken Lundmark's way this level. Will his ace-queen hold? Well, there is a gut shot straight draw for Shanda De Vries.
He has picked up a glimmer of hope.
If he hits an 8 or a 9, he takes the lead. Same outs needed with 1 card to come. But it's not to be. The ace-queen holds, and Shanda De Vries is our 4th place finisher.
He picked his spots nicely and moved up the money ladder.
He will collect 222,000 euros, so can now live his dream and go traveling with Amanda. And more chips for Kent Lundmark, who seems to be an unstoppable force right now, as 3-handed play begins.
2/3 of the remaining field's awfully stripy.
Blinds are up to 60 and 120,000 with a 15K ante. Lundmark picks up ace-deuce on the button and min raises. Puchkov not interested. Lozano has queens.
120,000 is too cheap for ladies. Let's see how expensive it gets.
He has counted out a re-raise. He will make a 3-bet of 685,000. Do you think Lundmark will call in position and see a flop?
Ace-2 is not a calling hand. He has 2 options, re-raise or fold. He's strongly considering.
I'm all in. All in. Call.
Well, he decided to move all in. That seems like an uncharacteristic move for Lundmark.
Kent brought a pocket knife to a machete fight. Let's see if he can ace his way out of this confrontation.
The home crowd delighted to see their man is all in and 71% favorite.
Kent put Jesus on a light 3-bet and figured he'd fold most hands for his tournament life. However, Kent got it backwards. He was dipping his soup in his crackers.
There is a deuce on the flop. Careful, people. You haven't been around poker very long. Lundmark has picked up additional outs, and it's never over until it's over. Still one card to come. Beware the early celebration. It's been known to jinx things. Okay, now you can clap. Jesus Lozano doubles up. Now, he's not just popular with the locals. This player gained a lot of respect earlier in the tournament when there was a mix-up over chip stacks. He was given 500,000 chips too many, but swiftly alerted the tournament director. Honesty is sometimes the best policy.
Karma has rewarded him with big dividends.
Pre-flop, Kent button raise. Konstantin flatted from the small blind, slow playing his kings. Kent has now been check raised on the flop. He's hit second pair and the flush draw.
I'm all in.
And he's going with it.
All in.
By not 3-betting pre-flop, Puchkov's overpair is highly under-repped.
It's also a statistical underdog, considering the number of outs that Ken Lundmark has here. He's putting on a little bit of a show, but I think he's not going to fold this overpair.
He's going to twiddle his toothpick before he commits his money to the middle.
And call.
He is all in for his last 5.7 million. And he sees that he's got to fade sixes, sevens, and spades.
This hand is completely up in the air. The largest pot of the tournament.
And the Spanish fans know that if Puchkov is eliminated, their man Lozano goes heads up for the title.
Stripe on stripe action. Which colors will prevail?
Lundmark is the player who needs to hit.
Let's see the turn.
And that does not help him at all. Puchkov still in front, and now a 68% favourite to double up. Same outs needed for Lundmark on the river. It's a spade. It gives him the flush, and to add insult to injury, it gives Puchkov top set.
It's rare to lose when you river the toppest of all sets.
Welcome back to Prague and the closing chapter of the final day of the PokerStars EPT Prague Main Event. We are heads up at King's Casino at Hilton Prague, and I've got a feeling that tonight's going to be a good night. I also have a feeling that this will reach its conclusion in the next 90 minutes. The heads-up battle between Grzegorz Glowny, the last remaining online qualifier, and Andrea Cortellazzi, the Italian, who came close to making the final table of EPT Barcelona in 2016. Let me introduce myself. I'm James Hartigan. He is Nick Walsh. Hold on one second. He is Nick Walsh.
Hello.
Good luck, mate. Good luck.
This one's got Nick written on it.
Oh, I see.
And he is Griffin Benja.
How is everyone doing? Let's go. Heads up action. EPT Prague, final table, main event.
Yeah, I was about to brag about the glass of wine in front of me, but I'm wearing the wrong headset, so it's not a good look, is it?
So blinds now 250,000, 500,000 with a 500k big blind ante. And Griffin, before the dinner break, I think it's fair to say that Cortellazzi was exhibiting impatience, possibly frustration, and it'll be interesting to see if he's adjusted after that extended hiatus.
Yeah, you have to imagine that it can only get better than the display we were seeing just in those last about 20 hands or so from Cortellazzi, and I think that, you know, that the break is probably it could only have gotten better for him.
Bet and a fold. So Glowny with the chip advantage right now. And let's just talk about our final two players. The final two from the starting field of 1,190. This guy won his seat to the EPT on PokerStars via a €530 satellite, and he's locked up 580k. Remember, they did a deal four-handed, so they're playing for 110k plus the trophy. He plays mid to high stakes online as a Stadium Series winner, had a 72nd place finish in the Eureka High Roller a week ago. And then we have Andrea Cortellazzi, mentioned just a while ago that he was 12th in EPT Barcelona in 2016. This is his 5th EPT Main Event cash, and he's been a pretty big stack for the duration of this event, and he's open jamming again, Griffin, for a not insignificant number of big blinds.
But a hand that, you know, based on the Cortellazzi feeling comfortable shoving at that range, it's the kind of hand you can, it's still a lot. I would prefer maybe a limp shove, maybe you induce a raise from a hand that wouldn't be willing to call the all-in. But if you're going to just open shove close to 30 big blinds, a small pair is the one to do it with. Wow, spinning up, 530 euro set to over, what was it, 580,000? That's over 1,000 buy-ins.
If you want me to be precise, the money they locked up in the deal, Grzegorz locked up 581,456 euros, and Andrea locked up 579,420. So relatively even, 580 apiece, with 110,796 euros still in play, going to the eventual winner. Griffin, I don't think he's changed his strategy. I don't think anyone was able to calm him down during the dinner break.
You know, what I would suggest, though, is I have seen this kind of strategy used by players that, you know, if you are heads up and you find that your opponent is a bit better than you post-flop, or you're really not feeling comfortable in the small ball style that has been successful leading up to it, maybe up the variance. If you're not winning those small pots, if you're not bluffing enough, if you keep losing at showdown, maybe just start going all in and see if you can get lucky. So maybe that's maybe there is a strategy involved in Cortellazzi's you know, seeming reckless behavior in the the last orbit, last level or so.
What are your thoughts, Nick?
No, I think that definitely can come into play here. Absolutely, if you're not as confident playing post, up that variance like Griff is saying, and just I mean, you know, like all of these spots we've seen thus far cannot be quote unquote bad, right? You know, like they're gonna do fine. It doesn't mean this is necessarily like the most optimum way to play them, you know, according to GTO, but certainly nothing that's so outlandish that I've just been like, okay, at this point he's just shoving any two, right?
Well, Nick, to contextualize it a bit more for you is, you know, in the previous level, he was open shoving Queen Deuce and Queen 7 for these 27 bigs. So
well, in that case, I take it all back.
It's been this, no. It's been this thing since Heads Up that he's been doing ever since Cortellazzi sort of had that big bluff that didn't go well. He's been shoving for close to 30 big blinds with almost one high card every time. Yeah.
So Glowny's still with the best hand here, and near enough a 3-1 favorite with the pair of sevens to go with the jacks on board. But the flush draw for Cortellazzi, which he picked up on the turn.
And you never know what you're going to get with Cortellazzi. We've seen some weird folds with mid pair and stuff like that. So I don't expect to see a fold this time, of course, from this flush draw. But
no. Oh, guys, the 500k chips have been brought out. We've got the sexy white 500ks in play.
Very nice.
Well, Cortellazzi rivers a piece, and it's good enough. A better pair of eights. In fact, these are not just white chips. These are round plaques. That's how high value they are. A bet of 2.8 million called by Cortellazzi, and that is a swing in the Italians' favor.
Dai gaucho, cazzo.
And that is going to see Cortellazzi retake the chip lead. By the way, I enjoyed listening to you guys explaining your theories behind Cortellazzi's strategies. I'm telling you, he just loves that triangle. He just wants it in front of him all the time.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And even before we had Griff on, if I can further contextualize Griff, because I've obviously missed this sort of turned down aggression with such a wide range. He was also playing in many spots what was basically just a push fold strategy versus aggressive action. In the small blind, in the big blind, facing aggressive action. he was basically like, okay, this looks like a nice hand. We're all in. Queen Jack off, we're all in.
Okay.
You know, Ace Deuce off, we're all in. Ace 7 off, I'm squeezing this all in against 2 opponents, and it was working really, really well for him at that stage. But yeah, it does seem like he's not afraid to gamble pre.
Yeah, I mean, you know, when we see a strategy like that, you know, it's a great way to chip up. But I mean, we've seen Glowny fold the best hand on many occasions. There was actually one time when I think it was a Queen Deuce shove, and you know, Glowny had to fold Ace Deuce off for like the 28 big blinds or whatever it was.
Right,
so
exactly.
eventually, you know, Glowny's probably going to wake up, and it might not end well, but you know, I mean, could have King 8 against 2 queens and pop off a king. So
yeah. I mean, and this is like this is kind of the flip side of well, this is kind of the reason why, I guess, generally speaking, we don't take these sort of as standard, right? We don't take these sort of push fold scenarios as standard, because eventually they're going to wake up with a hand, and then you're going to be putting it in very bad, right? Like, you know, and that's it works until it doesn't. 60% of the time it works every time, right, Griff?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and I mean, I think it's a really great example of how interesting the human element, and something that, you know, maybe it sometimes gets lost even in our Sunday Million streams where we don't get to see the players. But, you know, a player that I was saying very openly I thought was the tightest at the table and was doing this limping strategy with a, you know, balanced range and all this sort of stuff, suddenly all of a sudden is the most aggressive and erratic player. So it's really, really super interesting and fun to watch.
Yeah.
I keep thinking he's saying, I got you, but...
Voglio sentirti. Voglio sentirti.
Yeah, so I can translate that. He's actually saying, I can't hear you. I can't hear you. Because so he's basically been calling out to his rail this entire time. You're not railing me enough. Make some more noise.
As we came back from the dinner break, guys, I walked through the back of the poker room. I have to say that the number of Glowny supporters massively outnumber the number of Cortellazzi supporters. So I'm surprised we're not hearing more of them.
Yeah. My Italian is somewhat limited, but from my understanding of Spanish, I could pick that one out pretty clearly. And he has been calling to his rail to make more noise throughout this entire session so far.
Okay, unraised pot. 9 deuce versus 10-6.
You would have pretty, if I was in Cortellazzi's shoes, I'd have pretty high expectations for an Italian rail too. So the fact that he doesn't hear it, you know, he's like, come on.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, yeah, like all the guys that would be with me on this in this kind of a scenario would all be expecting a massive and free after party. So, you know, you got to pay your dues. You gotta support your man if you're gonna be buying the drinks later.
And I referenced earlier on that the Italian victory we saw here in 2008, Salvatore Bonavena, the first ever Italian winner on the EPT. Now that was a rail, that was a celebration when he won.
Mm-hmm.
On the board, bricks out for Cortellazzi. Pair of sixes good here for Glowny.
Yeah, and Glowny, I think, might want to find a value bet here, maybe get called by a rivered 4 or a 3 or maybe an ace-king high. Of course, we can see Cortellazzi has 9 high, so it would make for a great check because Cortellazzi might be inclined to, you know, want to bet just the 9 high.
$1.1 million and a fold. Glowny trying to narrow the gap between them, but as things stand, it is Andrea Cortellazzi who has the chip lead.
Diamo solo più di loro quando vinco. No, ti chiedo.
What's it about now, Nick?
I missed that one, I'm afraid.
Just when you think you've got someone here who can translate him.
I mean, Spanish or German, I could help you out a little bit more, but yeah, that was just my romantic language best guess that I picked out.
And 184 of the final table. Are we going to get to 200? Ooh, queens for Glowny.
And the limp
just complete.
He knows what to do. Yes, he's got him.
Yep.
He's got him. He's guaranteed he's got him.
Yes. Cortellazzi does not change his strategy. He jams on Glowny, who calls all in with the queens.
Oh, disaster for the Italian.
Well, hold on. Hold on. He's got an ace.
Oh.
Many people believe there is always an ace on the desk, and Glowny is the at-risk player, and if Cortellazzi does improve here, if he were to spike that ace, this would be over, and the Italian would take down EPT Prague. Glowny needs queens to hold to survive. He's proved to be pretty invincible so far. Is this going to be a massive momentum shift, or is this going to be the winning moment? No ace on the flop. Jack 5-5. Queen's good.
Not a good start for Cortellazzi. Gonna need an ace. No backdoors here. No wheel backdoors. No nothing. Only an ace from space. Only a berry.
87% chance that Glowny doubles up. Make that a 93% chance. Just has to fade Barry Greenstein. Just has to fade the ace on the river. If that happens, we have our champion. $30 million chip pot. The river cards are 10. Glowny doubles up and takes the commanding chip lead. That is a huge, huge momentum shift, and that's a rail.
That's what a rail looks like. That's what I'm talking about. Look at that rail.
You love to see it.
You love to see it.
That is Grzegorz' girlfriend, Annette, you see, leading the cheering section there. And he has the huge chip advantage now. It's 30 million plays, 5.6 million, 11 bigs for Cortellazzi. Griffin, now he can just open jam, right?
Yeah, absolutely. But I guarantee you every decision Glowny's going to make right now is going to be very, very calculated, just as it has been all tournament. Don't give your opponent a chance to get back in this. You can see how erratic the Italian has been playing. One double up, another, shove, and suddenly Cortellazzi's going to have the chip lead. Okay. So be careful, pick your spots, and you'll finish them off.
There's a lot of glasses going to waste in that poker room. We've had 4 consecutive days of squeaky chairs, and now the catering section is suffering a massive shortage.
Okay, thank you. All right, so just asking him what his chip stack is. He said he thinks it's around 6 mil. Yeah, and he was waiting for him. Absolutely waiting. I can guarantee you that Queens is very rarely a limp at that effective stack depth. But if you know your guy,
yeah,
you know how radically they're playing, that's a trap all day long. And look at that result.
Hand 185, and it's 8-4, and he's all in. Cortellazzi shoves with 8-4 of clubs.
He's got it.
Called.
That is a quick call.
Cards on their back. It's King Queen of clubs for Glowny. And now it is the PokerStars qualifier who is the 2-1 favorite to win EPT Prague.
But very large live cards here for Cortellazzi. You can see by the percentages, 32% to win this hand. Very, very winnable. I know all of you on the Twitch chat have had experience in a situation like this where you lose, and that's because the odds are this close.
10-7 deuce, king high still ahead. Of course, Cortellazzi does not have a live suit. Glowny, 3-1 favorite.
6 or a 5, getting a straight draw here.
And that will seal the deal on the turn. Cortellazzi drawing dead. And Grzegorz Glowny has taken down EPT Prague for just shy of 700,000 euros.
Yes, that's the rail we're looking for. Listen to that.
Say his name.
A deserving champion, played an excellent final table.
Yep.
And capitalized.
Oh, he's beaming. He's beaming. You can't see it. Take the mask off. Let's see that smile. Absolutely beaming.
Disappointment.
No better reason.
For Cortellazzi, who obviously will still walk away with 580K.
They've got tears in their eyes. Look at them.
Proud of their friend.
Yeah, let's go Poland.
I'm not taking this mask off till I win an EPT.
And he can celebrate with his girlfriend, Annette.
Oh, that's beautiful. That's beautiful. I might cry. That got me a little bit, guys. I'm not going to lie.
That's the good stuff.
It did.
That is the good stuff.
Cortellazzi, the runner-up. Glowny, the champion. A reminder that a deal was struck 4 ways, which saw Gab Yong Kim walk away with the single biggest slice of the prize pool, but it does mean that with the extra 110K that was still in play, Glowny's going to get more. 692,252 euros plus. He gets the trophy. He is now an EPT champion.
Don't forget, guys, this was a guy at risk after declining a deal. Ace-Jack all-in against Kim's Ace-King, and look at him now.
What a great reveal it is, too, with the mask off. You see the guy smile for the first time. Look at that. What a great smile.
And his rail is ecstatic. Time for Grzegorz to celebrate with his friends and family who've gathered here at King's Casino at the Hilton Prague to witness him make poker history.
That is magic, people. That's magic. I'm emotional. I'm emotional right now in the booth. I'm not going to lie.
Guys, this final table went the distance. Getting down from 6 to a champion took longer than I think any of us could have predicted or anticipated at the start of the day. Especially when you consider that we did have 2 relatively early eliminations. Armin Rezaei, Demetrio Caminita both went during the first session. There were a couple of attempts to do a deal. The first, unsuccessful. The second, more successful. And as I just mentioned, Gab Yong Kim, who was the 9th place finisher here in Prague back in 2019, managed to lock up 622K. He was the biggest stack at that point, but he then went out in 4th place. Symeon Alexandridis, a semi-pro player, cashed out for nearly 500K in 3rd. And then we went heads up. Andrea Cortellazzi had the chip lead. There was one huge hand where we saw the shift. Cortellazzi then decided his best strategy was just to go all in with pretty much any 2 cards. Obviously, Glowny gave up that chip lead, then regained momentum in a big way. That huge chip lead on the penultimate hand, and then the final hand sealed the deal, locking up the single biggest slice of the 5.77 million euro prize pool, and we have our winner. And very soon he is going to get to lift that champion's trophy and join the history books as a European Poker Tour main event champion. It's been a fun one, and I have to say, it's been so awesome to have live poker back. It's been so awesome to stream action from the EPT. And it concludes with an online qualifier winning the big prize, and he's now down on the main stage with Joe Stapleton.
It's been over 2 years since a trophy has been lifted on this stage, but the PokerStars EPT is back, outlasting a field of 1,190 players and taking home nearly 700,000 euros. Let's get a big round of applause for our EPT Prague Main Event champion.
This is a guy who won a Stadium Series event in the summer of 2020. And bear in mind, guys, we've spent the last 2 years pretty much exclusively covering online poker. We covered Stadium Series from the PokerStars Arena, and now we're back on tour, back on location to see this guy claim an EPT. In for 530 euros, cashing out for nearly 700K. Griffin, this has been awesome. Thank you so much for being part of our coverage.
Oh, thank you for having me. That was a really great final table. A lot of fun narratives from the Kim of Queens to Glowny taking it down. It was a real treat to be a part of it.
Thank you very much, Griffin. And Nick, awesome to have you here as well.
It's always a pleasure. Shout out to production. Love you guys.
Joe, you made it back into the booth just in time.
Hello, my babies.
So check out the PokerStars blog for a full summary of the EPT Prague main event. And suffice to say, join us next week, Tuesday, March 22nd, for live coverage of the final day of the Sunday Million 16th anniversary. We were back in Prague for the EPT. We'll be back in the arena in the next few days. Thank you so much for your company over the last 5 days. I hope you've enjoyed our live cards up action from Maria Ho, Griffin Benja, Nick Walsh, Joe Stapleton, me, James Hartigan, and the entire European Poker Tour team. It is good night from Prague, and boy, it's good to be back.